Letters of Major Jack Downing, of the Downingville Militia. By Seba Smith. Letter 2. Deacon Jenkins of Downingville sent for to cut and make the President's uniform. A provoking accident, Mr. Lincoln tells a story, the Major as a commentator on the Constitution, Mrs. Lincoln's party. Ensign Stebbins of the Downingville Insensibles writes a paradox for the occasion. The Major gets angry. Lincoln tells a story about Virginia mud. Washington, February 15, 1862. Washington. To the editors of the Caucasian. Sirs, didn't I tell you that, as soon as I got here, I would strain things out? You never see a happier man, nowadays, than Lincoln is. When I come here he was e'enmost ready to go into a hasty consumption. He had been letting things go on at loose ends, with 2 or 3 fellers managing things, and they were eternally pullin' jest as many ways. Lincoln had been in the habit of sayin' that he warn't no military man. I told him he must stop that at onct, that he knowed just as much as any of 'em. So when I told him he must be a colonel, he at once went in for it. Wall, I hev been just as busy as a bee in a tar bucket gettin' his soldier clothes ready. I sent clear to Maine to get Deacon Jenkins, who made all the clothes for the Downingville Insensibles, and he arrived here last week. It ain't no easy matter to cut for Lincoln's figure, but I knowed the deacon could do it, if anybody on earth could. But Deacon Jenkins, you see, is a small, stumpy man, not much longer than he is wide, while Lincoln is e'enmost as tall as a rail, and mighty near as slim. Wall, I hadn't thought of this, so when the deacon come he couldn't measure Lincoln round the neck for a military stand-up collar, any more than he could climb a bin pole. Lincoln said he'd get down on his knees, or on all fours if necessary, but I wouldn't let him, 'cause it would be wanton in dignity. So I got 2 cheers, and laid a board across them, and Deacon Jenkins got up on 'em. While he was standin' there, the board broke, and down come the deacon right on the floor, makin' the White House all shake agin. He turned dreadful red in the face, but Lincoln said, "It warn't a circumstance to a fall he onct had out of a chestnut tree." He said, when he was a boy he used to go out, and jest for a breakfast spell split a load of rails. One mornin' he clumb a tree to get some young crows out of a nest, and the limb broke and down he come full 30 feet. Some people thought he was dead, but he allers believed it was the resin he was so tall, for he started growing right off after that, and didn't stop till he was 6 feet 5 inches. Sirs. By the time Lincoln got through tellin' his story, the deacon had got up on the cheers agin and tuck the measure. Then he had the clothes made, and in 3 days they come home all right. Wall, I wish the whole country could see the colonel. I call him colonel all the time now, in his new clothes. He looks like a new man, and what is more, he acts like a new one. The other day I told him he must give the orders to the new Secretary of War, but he kinder held back, and said he didn't like to take too much on his shoulders at onct. Besides, he didn't feel it was right for a colonel to dictate in that way. Then I told him that the place was only a complimentary one, but that he was really a general and a commodore all in one. Wall, he said, he couldn't see into you that. Then I told him how that the Constitution said that he was Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy, and that made him a general and a commodore. When I said that, he jumped out of his chair and says, "Major, you are just about the keenest commentator on the Constitution I ever heard talk." Why, Major, if I had only thought of that, I would hev put it into my inaugural. Wouldn't it hev made a sensation? Wall, ever since the colonel has tucked the ribbons into his hands, he has been puttin' things right through, and victories hev come along just as fast as possible. Lincoln is a terrible feller to work when he has a mind to. He run Secretary Stanton into a fit of the vertigus the very first week he went into the harness, and as for the other members of the cabinet, there ain't one that can hold a candle to him. There's been a terrible time about the finances since I hev been here, but the victories in Kentucky and Roanoke hev made a good many long faces look as good-natured as if the Union was all right agin. I told General Wilson, from Massachusetts, the other day, that he orter vote a gold medal to the President in honor of the good news, but Sumner wanted to insart the Wilmot Proviso in the bill, and so I wouldn't hev nothin' to do with it. I don't expect that, after all, they'll be willin' to give Lincoln the credit he deserves, for there ain't a man here, from a senator in Congress down to a sergeant of the House Marines, who don't expect to be next president. Wall, I hev run on so about politics and so forth, that I a'most forgot to tell you about Mrs. Lincoln's party. I've seen a good many big things in that way since I was a boy, but this was a leetle ahead of all. The soldiers, and the vim men, and the cabinet, and the foreign minister's penitentiary, with their secretaries of litigation, were all there. The tables were all kivered over with sugar frost, a'most as white as a Maine snowbank, and Mrs. Lincoln looked like a young gal just out of school. The way she did entertain the company was a caution to people who don't know the ropes. Ensign Stebbins, of the Downingville Insensibles, was there, and ef there's a smart feller in the army, the ensign is one. He can write poetry almost equal to Longfellow, and as for singin', the Italian bandit can't begin with him. When the company were sot down to the table, Deacon Jenkins was collied on to say grace, and when they got through, the whole company collied on Ensign Stebbins to sing a paradox which he had composed specially for the occasion, as follers. From Varmout's icy mountains, from liquor hatin' Maine, where streams of golden whiskey go straight agin the grain, from many a country cockies, from many a country shop, we come to greet thee, Lincoln. At this here Lincoln hop, what though the nor'west breezes blows some o'er Georgetown hill, and likewise also freezes the troops at Turner's Mill? What though the army hossas die off for want of food? We'll drink old rye with Abram, because old rye is good. What though the Yankee nation pours out the warlike flood, and sagas of all stashin' are stationed in the mud? What though the sly contractors defraud us right and left, and Uncle Sam's old stockin' of all his cash is reft? What though the taxis plague us, and heaps of corn must spile, while poor folks 3 times over their coffee grounds must bile? Does not great Dr. Cheever, and shall he speak in vain, command us to deliver the land from slavery's chain? Shall we whose hearts are lightened with rye, and cake and wine, shall we to cuff and dina give naught but crust and rind? Abolition! Abolition! The joyful sound proclaim, till each remotest nigger has learned the Lincoln name. Amen! Sealer! Yelled out Deacon Jenkins, at the very tip-top of his voice, while nigh about the whole company seemed to be highly tickled, except Lincoln and his wife and me. I was so mad that I a'most bust my biler. I went right straight up to the ensign, and SESI. Ensign Stebbins, I knowed you and Deacon Jenkins was both red-hot abolitionists, but I thought all the folks in Downingville had common sense, and would know better than to introduce politics on a festive occasion, specially anything favorable to Cheever and Greeley and Company, who are the whole time obusin Lincoln and Mrs. Lincoln. Then the ensign said that Sumner had helped him write the paradox, just on purpose to see how Lincoln would like it. Wall, I told him, that was just as much sense as well as manners as I should expect from Sumner. Then Deacon Jenkins come up and said something, and I lit on him for hollerin' amen, right afore the whole diplomatic corps, just as ef he'd been at a prayer meetin' in the Downingville Schule House. Mrs. Lincoln was very much pleased at the way I laid down the law to the deacon. The colonel didn't say much, but looked daggers out of his eyes, and seemed nigh about as cross as a cross-cut saw all the rest of the evenin'. The ball, howsomever, went off in all other respects in first-rate style, and Mrs. Lincoln is now regarded as the very elite of fashion. There's not much else that's new this week. The roads have been in an impassable condition for some time, and unless some feller can invent a patent right for settin' them up edgeways to dreen, I don't believe they'll be scacely settled before the summer solstice. I telled Lincoln I never seed such mud in my born days. Wall, he. Let me tell you a story about mud. Virginie can't hold a candle to Illinois in that respect. One time a man was travelin' along the road just a little nor'east of Springfield, when he found a hat layin' in the mud, right in the middle of the road. He stepped out careful to get it, and he was all struck up a heap to find a man's head under it, and he in the mud clean up to his very chin. Darn my pector neighbor, if you ain't in a fix. Come, let me get hold of you, and I'll help pull you out. No! No, said the feller in the mud, spittin' out the dirty water. No! No! I don't want your help, much obleeged to you, for I've got a good hoss under me, and he'll fetch me out as sure as preachin'. Wall, SESI. Colonel, I shan't try to match that story today. The truth is that I didn't feel like it. I've been kinder under the weather since the ball. Washington is a terrible place for nigger and fever, and all kinds of bilious complanties. One of the president's leetle shavers has been dangerous sick for some days, but I hope he'll recover. I got your letter tellin' me that some of your subscribers wanted me to write a letter every week for your paper. Wall, I will, if I kin, but I can't promise sartin. You see, an old man nigh on 80 years old don't feel just limber enough to write at any and all times, but whenever I haven't got the lumbager or rheumatiz, and my ideas ain't froze up, you'll hear from me, once in 2 weeks, and perhaps oftener, when the weather gets more steady. Your friend, Major Jack Downing. Major Jack Downing. Letter 3. The Major has an attack of the ague and fever, begins to get the hang of matters at Washington, Mr. Lincoln's improvement in military knowledge, studying, stratagems. For Gen McClellan, the Major suggests a difficulty. Mr. Stanton called on the Negroes at Port Royal. The nigger teachin' fever. Deacon Jenkins' daughter goes to Port Royal to teach the Negroes. Washington, March 1, 1862. Washington. To the editors of the Caucasian. I've had a terrible fit of the ague since I writ you last, and one time I thought it was about nip and go tuck, whether the ague or natur would whip, but I've got a strong constitution and it come out best, as it allers has so far in life. Lincoln, too, has been kinder under the weather. The loss of his little boy affected him terribly. If it hadn't been for the good news and the Union victories, I don't know how we could have got along. But we are all gettin' better very fast now, and things begin to look brighter. I begin to get the hang of matters here now, and the way Lincoln and Stanton and me will settle affairs before long will be a caution. Stanton is a steam engine in breeches. The great trouble Lincoln now has is the abolitionists. They are tryin' to drive him to free all the niggers down south, and all the preachers, moral reformers and lectors are constantly writin' letters here prayin' Lincoln to go right on and turn the niggers all loose. Sometimes we get as many as 3 bushels of letters in one mornin', from the strong-minded vim men and weak-minded men in the North, who don't know any more about niggers than they do about the man in the moon. Lincoln don't pretend to read 'em, or even take a look at 'em. He told me one day that I might look 'em over, and see if there was any sense in any of 'em, but I couldn't find a nithing but texts of Scripture, and psalms and hymns and extracts from Greeley's paper and Cheever's sermons. When I told Lincoln that, he said he didn't want to know any more about 'em, for he had had about enough of such pesky fanatics. I can just tell them fellers that are writin' here such long letters, that it ain't any use. But the great subject that has occupied the attention of all of us for 2 weeks past has been the grand forward movement. Lincoln improves mighty fast in military knowledge, and is e'enmost ready to graduate from a colonel into a general. Wall, as I was sayin', we've been as busy as bees in gettin' things ready for a start. If Stanton and General McClellan, and the colonel and me didn't work hard at stratagems, then there ain't any such word in the dictionary. We had charts, and maps, and diaphragms, and compasses to measure the distances with, and all sorts of queer-looking instruments that I can't remember the name of. But General McClellan knew all about 'em, I tell you. He could tell how fur it was from one place to t'other on the map, just as easy as if he'd been over the ground and measured it with a 10-foot pole. Wall, when he told the distance from one place to t'other, the colonel would put it down on a piece of paper so as to see just how fur the Grand Army would have to travel afore they got to Richmond. Wall, by'm by Lincoln had got a string of figures which kivered a whole page of writin' paper, and then he undertook to add 'em up. It warn't long, however, before he got things so mixed up that he couldn't tell head from tail. Finally he turned to me and says he, "Major, can't you help me out of this scrape?" I told him I would if he would only send for a slate, but that I couldn't figure on paper, that I larned to cipher on a slate, and that it allers come terrible on handy for me to figure in any uther style. So he called that feller in pretty bad clothes, and told him to get a slate. When it come I went to work, and though my hand ain't been in the business much since I ciphered up the accounts for General Jackson in Squire Biddle's bank, yet I soon straightened matters out, and Lincoln was dreadful tickled at it. He said, "Apostle Paul couldn't beat it himself. I forgot to tell you that the Colonel calls General McClellan his Apostle Paul, so you needn't believe any of the stories in the abolition papers about the Colonel and General McClellan being at loggerheads. Even General Jackson and Mr. Van Buren were never better friends than Lincoln and McClellan. Wall, to make a long story short, we got everything all settled, though it took the last night till e'enmost mornin' before we got through. I had bent over the table so long, looking at the diaphragms, that I had a stitch in my back, and Lincoln was bent e'enmost double. After it was all over with and everything had been decided on, SES Lincoln, SES he. Major, don't you think that that is a capital stratagem? SESI. Yes, Colonel, that is just about as nigh right as you can get it, but, SESI. There's one thing you ain't provided for. SES he. What's that? Wall. SESI. For a fire in the rear. Wall. SES Lincoln. Now the Major is getting off a joke on us, for there ain't no chance for a fire in the rear, except it comes from John Bull, and ain't Seward spiked his guns? No. SESI. Colonel, you ain't as old as I am. If you was, you would see just what I mean. SESI. Don't you know that the abolition papers hate General McClellan as bad as they do Jeff Davis, and just as soon as the Grand Army begins to move they'll expose all his plans, and the rebills will have them all in Richmond in time to defeat him? Wall, that is a fact. SES Lincoln. I never thought of that, but they will as sure as preaching do just what the Major SES. But what can we do? Wall. SESI. I'll tell you what to do. Just let Secretary Stanton issue an order stopping all war news, and put every abolition editor that dares to disobey it into Fort Lafayette. Give them a dose of their own physic, and see how they'll like it. When Lincoln heard that he jumped right up, and SES he. That is just the checker. These abolitionists have been as much trouble to me as the Secesh, and I don't know but a leetle more. I 'spect I'll have to hang a few on 'em yet before I can get a settled peace. Then Lincoln asked Secretary Stanton what he thought of my idea, and he said it was just what was needed, and so Lincoln told him to draw up the order and put it through strong. Wall, so you see how the your case, as some of our York editors call it, come to be issued. I see some of 'em growled and snarled over it like mad dogs, but it warn't no use. They know now how it feels to be put under the thumb screws. So if you can get the news, just keep quiet a leetle while and you'll hear music. There ain't much else that's new here just now. But t'other day there was a feller come on here from York to see Lincoln about what should be done for the niggers at Port Royal. He asked Lincoln what could be done. Wall. SES Lincoln. I s'pose you've heard the story about a feller who won an elephant at a raffle, and after he got him didn't know what to do with him? Wall, so it is with the niggers we've got. There they are, but if any live man can tell what to do with them, I'd like to hear him. They eat more than the soldiers, are lazy, and cost more than they come to, just like the old Injun's dog. Then this feller, who seemed to be a spiritual chap, something like a dominie, put on a long face, and said how these culid people were our brethren in the Lord, and that they had been brought up as heathens, had never been taught readin', or written, or 'rithmetic, but ground down to the arth with chains and slavery. He said he felt deeply for 'em, and that his cons hence wouldn't let him rest day nor night, but he was willin' to devote his days to preachin' the gospel to 'em, and see. But the cute feller wound up by axing Lincoln whether he wouldn't recommend Congress to appropriate some money for the good of these poor creeters. When he said that I seen right through him, and I give Lincoln the wink. So he put him off by sayin' he would think it over. When he went away I told Lincoln just what I thought of him. How that he was one of that kind of psalm-singin' Yankees who was allers lookin' out for some way to get a livin' without workin'. It is astonishin' though how this nigger teachin' fever is goin'. It has broke out even here in Washington. Deacon Jenkins' darter, Jerushy Matilda, who come on with her par, when he was sent for to make Lincoln's soldier clothes, come across that feller, and he talked her into you going down to Port Royal to tech nigger shules. Now, Jera she is a smart gal. Her mother and my wife were second cousins. She can write poetry pretty good for a gal of her age, for she ain't more than 22, but she's got all the nigger nonsense in her head, and I can't no more drive it out than I can fly. Somehow abolition gets hold of the feelin's of the vimin folks, and it comes from their not knowin' what the nigger really is. So I tell Jera she to go, and ef she didn't get sick of tryin' to make niggers do an act, and larn, and cipher, and read, like white folks, then I would pay all her expenses, and turn nigger Miss Henry myself. But she said I was an old fogey. It appears that solemn feller told her that the niggers had been whipped by their masters every mornin' before breakfast, with a cat o' nine tails, and that all they had to eat was cornstalks and cotton seeds. This tuck hold of Jerushy's feelin's amazingly, and she packed up her best clothes, and went off with him. She promised to write me how she got along, and what she thinks of things down there. Ef there's anything interestin' in the letter, I'll send it to you to print. Your friend, Major Jack Downing. Major Jack Downing. Letter 4. A delegation calls upon the President, the Major indignant, Mr. Lincoln tells a story, curious composition of the Republican Party, difficulty of keeping it together. The President hopes to do it by sloshin' about. Deacon Jenkins again, he is a temperance man, but takes a glass of old rye. Washington, March 18, 1862. Washington. To the editors of the Caucasian. Sirs, we've all been at 6s and 7s here since I read you last. The rebuilds have knocked all our stratagems into a cocked hat. The fact was, we had the plan fixed to catch 'em just as easy as you can kill a rabbit under a deadfall, but they wouldn't stay to be catched. Lincoln SES. They are like to Paddy's flea, when you get where they are they ain't there. It is generally believed here that some of the Sumner clique who hate General McClellan so much, rawly informed the enemy of our movements, and that give 'em time to pack up their trumpery and get out of the trap. You see Sumner, Greeley and company are afeard that McClellan will be the next president, and they are doing all they can to break him down. The other day a whole boodle of these abolitionists come in a body to the president to demand justice to Fremont. I was standing just back of Lincoln up in the office room, when old Morrill, of my state, and Lovejoy, and Sumner, and Hale, and Julian, and Ashley, and a whole lot more of the same stripe, come in. They said, they come as a committee from a caucus of the party to demand, as an act of justice, that Fremont should be appointed to some command. When I heard 'em say that they demanded it, I felt my blood biling away down to my bodies. In FAC, it seemed as if my bodies was full of biling water. They said they represented the Republican Party, and that the party demanded it, that the people demanded it, and that the newspapers demanded it, and that if he didn't do it, they would consider that he intended to forsake his party, and go over to the Democrats. All the while I felt as if I'd give $1,000 for 1 hour of Old Hickory. How he would hev made the fur fly if anybody had undertook to dictate to him in that way. But Lincoln didn't say nothing until after they got all through, then he res up kinder limpsy, and SCSE. Gentlemen, I will consider this matter over, and see what I can do. I reckon I can kinder fix things out to suit you. Then they went off. Sirs. After they were gone Lincoln turned to me and SCSE. Major, what do you think of that? Wall. SESI. Colonel, I tell you just what I was thinking while that insultin' feller was talkin'. I was wishin' that General Jackson was alive and president for about 24 hours. Why, if that feller had talked to him in that way, he would have seized his hickory and caned him out of the room. SESI. Colonel, you are too good-natured. These pesky politicians will drive you to perdition, and the country too, if you ain't careful. Wall. SES Lincoln. What am I to do? There ain't no doubt that my party are all anti-slavery, and a good many of 'em out and out immediate abolitionists. They are a-pullin' me like all possessed. They've got hold of my feet, my toes, my coat tail, my trousers, and pullin' away as if they meant to rip every rag of clothin' off me, and I don't feel sure but they'll pull my legs off my body. I am holdin' on as hard as I can, but I feel as if my hold was slippin'. Now, what on earth am I to do? Wall, SESI. Colonel, there's nothing like getting a fresh hold when you feel that you are slippin'. So just spit on your hands, as the sailors do, and take a new hold. Now, Major, says Lincoln, that reminds me of a story. Some Irishmen were once digging a well, and by some means the rope on the windlass broke, and the bucket went down to the bottom. How to get it was the question. After planning and thinking for some time, Paddy O'Brien, who was the boss, he SES to Teddy O'Flanagan, SES he, I will take hold of the windlass with my hands, and Teddy, you take hold of my legs, and let Patrick take hold of Teddy's legs, and so on, until we can get down to the bucket and rake it up. So they all went at it, but it warn't long before Paddy found that the heft was too great for him, and he felt that his hold on the windlass was slippin'. So he sung out to Teddy, who was below him, SES he, Teddy, me boy, who'd fast there till I spit on me hands, and as he let go to spit on his hands, down the whole party went to the bottom of the well. Now, SES Lincoln, SES he. That would be just the way with me. If I let go to spit on me hands, down my whole party will go, and no one will ever see it again. Wall, SESI. Colonel, if you do go down in that way you will be on top. That's a fact. SES Lincoln. I didn't think of that, but then, who would want to be on the top of such a party? You see, if the party had any timber in it that you could use to make another out of, there would be some prospect ahead. But you see thar ain't. The stuff is cross-grained and knotty, and a good deal of it mighty rotten. If I could split it about half in two, so as to weld one piece onto the Democratic Party, I would do that. But you can't split it any more than you can a pepperidge log. I know something about splittin', and if any man could do it I could. No, Major, if my party goes two pieces at all, it will break up into you 1,000 splinters, just like a chestnut tree when it is struck by lightnin'. Wall, SESI. Colonel, are you going to give Fremont a command? Wall, SESI. I suppose I'll HEV to do something for him. I'll give him some place where he can't do any harm. If I don't, these fellers will stop the wheels of government, and I can't run it any longer. Wall, SESI. Colonel, if they stop the wheels of the government, then I'd run it on the axletrees afore I'd given to these pesky critters. You kinder given to 'em on your Emancipation Proclamation, and if you keep on you're gone, and the government is gone too. You can't restore the Union in that way any more than you can build a stone wall out of clamshells. Besides, you'll break off your Kentucky friends. Wall, yes, that's so. SES Lincoln. But don't you see, Major, I've got to break off with somebody? If I do as the Kentuckians want me to, then I shall break with my party, and if I don't, then I shall have to break off with them. Now which shall it be? That's the question. Now, there ain't Democrats enough in Congress to be of any sarvice to me, and the few that are thar are most of them like the last run of shad, very poor and very mean. There ain't more than 3 or 4 that dare say their souls are their own, and I can't get along with such a party as that. I hope I'll get through by sloshin' first one way and then t'other, without having a rumpus with any of 'em. But if I don't, sufficient to the day is the evil of it, as the scripter SES. I ain't had a letter from Jerushy Matilda, the daughter of Deacon Jenkins, since she went off to Port Royal with that solemn feller. Her par, Deacon Jenkins, who made Lincoln's soldier clothes, is still here. He is a very pious man, the deacon is, and he thinks Jerusha is going to do a heap of good to the niggers in turning Miss Hinery. He thinks the niggers are all brought up as heathens, and never heard the name of God. I telled him, I guessed if they went around much war the main soldiers were, that they would hear his name pretty often, for they can outswear any set of men I ever heard talk. When the deacon heard how that Manasseh was taken, he come right up to the White House and congratulated Lincoln on his success. Lincoln felt kinder tickled at first about it, but when I told him how it warn't much of a victory to let a whole army slip through our fingers, Lincoln seemed to think so, too. But Deacon Jenkins, he said he could prove it from Scripture, and so he got a big Bible and read the 61st Psalm, which is all about Manasseh and Gilead and Moab and washpots, and so on. I told him I couldn't see no similarity in it, but he stuck to it that it typified the retreat of the rebels. Lincoln read it over 2 or 3 times, and said it read for all the world like one of Seward's noncommittal letters. First he thought it did, and then he thought it didn't, and finally he give it up in despair. I told them they might try to draw consolation from the Bible, but I felt down about the matter, and didn't know as I could sleep. Lincoln said he felt bad, too, but the deacon declared he felt first rate. I told Lincoln I must have some old rye afore I could go to bed, and he said his nerves were very uneasy too. So the feller in bad clothes fetched in the black bottle, and we took a good swig. I told the deacon that he needn't take any, as he felt so good, but he would have some. The deacon pretends to be a great temperance man when he is hum, but I find he likes a glass of whiskey now and then, especially if he thinks the Downingville folks won't hear of it. I hope I shall hear from Jerusha by the time I write to you again. Your friend, Major Jack Downing. Major Jack Downing. Letter V. A blue time. The Major wins a hat of the President. The Richmond expedition of Jen McClellan, Mr. Lincoln's trick on the Major. A letter from Jerusha Matilda Jenkins. She gives her experience in Negro teaching. Priscilla Huggins and Elder Sniffles. Chloe, the Negro girl who could not be good unless she was licked. A Negro meeting. Dancing and singing. The unpleasant odor. Negroes steal Miss Huggins' clothes. They purloin Jerusha's petticoat. It is thought that their religion is not very deep. Mr. Lincoln hears the letter read. He declares that Port Royal is a cussed hole. Deacon Jenkins shocked. He proves it by the scriptures. Washington, April 1, 1862. Washington. To the editors of the Caucasian. Sirs, I've been awfully down in the mouth since I writ you last. Things don't move nigh as fast as we all expected they would a spell ago. But I can't tell you the reason, for it wouldn't do to write news, for the rebills would get it. Lincoln has been feelin' amazin' bad. One day, when we both had the dumps, Seward come in, and he. Cheer up, it's all going to be over in 30 days. Lincoln ses Seward reminds him of fellers he's seen out west who had the ager and fever. One day they think they are well, and the next they are shakin' agin like all possessed. Wall, Lincoln Raleigh did think that McClellan would be in Richmond by the 1st of April, even McClellan thought so. I told Lincoln he wouldn't, and bet him a brand new hat on it. So today I won it, but will you believe it, Lincoln got a bet on me. He's a dreadful cute critter in his way. Ses he to me, kinder funny me I thought, ses he. Major, will you make a bet with me? Ses I. Yes, Colonel, I've just won a bet of you, and 'tain't more than fair to let you have a chance now. Wall, ses he. I'll bet you a hat that I can sneeze just when I've a mind to. Ses I. Colonel, I don't believe it, and so I'll bet you. No. Ses I. Let's see you sneeze. Wall, ses he. I ain't a mind to now. So, ses he. Hand over that new hat. Ses he. Major, you ain't quite as smart as you thought you was. Ses I. Colonel, now just hold on about the 41st part of a minute. You bet me a new hat, but I only bet you a hat, so. Ses I. You can take the old one. Wall, ses Lincoln. Major, you are just the keenest Yankee I ever heard tell on. You allers contrived to get ahead of me after all. Sirs. The other day I got a letter from Jerusha Matilda, Deacon Jenkins' darter, and Lincoln was e'enmost crazy to see how Chase's missionaries come on. So I sat down, Deacon Jenkins was there too, and read it all to Lincoln, and I sent it to you to print, just as I promised. So here it is in full. Jerusha is a proper smart gal, and I guess there ain't many of her age who can beat her. Beaufort, South Carolina, March 25, 1862. Beaufort. Dear Uncle, I take my pen in hand to fulfill my promise to you. Now I'm going to write you the whole truth about things in this part of the Lord's vineyard. I shall tell you some great news, so you must not tell part of it, for if you do he'll write hum about it, and then it will soon be all over Downingville. I just as live Mar would know it as not, but then she'll tell Aunt Betsy Wiggles, and Aunt Betsy will go right over to old Deliverance Grimes, and tell her, and then Deliverance she'll put on her bonnet and start all over town, and ef Jim Pendergrass gets hold of it he'll hector me to death, for he's a raw pro-slavery Democrat, and thinks that our colored brethren and sisters are fit only for slaves. I can't deny that I've been much disencouraged since I've been here. You see, we've got a very queer set of gals and men here with us. Some of them are quite old gals, who hain't been very lucky in life, and naturally they feel kinder sour towards men in general. Some of them have been schulmarms for a good many years, and some have been milliner gals. 2 of them had a raw spat on the boat while we were comin' here. The way it happened was this: there is a spruce-looking old maid by the name of Priscilla Huggins, from Boston, who is very gifted in prayer, and she tuck a great notion to Elder Sniffles, a young preacher, who is one of the pizousest men I ever see. She is quite an old gal, and there was another gal, a nice-looking and quite young gal, from York. Her name was Melissy Buggs. One day Melissy give Miss Huggins a terrible slap by tellin' her that she guessed she made believe being so pious just to catch Elder Sniffles. When Miss Huggins heard this, she said something unrespectful of milliner gals. She didn't believe, she said, that any of them had religion, and what's more than that, they want any more respectable than they oughter be. When she said that, Melissy she jumped right at her with both her hands, and catched hold of her har, and bless me, if she didn't pull nigh about all the har off her head, for it turned out it was false har and not genuine. When Miss Huggins see her har on the floor, she turned as red as a beet, and Melissy said she guessed her heart was just as false as her har. This made her redder yet, and just at this point Elder Sniffles came along. He come up, and says he, "My dear sisters, this is not the way to walk in the fear of the Lord, and with godly conversation in one another. I fear that the Lord will not bless your labors with our dear colored brethren, who have so long been groanin' and cryin' to the saints for deliverance from chains and slavery." This sort of rebuked them, but there's been a constant jingle in our company ever since. Dear uncle. When we arrived here, we were all very much disappointed not to find a stage ready to take us to the hotel, but lost me, they ain't got any kind of decent livin' here. Instead of a hotel, they telled us we must cook our own vitals, and what do you think they give us? The government promised to board us and lodge us for teachin' the poor dear colored people, and taking care of their souls, and we thought they would do it in decent style. Instead of that, all we could get was some salt pork and dry bread, just the same as they give to the common sojers. I tell you, didn't all of us feel hoppin', when the feller in brass buttons told us that was all he had for us. To think of tinnin' ladies and gentlemen with such stuff was shockin'. I tell you, didn't Elder Sniffles give him a piece of his mind, and Brothers Sleek and Good Enough, and Elder Waddles, and young Deacon Doolittle all jeaned in, but they couldn't move the feller a mite. So we took a house, the best one we could find empty, and commenced doing for ourselves. But I must tell you something about our colored brethren and sisters. The soldiers here treat 'em very badly, kick and cuff 'em, and swear at 'em such horrible oaths that it makes the blood run cold. But we have taken 'em by the hand and lead in 'em by love. That old gal from Boston, Priscilla Huggins, actually hugged and kissed one old colored lady, until all the others laughed and jumped as if they thought it was very funny. For my part, I took a great notion to a young black gal when I first come here. She said her name was Chloe, but she acted so much like Topsy, in that dear good novel of that dear good woman, Miss Stowe, that I took Topsy for me to teach. First off, I got along very with her. I asked her a good many questions, among others, where she was born. She said she warn't born at all, but was raised over on the Edisto. But just as soon as I got done talkin' to her, she seemed to forget all about it, and would go to dancin' and cuttin' up Jim Crow capers. In a day or two she got raw sassy, and I couldn't do nothin' with her. One day I had to actually drive her out of my room, but it warn't but a little while before she put her woolly head in again. Then I told her again how that I had come down there on purpose to elevate her, and to educate her, that she was just as free as I was, and that she would never have to mind her old mistress agin. When I said that, she bust out a cryin' just like a baby. S.E.S.I. What is the matter, dear Topsy? Oh, S.E.S. she. I can't never hear old missus talked of, but I bust right out cryin'. Oh, what a good missus she was! Boo! 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 And she kept on cryin' as if her heart would break. I thought it was dreadful queer that she should be cryin' to go back to bondage. But pretty soon it was all over, and she began to dance around the room just as if she never thought of cryin'. Pretty soon she upset a chair, on which I had laid some things, and I was awfully provoked. I took hold of her, and felt just like shaking her to pieces, when I asked her, SESI. Topsy, why don't you be good? Loss me, Mrs., she replied. I can't be good unless I'm licked. I tell you I was discouraged. That night I went to a colored meeting. The colored people are very religious, though their religion don't seem to be so deep as it ought to be. They danced and sung something like the Shaking Quakers, and I can't say that it was very edifying. There was nothing spiritual about it, and the smell in the room was very unpleasant. Somehow colored people have a very singular smell that I never knew of before I come down here, and the brothers and sisters don't like it at all. I had actually to hold my nose all through meeting in my pocket handkerchief, and yet it was almost more than I could stand. When meeting was over I was mighty glad to get out, I tell you. I don't know what we will do here all summer, but I expect we shall soon get used to it. The very next day after the meeting, what do you think happened? Why, we all went out to see a plantation, and while we were gone, the colored brethren that we made so much of, and who had pretended to be so pious, stole all the provisions that the government gave us. They were all gone, and what is more, I lost my best dress and a brand new petticoat that Aunt Betsy Wiggles gave me just before I started for Washington. But you would have laughed to see old Miss Huggins go on about what she lost. They took all but one pair of stockings, and the best nightgown she had. When the lazy bugs heard of it she jumped right up, and slapped her hands and cried good. They also took off old Miss Huggins' stuff for cleaning her false teeth, and you never heard a woman go on so in all your life. I guess if Elder Sniffles had heard her rave and tear as I did, he would think her piety worn very deep. I didn't care so much for the loss of my petticoat, but if Aunt Betsy finds it out I'll never hear the last of it, and then if Jim Pendergrass gets hold of it, what shall I do? He is the most awful Hector that ever lived, and he sits in church at Downingville, right in front of Par's pew. He'll grin at me the whole time. But I come off good, I tell you. The other gals had to divide up with Miss Huggins, or I don't know what she would have done. As it is, if much more is stolen from us we will all have to come home and get new wardrobes. All the brothers and sisters have been very much puzzled about this strange affair. The colored people all seemed to be so very pious that was not believed for a long time that they could have stolen the things. But it seems they did, for old Miss Huggins was determined to find out, and she went off to some of the cabins, and there she found them trying to comb their woolly heads with one of her fine teeth combs. I tell you what it is, Uncle Jack, I am afraid I've come on a fool's errand. Somehow there ain't the right look to things here, and if we don't succeed better in the future than we have so far, in educating these colored people, I fear our labor will be lost. They will talk well enough before your face, but it don't last. But don't you let on to the Downingville folks that I'm at all disencouraged. If I come home it will be on the excuse that the climate don't agree with me. Elder Sniffles says no one must leave for any other reason, for that would bring down odium on the great cause. Elder Sniffles is going to preach hereafter regularly to the colored brethren, and he hopes he will soon teach them how wicked it is to steal. As soon as he teaches them that, then he is going on to other subjects, but that must be taught them at once, for 1 or 2 more hauls on us would send us all home with nothing to wear. Your affectionate niece, Jerusha Matilda Jenkins. Jerusha Matilda Jenkins. When I got through, Lincoln jumped right up out of his chair and stomped his foot so as to make the house shake. Ses. What a cussed hole that Port Royal must be! Deccan Jenkins Ses. Don't speak wickedly with your lips, Mr. President. Wall. Ses Lincoln. It is a cussed hole, and I can prove it by the scripter. I guess not. Ses the Deccan. Wall. Ses Lincoln. Didn't the Lord cuss the earth for man's sins? Yes. Ses the Deccan. Wall, I'd like to know. Ses Lincoln. Whether you think Port Royal was an exception? I never seed a feller look so chop-fallen as the Deccan did, and I snorted right out a Logan, for the Deccan thinks he's so smart on scripter. Lincoln, however, declares that he ain't got nothing to do with this nigger shul teachin', but that it is all Chase's plans. But it's turnin' out just as I expected. Jerusha now begins to see that what I told her was true. The gal will be comin' back afore long, you may be sure, but she'll be cured of niggerism. That will be one good thing. I only wish I could send all the old maids and silly gals in New England down there. They would soon get the nigger notions out of their heads. Your friend, Major Jack Downing. Major Jack Downing. Letter 6. The question of the contrabands. Lincoln and the Major discuss it. The Major tells a story, shows Mr. Lincoln that the government is out of order, says it's a democratic machine, and that Seward and Chase don't know how to run it. They are like old Jim Dummutter and the threshing machine. The Major tells another story. The Colonel gets a joke on Seward, tells a story about the Giascutus. Washington, April 15, 1862. Washington. To the editors of the Caucasian. Sirs, I've been kinder sick since I read you last. The truth is, this climate in the spring is rawly very weakening to the Constitution. Lincoln, too, has been terribly anxious about war news, and the nigh approach of hot weather. But the great subject which the Colonel and I have been considering is the contrabands. What is to be done with them? That's the question, and Lincoln says he'd like to see the feller that can tell him. One night Lincoln got a big map, and he sat down, and, "Now," says he, "Major, let's take a look at all Cretion, and see if there ain't some place where we can send these pesky kinky heads, and get rid of 'em." "Wall," says I, "Colonel, I'm agreed." So we went at it. First Lincoln put his finger on Haiti. "Now," says he, "there's an island that just suits the nigger constitution. Suppose they go thar?" "But," says I, "Colonel, they won't go, and if they did, they wouldn't do nothin'." "Wall," says he, "no matter, if they won't trouble us here any longer." "But," says I, "there's one more reason. The island ain't large enough to hold all the niggers, 4 millions or thereabouts." "Wall," says he, "there's Central America. What do you think of that spot?" "Wall," says I, "Colonel, that's a fine country, naturally. The Creator fixed it up on a grand scale, but you can't make a treaty with it, any more than you can count the spots on a little pig, when he keeps running about the whole time. The truth is, you can't tell who'll be president of it from one morning to the next, and the niggers you send there might all get their throats cut just as soon as they landed." "Wall," says Lincoln, "that's a slight objection. But let's turn over to Africa. There's Liberia, how would that do, Major?" "Wall," says I, "Colonel, that country is about the biggest humbug of the whole lot. First off, some rawly good people thought it was going to amount to something, but after 40 years of spending money on it, there ain't any more chance of civilizing Africa in that way than there is of making a rifled cannon out of a basswood log. A few dominies, who can't get anybody willin' to hear 'em preach, hev got hold of it, and are making a good thing out of it. As for sending our niggers there, why it would take all the shipping of the world, and more money than Chase could print by steam in a year." "Wall," says Lincoln, "where on arth can we send 'em?" "Now," says I, "Colonel, I've got an idea of my own about that matter. I think they are best off where they are and just as they are, but if you must get rid of 'em, I would send 'em all to Massachusetts. People who are so anxious to have other folks overrun with free niggers ought to be willin' to share some of the blessings themselves. So let all that are here in Washington be sent right off to Boston." "Yes, that might do," says Lincoln. "But then, if they are entitled to their freedom, they orter be allowed to go where they are a mind to." "But," says I, "some states won't have them at all, and they can't go there. So what's to be done?" "Wall," says Lincoln, "I tell you what it is, Major, this is an almighty tough subject. I know something about splittin' rails, and what hard work is generally, but this nigger question has puzzled me more than anything I ever got hold of before." "Wall," says I, "Colonel, I can explain the reason why." Says he, "Let's hear you, Major." "Wall," says I, "Colonel, where do you carry your pocketbook?" Says he, What on earth has that to do with the subject? SESI. Hold on, you'll see. Wall. SESE. I always carry it right there, in my left-hand trousers pocket. SESI. Didn't you ever have a hole in that pocket for a day or two, and had to put your pocketbook in some other? SESE. Major, I have. SESI. What did you do with it then? Wall. SESE. I put it in my right-hand pocket, but it kinder chafed my leg there, 'cause it warn't used to it, and it also felt mighty unhandy. So I put it in my side coat pocket, but every time I stooped over it would drop out. Then I put it in my coat tail pocket, but I was kept all the time on the qui-vivers, afeard some pickpocket would steal it. At last, in order to make it safe, and sure, I put it in the top of my hat, under some papers, but the hat was too top-heavy, and over it went, spilling everything. I tell you I was glad when my pocket was fixed, and I got it back in the old spot. Sirs. Now, SESI. Colonel, that's just the case with the niggers. The minute you get 'em out of the place, you don't know what on earth to do with them. Now, we've been here all the evening sarchin' over the map to see if we can't find some place to put 'em. But it is all no manner of use. You've got to do with 'em just as you did with your pocketbook. Put 'em where they belong, and then you won't have any more trouble. Lincoln didn't see exactly how I was gwine to apply the story, and when he did, he looked kinder struck up. When I saw that I had made a hit on him, I follered it up. SESI. Colonel, this government ain't out of order, as Seward and Chase contend. They are only tryin' to run it their own way. That's what makes all the trouble. I once had a thrashin' machine, and I sold it to old Jim Dummutter, and after he got it he said it warn't good for nothin', that it wouldn't run, and see. So I went over to see it, and I vow ef he didn't have the machine all wrong informist. I went to work at it, and after a leetle while, it went off like grease, just as slick as a whistle. You see, old Dummutter didn't understand the machine, and, therefore, he couldn't make it go. Now, SESI. Colonel, our Constitution is a democratic machine, and it's got to be run as a democratic machine, or it won't run at all. Now you see, Seward is trying to run it on his higher law principle, but it warn't made for that, and the consequence is, the thing is pretty nigh smashed up. Wall. SES Lincoln. Things do look kinder dark. I don't know where we will come out, but I guess I'll issue a proclamation for the ministers to pray for us. Perhaps they will do some good. SESI. Colonel, that reminds me of old Elder Doolittle, who come along the road one day right by where old Sol Hopkins, a very wicked old sinner, was hoeing corn. The season was late, as the corn was mighty slim. SES the elder, Mr. Hopkins, your corn is not very forward this year. No, it's monstrous poor, SES Hopkins, and I guess I shan't have half a crop. Wall, SES the elder, Mr. Hopkins, you ought to pray to the Lord for good crops. Perhaps he will hear you. Wall, perhaps he will, and perhaps he won't, SES old soul, but I'll be darned if I don't believe that this corn needs manure a tarnal sight more than it does prayin' for. Now, SESI. Lincoln, I think this country is something like old Hopkins's corn. It needs statesmanship a good deal more than prayin' for. Lincoln didn't seem to like that observation of mine much, for he turned the subject, and he ain't asked me what it was best to do with the niggers since. The other day the colonel got off a good joke on Seward. You know what a solemn-looking chap he is naturally. Wall, since he has got to be chief clerk of the president, he seems to look solemner than ever. He come into Lincoln's room, and the colonel SES. Have you heard the news, boss? No. SES Seward. What is it? Wall. SES Lincoln. The Giascutus is loose. What's that? SES Seward. Why, SES Lincoln. Ain't you never heard the story of the Giascutus? Seward said he never had. Wall. SES the colonel. I must tell you. Several years ago, a couple of Yankees were traveling out west, and they got out of money. So they concluded to raise the wind as fallers. They were to go into a village and announce a show, pretending that they had a remarkable animal, which they had just captured on the Rocky Mountains. A brand new beast such as was never seen before. The name was the Giascutus. It was to be shown in a room, and one of the fellers was to play Giascutus. He was put behind a screen and had some chains to shake, and he also contrived to growl or howl as no critter ever did before. Wall, the people of the village all come to see the Giascutus, and, after the room was filled, his companion began to explain to the audience what a terrible beast he had, how he killed 10 men, 2 boys and 5 hosses in catching him, and now how had got him, at enormous expense, to show him. Just as everybody was gappin' and starin', thar was, all at once, a most terrific growlin', and howlin', and rattlin' of chains, and, in the excitement, the showman, almost breathless, yelled out, at the top of his voice, "The Giascutus is loose! Run! Run! Run!" And away went the people downstairs, heels over head, losin' all they had paid, and seein' nothin'. Now, S.E.S. Lincoln, the Merrimac is out, and when I read about the vessels, and tugboats, and steamers, all scamperin' off as soon as she was seen, I thought she was the Giascutus, sure, only I'm afraid she is a real Giascutus, and no mistake. Since then, Lincoln calls the Merrimac the Giascutus all the time. Your friend, Major Jack Downing. Major Jack Downing. Letter 7. War or News, the President's Anxiety, Mr. Lincoln determines to apply the principle, the story of Zena's homespun, the Major's views on Negroes, poetry, the Emancipation Ball, the Major going to cipher on the finances. Washington, April 29, 1862. Washington. To the editors of the Caucasian. Sirs, we are all on the qui-vivers here for war news. Lincoln gets up sometimes in the middle of the night to hear a dispatch received by Secretary Stanton, and as much of it as is thought good for the health of the people is sent to the papers. The other night Lincoln called me. This was very unusual for him, for he generally tells me in the morning, at the breakfast table, and axes my opinion, but he sent for me that night and said that I must get up and read the news. So I went down, and he showed me the dispatch that General Mitchell got of Beauregard's. Now, S.E.S. the Colonel, you see, Major, we've got the rascals in a corner. They've got to fight or run, and if they fight they're licked, and if they run they're licked. We shall now soon have Memphis, and that just pens up Jeff Davis in Virginie. You see, Major, Beauregard S.E.S. he ain't got but 35,000 troops. S.E.S.I. Colonel, let me take a look at that dispatch. I put on my specs and read it over 2 or 3 times very carefully, and then S.E.S.I. Colonel, I don't think you oughter put great faith in that. As Elder Doolittle used to say, it may be a bee, and then agin it may be a wasp. That Beauregard is a great feller at strategy, and it might be another dodge of his. And then agin, Colonel, that was afore you signed the bill abolishin' slavery in the district of Colony. As sure as you're born that will be worth 100,000 soldiers to Jeff Davis. Wall, S.E.S. Lincoln. Let it, who cares? The truth is, Major, we Republicans have been talkin' about the great principle of the equality of all men, includin' Injuns, niggers, Chinnies and so on, and now they want me to apply the principle, and I'm goin' to do it. I think there is some humbug in it somewhere, but I don't exactly see where, and as they will give me no peace, and will never be satisfied anyhow until it is done, I'm goin' to put it through. Wall, S.E.S.I. Colonel, go ahead, but look out for squalls. Perhaps, S.E.S.I. You never heard the story about Zena's homespun applyin' the principle. I hope you won't hev as bad luck as he did. No, S.E.S. Lincoln. I never heard that story. What was it? Wall, S.E.S.I. Zenas was a good-natured feller, who lived in Downingville, and a wonderful inquirin' sort of a chap, allers and forever prying into things. If he bought a clock he'd take it all apart with his jackknife, just to see how it went together. So about the time that the telegraph was started and an office was set up in our town, Zenas was e'ena'most puzzled to death to get the hang of the critter, as he called it. One day he went to the office and asked the feller to show him all about it. The chap was very perlite, and explained to him the great principle on which it worked, but Zenas didn't exactly see through it, and kept axing questions and both the feller till he got clean out of passions. Finally, S.E.S. he to Zenas, perhaps you would like to see me apply the principle. Zenas said he would, of course. Wall, ses he, then you just take hold of them brass knobs and stick to 'em tight. So Zenas grabbed hold of 'em like all possessed, but he hadn't more than fairly got hold before he lay sprawlin' on the floor. The principal had knocked him clean over. Now Zenas was a terrible feller to smoke, and allers carried his pockets full of lucifer matches to light his pipe with. It so happened that he had a whole box full in his coat-tail pocket as he keeled over on the floor, and as he fell they scratched agin one another so strong that they all got afire. It warn't but a little while afore Zena's coat-tail was all in a blaze, and before it could be put out it had burnt an awful big hole in the seat of his trousers, and scorched him thereabouts amazingly. Zenas yelled and hollered awful, and said he didn't want to know anything more about applyin' the principle. Now, SESI, Colonel, I hope you won't hev as bad luck as Zenas did, but depend on't, this applyin' principles you don't exactly understand is dangerous business. If you don't get burnt somewhere it will be a wonder. Sirs. Wall, SES Lincoln. Major, you are a cute chap in tellin' a story, but now, tell me, do you think the nigger and the white man didn't come from the same parent? Now, SESI, Colonel, that's ushin' a deep question. You see it's impossible to tell what the creetur may have done. He might have made only one kind of man at fust, and then altered their constitutions, and complexions, and brains afterwards. You see everything is possible to the creetur. Or the nigger may have come from Ham, who was cussed for his sins, but then I don't see that it is anything agin the scriptors to believe that all the kinds of men were made at the beginning just as they are now. But it don't make any difference how they come so long as they are different. You can't any more make a white man out of a nigger now than you can breed a lion out of a polecat. You see, it's clar agin natur to expect to make the nigger anything but a nigger. You can't get a peach out of a crab apple, nor a pumpkin out of a watermelon, nor eagles out of duck's eggs. You can't raise chickens from eggplants, or produce goslings from gooseberries. You see, Colonel, everything in natur must go according to natur. If the nigger had been intended to be equal to the white man, had been made just like a white man, and the very fact that he ain't made so, is proof positive that he warn't intended to be put in a white man's place. Trying to make a nigger act like a white man is just like old Sol Hopkins, one year harnessing his ox and his hoss together to plow corn. The ox was lazy as he could be, and the hoss was a young, high-strung animal, and such a pullin' and haulin' team you never did see. It almost killed both. You see, it was workin' agin natur. It was tryin' to make a hoss an ox, and an ox a hoss, neither of which things can be did. You see, Colonel, everything in natur must go according to natur. Wall, SES Lincoln. There is a good deal in what you say, but then the people don't believe it. They think the nigger is only accidentally black, and if he lacks in mind and capacity, it is all owing to slavery, and they won't believe any other way until they see for themselves. I tell you, Major, the principle has got to be applied, no matter how many coat-tails or how many trousers are burnt. But, SESI, Colonel, can't they see how the thing has worked in places where nigger equality has been tried? That don't settle the question, Major. People are just like hogs in that respect. Did you ever see a lot of hot swill put in a trough, and every single hog in the pen would go and stick in his snoot and get it burned? Not one would larn from the others. After we've tried nigger equality, we'll know what it is and how we like it. We must apply the principle, and in some way, you may depend upon it, Major, all the niggers down south will be sot free. Wall, SESI. Colonel, I guess that there are other folks who think just as you do, for somebody has sent me some varzes in relation to the next great emancipation which is to come off, cut from some newspaper. I will read 'em to you. The Emancipation Ball. Given to 4 millions of Negroes, by the great Republican P.R.2i. Another great ball is soon to be, the like of which you never did see. De bids is out, I seen a few. De guests I know, and so do you. Lubli Rosa. Sambo come. Don't you hear de banjo? Tum. 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 De fust on de list is Mr. Snow. And de next is Jeems and Dinah Crow. Chalk and ivory. Heels and shins. White man wait till the dance begins. Lubli Rosa! Sambo come! Don't you hear the banjo? Tum! 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 Pompey smash, and his lady fair. You may bet your life they will both be dare. And Mr. Duck Legs, bully for he. Such a gizzard foot you never did see. Lubli Rosa! Sambo come! Don't you hear the banjo? Tum! 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 And Gumbo squash with his breast grin, his curling har and his choshin. De King Obi Hearts will come to de ball. Let the gals look out for dare fections all. Lubli Rosa! Sambo come! Don't you hear de banjo? Tum! 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 Ol' Uncle Ned, throw down dat hoe. And Dinah, drop dat kitchen dough. All Dixie's free, with nothing to do but to dance all night, and all day too. Lubli Rosa! Sambo come! Don't you hear de banjo? Tum! 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 De white trash they have nothing to say but to work, work, and de taxes pay, while the breast darkies dance their fill. Let de white trash foot de fiddler bill. Lubli Rosa! Sambo come! Don't you hear de banjo? Tum! 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 White men! White men! Sure as you're born. The crows are going to take your corn. They surround your fields on every tree, and they blacken the sky as far as we see. Lubli Rosa! Sambo stay in the land of Dixie, far away. Lincoln laughed at it when I got through, and said it done very well for some sorehead Democrat, but that Whittier could write one on Totha's side that this would not be a primint. I told him Whittier might make better poetry, but I doubted whether there would as much truth in it as this had. Lincoln says he wants me to study up the finances for him. He says the debt is getting fearful, and as I am good at cipherin', he says I must try to help him out on that subject. He wants to put it in his next message. It is some time since I did such work, but if I feel like it, I will go into it, and will write you how I get along. Your friend, Major Jack Downing. Major Jack Downing. Letter 8. Matters get confused. The Colonel and the Major, compelled to go to Fortress Monroe to straighten things out. Mr. Lincoln takes his revolver. The Major sticks to his hickory. Arrival at Fort Monroe. They go on a typographical reconnaissance. A night alarm. Secretary Stanton tries to get on the President's pantaloons. Washington, May 13, 1862. Washington. To the editors of the Caucasian. Sirs, Wall, if I ain't enamost tired out, I wouldn't say so. When I writ you last, I told you that Lincoln wanted me to look into the finances and cipher where we was a comin' to, but I ain't had time to do it yet. Things have been in a kind of a double and twisted snarl here lately. Secretary Stanton and Gins, McClellan and McDowell have been almost by the ears. One of them hauls Lincoln one way and another t'other way, until he got enamost crazy. McClellan wanted more soldiers. Stanton said he didn't have them for him. McDowell said he wanted more, and Banks wanted more. So you see here was a pretty kittle of fish. Finally Mr. Lincoln says he, Major, what on earth shall I do? Wall, says I, Colonel, I tell you my day. You better go down to Fort Monroe and see for yourself. I allers found, when I had a lot of hands in the field a mowin', there was nothin' like havin' the boss on hand. If he ain't there, they all want to be boss. Wall, says Lincoln, I think that is a good plan, Major, and if you will go along with me, I will go down there, and if I don't straighten things out there, my name ain't Abe Lincoln. But Major, how shall we go? Wall, says I, Colonel, do just as General Jackson used to, step of kinder unbeknown to anyone, but you can invite all your mind to go along. Wall, says he, I guess I'll take Chase and Stanton along. I want Stanton so as to ask questions, and if I leave Chase here, he and Seward will get a quarrelin' sure as you live. I never see two men so jealous of each other. They both want to be president so bad, that I expect nothing else but some day they'll steal my old boots. Sirs. The next day Lincoln got all ready, put put on his best clothes, and slicked up so he looked pretty nice. Then he got his 6-barreled revolver, and put it in his side coat pocket. SESI. Colonel, what on earth do you want of revolvers? Wall. SESE. Major, ain't we going down to the land of the Secesh, and who knows but we may get in an ambuscade. Wall. SESI. Colonel, that's a fact, but I shan't carry anything but my old hickory. General Jackson come pretty nigh killin' a man once with his hickory, and I believe, Colonel, old as I am, I'd a give any Secesh a pretty good tussle with that old shag bark. Wall. SES Lincoln. I want brought up that way. I'd a rather have an axe than any other weapon, for I believe I could split the Southern Confederacy into rails in a week, and fence it in, if it were only fashionable to warfare in that manner. But you see, Major, we've got to lick the rebills according to science, or John Bull and Louis Napoleon will kick up a rumpus. So I'll have to stick to revolvers. Wall. SESI. Colonel, that's right, but give me the hickory. If I don't defend myself with that, then my name ain't Major Jack Downing. I ain't going to make a masked battery of myself. So we all got ready and went off in the Miami, so quiet-like that Washington people didn't scarcely know it. General Wool was terribly tickled to see us, and he shook me by the hand just as hard as he could. I hadn't seen the old general for a great many years, but he don't seem a mite older than he did nigh on 20 years ago. The next day after we got there, we had a council of war, and it was decided to attack Norfolk. But how to do it was the question. Wall. SES Lincoln. I tell you what, I know something about Boatin, and the Major here he is quick at most anything. So we'll go on a typographical reconnaissance tomorrow. SESI. Colonel, them big words may be all right, but I'll be darned if I believe they're English. SESI. Ain't it just as easy to say that we're going on a military tower of observation? The next morning we started off in the Miami, and went towards Norfolk. Every place we come to, the naval officers said wouldn't answer to land troops on. It couldn't be done. Finally, I showed Lincoln a spot close inshore, and SESE. Them old canal boats up there at the fort, that you said looked as if they were the running gear of Noah's Ark, are fit for nothing else but to be towed over here for the troops to land on. SESI. Colonel, that's so, and if the sea captains can't do it, I can, for I sailed a sloop once down in Maine, and I know something about the business. So when Lincoln pined out the spot, they tried to find fault again, and talked about the tide and the sinking of the boats, etc. Just then I stepped up, and SESI. Mr. President, I'm an old man, but if you want soldiers landed there, I'll land 'em safe and sound as a pipe stem. If I don't, then my name ain't Major Jack Downing. When the brass button, pompous chaps heard me say that I was Major Jack Downing, you never seen a whisker set of fellers. They all at once began to make apologies, and said that they would try it, that they guessed it could be done, and so on. I see through the fellers at once. They didn't want Lincoln to have any of the credit of it, but when they see that I was going to do it, and take all the credit, then they were willing to go to work. I rawly believe there ain't a officer in the Navy or Army but what expects to get glory enough in this war to make him a president. Wall, after we fixed on this place, we all went back to the fort, and General Wool give us all first-rate rooms in the officers' quarters. The next morning, bright and early, the soldiers were off, and General Wool lead in 'em. As it turned out, everything went off just as slick as could be. The rebills had cut sticks and run, and there was no one to take. The general went into town, run up the stars and stripes, and it was all over with. Norfolk was ours. General Wool was so tickled with his success that the old man come post-haste back again, late at night, to tell Lincoln and Stanton of it. We had all got to bed. We slept in rooms that joined each other, Lincoln occupying the middle room, and myself and Stanton one on each side, with the doors opening into Lincoln's room. When we went to bed, SES the Colonel to me, kinder jokin', SESE. Major, if the Secesh attack us tonight, you must have your hickory ready. SESI. Colonel, look out for your revolver, and put it under your pillar, so you can grab it handy. Wall, what should happen along towards mornin' but a most terrible noise, someone beatin', and stampin', and yellin', like all possessed. First, I thought of the secesh, and I grabbed my hickory at once, and made for the colonel's room in my nightshirt to see how he was feelin'. I came pretty nigh bustin' my sides a Logan, for there Lincoln stood up on a cheer, lookin' for all the world like a treed porcupine. His hair stood on eends, and he was a-shaking his pistol around as if he meant to shoot. SESI. Hold on, Colonel, don't fire. Let's see what this rumpus is all about before you shoot. Stanton was in Lincoln's room, lookin' like a spook in his white nightgown, and I'm darned if the critter warn't busy trying to get on Lincoln's trousers. He got 'em on after a faw's hen, but his legs didn't more than go half through 'em, and there he stood kinder tangled up like, lookin' awful sorry about somethin', as if he'd wanted to issue a bulletin and couldn't. All the while the noise kept growin' louder, and finally SESI. Who on arth is that makin' such a tarnal racket? It's me. It's me. SES a voice. SESI. Who is me? Are you Union or Secesh? I'm General Wool. SES he. And I want to tell you the news. Now, we didn't no more expect to see General Wool than we did Jeff Davis. But sure enough, it was him, and he come thunderin' in and brought his old cane down on the floor with a ring. SES he. Norfolk is ours, by. I won't put in the swearing part. You never did see such a change. Lincoln jumped down out of the cheer, and catched the old general by the hand, and come pretty nigh shaking it off, while Stanton took him right in his arms. When the story had all been heard, and Lincoln went to look for his trousers, there was Stanton with his legs in 'em, holding them up by his hands. SESI. Colonel, Mr. Stanton will get to be president if you ain't careful, for I see he's got on the president's trousers. When I said that, I thought Stanton would wilt. He looked awfully struck up, but said he no day them was Lincoln's trousers, and he backed out of them quick. The next day there was great rejoicing in the whole army, and we all come back to Washington in the Miami. I've just got back, and have only had time to write you this letter. When you hear from me again I hope I shan't be so tired, and try to give you a more interesting letter. Your friend, Major Jack Downing. Major Jack Downing. Letter 9. The Major figures on the national debt, horse contracts, and abolition preachers, banks defeated. The Major suggests a new-fashioned shield expressly for retreats, a wheelbarrow for every soldier, excitement in Washington, the President not scared, a hooter. Washington, May 26, 1862. Washington. To the editors of the Caucasian. Sirs, since I read you last, I've been figuring on the national debt, and I tell you what it is just about the most intrinsic subject I ever got hold of. I've used up 24 slates and about a cartload of slate pencils. Lincoln has sent on to York for a fresh supply, and when they come I'm goin' at it agin. Squire Biddle's bank warn't a primin to this war debt. You see the contractors and the politicians, and the members of Congress and the governors of the states, and the editors and even the abolition preachers are mixed up in it clean to their eyes. It's very queer how so many of these preachers have had hoss contracts. It seems as if abolition and hoss jockeying goes together. One pious chap wrote on the back of his contract, "An horse is a vain thing for safety. Put your trust in the Lord." I should think that such hosses as he furnished would be a vain thing for safety, for nigh about the hull of 'em was spavined, or ring-boned, or foundered, or had the blind staggers. I tell you it's edifyin' to look over these contracts. Lincoln has give me a carte blanche to pry into the whole subject, but Chase squirms terribly when I question him close. But I ain't got half done. The other day, as I was porin' over my last slate, which was pretty nigh ciphered full, Lincoln sent for me in a great hurry. I started right off, wonderin' what on arth was up. When I went in, the colonel had his coat off and his sleeves rolled up, and SESI. Major, do you know where I can get a first-rate axe? SESI. Colonel, I know where there is the best axe that ever chopped wood, but… SESI. It's way up in Downingville. SESI. That won't do, Major. I must have an axe right off, or I shall bust. I can't live unless I work off this steam. I see the colonel had on a high-pressure excitement, and SESI. Hold on a minute, Colonel, and tell me what on arth's the matter? Matter? SESI. Just read that, Major, And tell me whether you don't think that infernal cuss, Stanton, ought to be kicked out of the cabinet. I took up the paper and there was a dispatch from General Banks, sayin' how the rebills had licked him and was drivin' him back like all possessed, and all because Stanton had taken away his troops and sent 'em away where they warn't wanted. SESI. Colonel, I have had a good deal of doubt about that feller, Stanton, ever since he tried to get on your trousers down at Fort Monroe. You see, you can't never depend a great deal on a turncoat. He once professed to be a pro-slavery man, but now he goes in for the abolitionists even stronger than the Simon Peirce. I tell you, Colonel, you better look out for him. Wall, SES Lincoln. We ain't got no time to talk about that. The Secesh are almost on Washington again, and just think what France and England will say. Why, Seward wrote at the last steamer that it was all over, that New Orleans was open, that Richmond would be taken in a few days. And here, by this stupid blunder, we are again just back where we were a year ago, and I've got to call fair more troops to defend the capital. What on earth will we do? Wall, SESI. Colonel, if swearing or even chopping would do any good, I would advise you to do one or both, but you see they won't. So put on your coat and let's talk this matter over. So we just went over the subject, and soon decided what to do. I tell you, we made the telegraph fly all day Sunday, and by night we all began to feel a great deal easier. That night the Colonel and I had a long talk, and I told him I had invented a new military system to prevent the dangers of a retreat, and that, if it had been adopted in General Banks' case, he would have come off with all his men, and almost without a scratch. The Colonel, he was dreadful anxious to know what it was. So I told him that my idea was to have every man supplied with a sheet iron shield, about 5 foot long and about 2 foot wide, to strap right on his back when he commenced to retreat. Then the enemy might fire as hard as they pleased, while our soldiers could take their time and not be compelled to run themselves out of breath. Sirs. Wall, SES Lincoln. How would they carry it when marching? He thought he had me there, but SESI. Colonel, my plan involves a whole change in the art of war. Instead of so many baggage wagons and such long trains, I would have a wheelbarrow for every soldier. Don't you see? SESI. Colonel, how nice that would work. Every man could carry his own victuals, and his ammunition, his shield, and just as complete as could be. When there was any fighting to be done, the wheelbarrows could all be placed in the rear, the soldiers arm themselves and go out and fight. If they were whipped, all they would have to do would be to fall back to the wheelbarrows, strap on their shield and walk off. There would be no running then to get out of the reach of bullets, and retreats of 35 miles a day would be useless. With an army of that kind, Colonel, we could subdue the Southern Confederacy in 60 days, and make out Seward a prophet after all. I'm afraid, Major, it's too late in the day to introduce your new military system. This infernal Southern Confederacy has got to be whipped pretty soon with such old hosses and wagons as we have got, or this Union is split just as sure as my name is Abe Lincoln. You see, Major, you can't make a whistle out of a pig's tail, and it seems to me just about impossible ever to make Union men again out of the rebills. However, they shan't have Washington, if I have to call every man in the North here to defend it. SESI. Colonel, that's right. I'd stick to the White House until the top blowed off and the cellar caved in. You better believe we've been in an awful excitement here since the news about Banks come. Seward looks paler than ever, while Chase is scared half to death for fear of its effect on the Treasury. The Colonel and I, however, keep cool, and we are getting things pretty well straightened out, so if the Secesh come here now, they may wish they had never got so nigh Washington. Lincoln SES. He warn't scared a hooter, but was only rarin' mad. At any rate, he looked awful savage, and if he had had my axe, I rawly believe he might have split rails enough to fence the Southern Confederacy in. I had intended to be back to Downingville before the 1st of June, but Lincoln says he won't hear of my going until he sees more daylight down south. I must be there the 4th of July, at any rate, for I never allowed that day to go by without reviewing the Downingville Militia. Your friend, Major Jack Downing. Major Jack Downing. Letter X. The Major troubled with his old complaint, the rheumatics. He examines the finances, Mr. Chase frightened. The Major figures up the accounts on his slate, returns and shows the result to Mr. Lincoln. He is astounded. The Colonel and the Major take some old rye. The Major proposes to return to Downingville to spend the 4th of July. Washington, June 8, 1862. Washington. To the editors of the Caucasian. Sirs, it has been mighty unpleasant weather since I writ you last, and I have had a raw sharp twinge of the rheumatics. These cold rains in June are hard on a constitution that has had a tussle with nigh on to about 80 winters, but howsever, with a little elder bark tea, my favorite remedy when it's mixed with a good deal of old rye, I've got now about as good as new agin. So the other day I told Lincoln I was going to finish up my ciphering on the finances. He said he wished I would, for he was already beginning to think about laying the foundation for his next message, and he wanted the facts to put in. So I told him he must give me a letter of authority that I might show the Secretary of the Treasury, so that he would see that I warn't any common chap coming to pry into what was none of my business. So Lincoln sat down and writ a letter as follows. Sirs. Dear Sir, Major Jack Downing is authorized to examine into the state of the finances in particular. Dear Sir. A. Lincoln. A. Lincoln. When the Colonel first writ the letter, he didn't have on the last 2 words in italics. I asked him to put 'em on, and he did. Major, what do you want them words for? Wall. SESI. Colonel, them words will puzzle Chase enormous to death, and will so trouble him that he will think if he dares to keep back the truth, that you'll be sure to give him his walk-in papers. You see, Colonel, you must be a little mistress with these politicians, or else they don't get afeard of you. I then put the letter in my hat, right under the linen, and, tucking my slate under my arm, and my hickory in my hand, I started for the Treasury buildin'. It ain't far from the White House, and I soon got there. It's a mighty big pile of stones, I tell you, and must have cost a heap of money to have got it fixed up so nice. Just as I was going in the door, I met Mr. Chase comin' out. He knew me and I knew him, though he didn't suspect for a minute what I was after. SES he. Major, I'm mighty tickled to see you. It does my heart good to see a genuine loyal man in these days of rebellin', and I know you're one. Wall, says I. Mr. Secretary, ef General Jackson was a loyal man, then I'm one, and ef he warn't loyal, then there ain't any sich thing as loyalty. SES he. Major, you're right, and what can I do for you this mornin'? Wall, says I. Mr. Secretary, I've come around to inquire into the state of the finances. The President SES he's very busy, and bein' as I was good at figures, he wanted me to just take a look at the books and see how the accounts stand. When I said this, I see he didn't look pleased at all. He began to make some sort of apologies, that the accounts were behindhand, and so on, but I told him I warn't particular about all the little items, and that I only wanted to get at the general sum. But as he still seemed to be hesitatin', thinks I to myself, now's the time to show him the President's letter, that will fix him, sure. So I took off my hat, and showed it to him. When he read it he was as perlite as a nigger when he wants to humbug you. He looked at it a long time before he said anything. When he did speak, SES he. Major, what do these last words in particular mean? Wall, SESI. I don't know as I can tell. The President put 'em in there, and I didn't ask him what he meant by 'em. You see, I warn't going to be fool enough to let him think I had suggested his putting 'em there, for that would have spoilt all my plans. I see he was worried, and that was just what I wanted. After that he asked me to come in his office, and he began to tell me that the finances were in a very prosperous condition. He took down a big book which he said his clerks had prepared for him, so that he could see every Saturday night just how much the government was in debt. I took a look at it, but I couldn't tell head nor tail to it. He said they kept their books by double entry. I told him that I should think that a single entry would be as many times as such a debt as ours ought to be chalked down. No, SESI. Mr. Secretary, I want to get at this subject in a way that plain people, as the Colonel says, can understand it. SESI. What is the debt now? Wall, SESE. It is $491 million. Is that all? SESI. Why, in your report last winter you estimated that it would be $517 million, and you don't say that it is less than the estimate. Wall, SESE. Major, that is what the books say. No, SESI. Mr. Secretary, them books by double entry ain't worth a peck of sawdust. There was Deacon Doolittle's son, Hosea, of Downingville, who went to York and set up the dry goods business. When he failed, his books showed that he was worth $200,000, and yet he didn't have money enough to get his wife home to his father's. You see, double entry is a good deal like riding two horses at once. You can't manage 'em, and things get so kinder mixed up in profit and loss, and notes payable and notes receivable, that you can't tell how you stand now. SESI. Mr. Secretary, I want to ask you some questions by single entry, and I will put the answers down on the slate. SESI. Didn't you say in your report that the estimate for the Army was for 400,000 soldiers, $400 million, for 500,000 soldiers, $500 million, and so on? Yes, Major, that was the statement, I believe. Wall, now. SESI. We can figure this down in short meter. How many soldiers have you had? Wall, SESE. Over 600,000 have been paid for, nigh about 700,000. No, SESI. Mr. Secretary, you don't want any double entry or treble entry to get at that. The multiplication table is just as good a document as I want. Take that and my slate, and I can figure it up in a minute. You see, there is $700 million at one slap. Your books may show what you have paid, but you see, Mr. Secretary, you are running this war on credit, and because you ain't paid all your debts, that is no sign that you won't have to. Besides, SESI. Mr. Secretary, you have made, you know, some miscalculations, and maybe you may make more. In your first report in July, 1861, I've been reading it carefully, and I've got it marked down on the slate here. You said the expenses for 1862 would be $318 million, but in December, you said they would be $543 million. Now, here was mistake of over $200 million. You said in July, the tariff would yield $57 million. In December you said you could not calculate on over $32 million. You estimated the receipts from land sales, in July, at $3 million. You cut it down in December to $2,300,000, and now Congress, by passing the Homestead Bill, will whittle it all off. Here, you see, are some great mistakes, but there are some on the other side of the account. There are some items of expenses, too, which you have omitted. There's the $30 million recently passed to settle up Cameron's accounts. Then there's a $100 million of outstanding debts. Then there's $100 bounty to each soldier, which, by the time the war is over, will amount to $100 million anyhow. Then there's $1 million given to buy the niggers in this district. Let us see how much that makes. I'll add it up. $250 million, which, added to the $700 million, makes $950 million, as the present debt Uncle Sam has on his shoulders. You might just as well call it $1,000 million and be done with it. $1,000 million. When I got through, the secretary looked amazin' red in the face, and SESE. Major, the truth is, where there is so many people spendin' money it's mighty hard to keep track of all the items. Wall, SESI. There ain't only one more pint on which I want to show you have made a mistake. In December last, you calculated that the war expenses for 1863 would be $360 million, but the House has already passed bills for the Army amounting to $520 million. Then you thought, Mr. Secretary, that the war would be ended by July, but here it is about that time, and we only seem to be just fairly getting into the shank of the fight. Wall, to tell the truth, Major, this war has disappointed the whole of us, but I think I haven't been so foolish as Seward. I never said it would end in 60 days. That's so. SESI. But you see, there's nothing like telling the truth right out, and it's always very bad to deceive the people on money matters. You may love the niggers, Mr. Secretary, as much as you want to, but don't try to pull the wool over white folks' eyes, or let other people do it, for it will break down the administration as sure as my name is Major Jack Downing. Wall. SESE. Major, that's so, and when I send in my next report, I'm going to just speak right out. I've tried to do my best to keep down expenses, but I can't, and when I get another chance I'm going to put the blame where it belongs. SESI. That's right, Mr. Secretary. Don't let the rascals get clear without being exposed. But if you undertake to cover up their tracks, you will come out just as old Squire Biddle did in that United States Bank matter. I then bid the Secretary good mornin', and started back to the White House. He was very polite to me, and said he hoped the President and me would look at the subject favorably. I told him that the Colonel would do what was just right, and that if he would only keep a sharp lookout on the plunderers and stealers, I would be his friend till death. He said he would, and we shook hands and parted. When I got back, Lincoln sat in a chair fast asleep, with his feet up on a table. I give the table a rap with my hickory, and the Colonel straightened up just like opening a jackknife, and SESE. Was I asleep, Major? Yes, just as solid as a saw log. What on earth makes you sleep? SESI. Right in the middle of the day? Wall. SESE. Major, the truth is, I was readin' the National Intelligencer. Sure enough. SESI. That's worse than opium. But, says he, what about the finances? Then I showed him the slate, and how I had figured up the debt, and told him all I said to Mr. Chase. I never see a man so frustrated as Lincoln was. Wall. SESE. Major, if I was only back to Illinois safe and sound, you wouldn't never catch me a runnin' for President Agin. I had no idea that the debt was anything like this. But if the music has to be faced, I'll face it. There's one thing, Major, that we've got the advantage of any other administration in. We can say that this debt was a military necessity. That cuts off debate. Wall. SESI. Colonel, perhaps the people will be satisfied with that, and perhaps they won't. Anyhow, that won't make it any easier to pay the taxes. Wall. Says Lincoln. We'll leave that subject to posterity. SESI. Is that fair, Colonel, to burden posterity in that fause, hun? Wall. SESE. What's posterity ever done for us? The Colonel then took down the figures off my slate in his book, and said he would keep 'em for his next message. Then Lincoln SESE. Major, you've worked like a nailer on these figures, and it's an awful dry and tough subject. So I think you better have some old rye to sort of top off with. Then he called the feller in pretty bad clothes, who does errands, and told him to bring out the black bottle. Now, Major, SES the Colonel, take a good swig. It will be healthy for your rheumatiz. As for me, I'll just take a little for company's sake. I don't drink myself, you know, Major, but I like to have a little old rye around, and I always tell the old woman if there's any of it missin' not to ask any questions. After we got done drinking, SESI. Colonel, I have been here with you ever since the 1st of February, and when I come I didn't expect to stay more than a month. Now, the 4th of July is comin' along close at hand, and I must be thinking about getting back to Downingville, for I must be there before the 4th. Now, SESI. Colonel, if you'll only go along with me down there, as General Jackson did, I'll promise you a great reception. Wall. SESE. Major, I can't go. The truth is, the rebuilds need watchin'. But you tell the Downingville folks that just as soon as the rebellion is put down, I'm comin' down there. A town that can turn out such a loyal regiment as the Downingville Insensibles, and such talented officers as Ensign Stebbins, must be, as we Westerners say, a heap of a place. I'm sorry to have you go, Major, but I hope you'll be able to come back after the national anniversary. Wall. SESI. Colonel, I can't promise, but I'll see how my rheumatiz gets on. I shall pack up in a few days, unless something unexpected occurs, and it may be the next time you hear from me will be from Downingville. If you print this letter, I hope you'll apologize for its dullness, for figures are mighty dry readin' for most people. However, if they don't study into figures about these days, it won't be long, I'm afeard, before they'll be sorry they didn't. Your friend, Major Jack Downing. Major Jack Downing. Letter 11. The Major does not go to Downingville, loses his hickory, gets a bottle of whiskey by Adams Express Company. The Major declines to sign the receipt at first, whiskey and the Constitution. The Constitutional Telescope. A magical change, Mr. Seward's trick. The Major discovers it, a Negro in it. Washington, June 18, 1862. Washington. To the editors of the Caucasian. Sirs, I expect you'll be struck all aback to get another letter from me, dated Washington, and I'm kinder surprised myself, for I expected to be in Downingville long afore this. But you'll see by the time you get through this letter that it was impossible for me to leave. I got my trunks all packed up and ready to start, when lo! And beheld my hickory, that General Jackson give me, was missin'. Now, I couldn't no more travel without my hickory cane than I could solder up this broken Union with skim milk. I told Lincoln I was all ready, but that my hickory was missin'. So he called the feller in putty bad close, who does chores around the White House, and asked him if he'd seen it. He said he hadn't. Then I recollected that there had been a cabinet meetin' the night before, and it struck me that some of the members had walked off with it. So Lincoln sent the feller around to see. After he'd gone, I told Lincoln if any of 'em had it that I'd bet it was Stanton, for SESI. Colonel, ever since he tried to get on your trousers down to Fort Monroe, he's acted just as if he wanted to play General Jackson, and if he can get a piece of hickory that the old general has handled, he'd think that he was on the road to glory. Sure enough he had it, but pretended it was all a mistake, just as he did when I caught him in the colonel's trousers. Depend upon it, Stanton needs watchin', for he is one of them kind of fellers who's got it into their head that they are foreordained for somethin', and they don't know what. Sirs, the loss of my hickory kept me over 1 day longer, and the next day I got the bottle of Bourbon whiskey which you sent to me. A feller by the name of Adams fetched it, and he wouldn't take any pay for his trouble either. I asked him if he was any relation to Phil Adams, who used to keep a tanyard in Downingville, as he was a very clever man, and used to do anything for his neighbors for nothing. The chap laughed right out loud at this, and said, he didn't see it. SESI. What don't you see? Wall, said he. Never mind, old feller, about tellin' long stories, but just put your name right down there. And he handed out a big book full of writin'. SESI. Mr. Adams, I never put my name to anything that I don't understand. SESI. That may be a secesh document for all I know. SES the feller, SES he. Get out! This is only a receipt for that bottle. Wall, SESI. Yef, that's all, then here goes. So I got my spectacles and a quill pen, for I never write with any of the newfangled kinds, and I just wrote out, Major Jack Downing, in a style that made the fellow stare. SESI. Mr. Adams, you have some awful poor writers among the fellers you deal with, but I ain't ashamed of that written anywhere. The chap he looked at it a moment, and then he looked at me, and finally SES he. Bully for you. And in a jiffy he was off, without even shaking hands or saying goodbye. After he was gone I took the bottle into Lincoln's room and opened it. Now, SESI. Colonel, let's try this liquor. Wall, SES he. Major, I'm a good judge of Bourbon, for it comes from my old state of Kentucky. When Lincoln saw the name on the bottle, Mr. Cotton, 306 Washington Street, NY. SES he. Major, do you think this is loyal whiskey? Why? SESI. Colonel, what makes you ask that question? Wall, SES he. Don't you see the man's name is Cotton? No. SESI. Colonel, what an day that is! Do you suppose it would be dangerous for him to live down in Secesh, where they are burning cotton as fast as they can? Wall, never mind the name, Major, let us taste of the whiskey. I can tell whether it's loyal or not. So I opened the bottle and poured out some, and the Colonel took a good swig. I also took a snifter, and we both pronounced it a number 1 liquor, and loyal, too. Now, SESI. Colonel, can you tell me why this whiskey is like the Constitution of the United States? No. SES he. I don't see any similarity. Wall, SESI. Colonel, this whiskey was made for white men, just as the Constitution was. Ses. Major, how do you know it was made for white men? Wall. Ci. It is just as plain to me as daylight. You see, Colonel, the liquor agrees with you. It tastes good. It won't hurt you, in a word, it corresponds with nature. That's a sign it was made for you. Just so it was with the Constitution. It applies to white men exactly, and they've always got along together with it first rate. Now you give this whiskey to the niggers, and they get drunk on it, and cut up all sorts of scrapes, but white men, whom it was made for, know just how to use it, and it don't do them any hurt. Just so with the Constitution, you apply it to niggers and it is just as bad for 'em as whiskey. They don't know how to use it, and they'll destroy everything, and make themselves and everybody else 10 times worse off. Wall. Ses the Colonel, Ses. Major, I wish I could see how it is that the Constitution don't apply to niggers just as much as to white men. Sesi. Colonel, you don't look at the Constitution through constitutional spectacles. That Chicago platform bothers you. No. Sesi. Colonel, yef, I'll make you a constitutional telescope. Will you promise me to use it? If you will, it will be about as good a guide to you as if I stayed here all summer myself. Sesi. It will show the Constitution as it is, and the Union as it was. When I spoke of this, Lincoln said he'd be tickled enormous to death if I would make him one. So I told him I could do it in one day, and that although I was very anxious to get home, yet I'd fixed this up before I started. So I just went up to my room and began to plan. I had a pair of old spectacles, which General Jackson give me, and I knew that the glasses were just as sound constitutional glasses as were ever looked through. So I took 'em out of the cases, and got a magnifying glass and put between 'em, and fixed them in a long, narrow box. It took me about all day before I got it finished. When it was all done, I looked through it, and you never see such a glorious sight. I could see just as if it was the whole Union layin' out before me. There was the stars and stripes, and the eagle, and 30 millions of white people, all happy and contented, and joy and prosperity smilin' everywhere. And the sky seemed to be bendin' down so as to almost take the earth, and away up in the clouds I could see rice of light streamin' forth, and I thought I could even see the angle robes of Washington, and Jefferson, and Madison, and the old general lookin' down, and right over the whole was the words, Glory, and Peace, in great big letters. It was really beautiful. I got a lookin' at it, and forgot all about myself, in a sort of a reverie, and when I come to, I found I'd been cryin', because, you see, that was the Union as it was, and not as it is now. In fact, when I got awake, I found it was enormous pitch dark, and so Lincoln couldn't look through the telescope that night. Then I got a piece of chalk and marked it, Lincoln's telescope, and took it to him. Glory. Peace. Lincoln's telescope. There. Sesi. Colonel, that telescope is done, and tomorrow you can take a look at the Union as it was, and the Constitution as it is. Sesi. The scene is a glorious one. So I left the telescope in Lincoln's room that night, and went to bed. The next morning after I got my breakfast I went in. And now, Sesi. Colonel, we must try the telescope. So I thought I'd look through first to see if the glasses were set all right, when I was never so took aback in my life. Instead of the joy and happiness, and the smilin' faces, and the 30 millions of white people, the rice of light in the sky with glory and peace on 'em, all was dark and dismal. All I could see was some 4 million of niggers, and war, and bloodshed, and misery, camps full of sick soldiers and broken wagons, them men and children cryin', and the sky was black, and away up on a black cloud, in letters still blacker, I could see the words: Negro freedom and war. Glory. Peace. Negro freedom. War. I jumped back as if I was hit when I saw it. Ses Lincoln. What's the matter, Major? Sesi. Colonel, that telescope is all out of order. It ain't right. But Lincoln said he hadn't touched it, so I was puzzled. So after thinking a while, Sesi. Colonel, was there anybody here last night after I went away? Yes. Ses. Boss Seward came in for a while and talked over matters. SESI. Did he take this? Wall, he was lookin' kinder inquirin' at it, and I told him what it was, and he seemed to be greatly struck, and examined it very close. No. SESI. That accounts for it. The pesky critter has been playin' one of his cunnin' tricks on me, but my name ain't Jack Downing ef I don't expose him. No true constitutional telescope will give such a view as that of the Union. So I sat down and took out my jackknife, and went to work taking it all apart. I found the box all right. There weren't anything in the tube, and I was puzzling myself what could be the matter, when I slipped up the magnifying glass, and right back of it was a little bit of a paper nigger, black as the ace of spades, that feller Seward had cunningly slipped in there. You see that at once accounted for the whole trouble, for the magnifying glass reflected the nigger instead of what it would, naturally, the white man. After I took the nigger out, it was all right again, and when Lincoln looked through it, he was perfectly astonished. Now, SESI. Colonel, you see that it is tryin' to put the nigger where he don't belong that is the cause of all our trouble. He don't belong in the Constitution, and when we undertake to put him there it won't work. This trick of Seward's just shows you what he's up to. Now, Colonel, I'm going to start for Downingville early tomorrow morning, and I'll leave you this telescope so you can take a look at the Union as it was, and don't you let Seward or Sumner, or any of them fellers, get hold of it. When you get puzzled, just go and look through that, and you may depend upon it will lead you straight. If you get into any deep trouble, write me and I'll give you my advice, or if you can't get along without me, I'll come back after the 4th is over, and stay with you till you get out of this scrape with the rebills. I told you I would stick to you, and I will. So I bid goodbye to the Colonel and his wife that night, ready to start in the early train in the morning. I intend to give you a full account of the celebration of the 4th at Downingville. Ensign Stebbins, of the Downingville Insensibles, who writ the piece of poetry on Mrs. Lincoln's ball, and who was wounded at Chickahominy and come home with a furlong, is to be orator of the occasion. Jerusha Matilda Jenkins, the daughter of Deacon Jenkins, and who went down to Port Royal to teach the contrary bands their primers, will also be there. The ensign is a very smart chap, ef he is a niggerite, and I expect he'll do himself creditable. Excuse this long letter, and believe me, yours till death, Major Jack Downing. Major Jack Downing. Letter 12. The Major, disappointed, meets the President at West Point, sees Jen Scott, they talk over strategy, returns to Philadelphia with the President, makes a speech at Jersey City, Mr. Lincoln also speaks, meets Seward at the Astor House, a wheel within a wheel, Mr. Seward caught. Downingville, July 5, 1862. Downingville. To the editors of the Caucasian. I don't believe there is anything that so sorter gets all my running gear out of order as uncertainty. When I writ you last, I was just leavin' Washington, and when you come to hear how I've scooted round the country since, you will be astonished. You see, I hurried on home as fast as I could go, because I wanted to get to Downingville in time to see that the arrangements for the 4th were got up in the right style. But when I got to Boston, I was struck all up in a heap by gettin' a telegraph from Lincoln, tellin' me not to go any further till I heerd from him. That puzzled me terribly, and I was in an awful state of uncertainty. Thinks I to myself, now there's somethin' up. What on arth can it be? Has that feller Stanton been cuttin' up any more of his capers? But I was so puzzled that I couldn't imagine what was to pay. But I waited a few days, and then I got a letter from the Colonel, in which he said he wanted me to meet him at West Point with General Scott, as there was some great strategy goin' on which he wanted to advise about. Then I knowed there was some trouble somewhere, so I just packed up my trunks and took the railroad for Albany, so as to come down the North River to West Point. I got there in the night, just afore Lincoln come, early in the mornin'. I didn't sleep a wink, but just went right over the river in the one-hoss ferry boat they've got there, and waited at the depot for the Colonel. He was e'ena'most as glad to see me as he was when I fust went to Washington. He took me by the hand, and he. Major, I feel a good deal safer when you're around, for I know you won't deceive me. SESI. Colonel, that's what I never do to any man. If he don't like my plain talk, then he needn't hear it, But if I talk at all, I must talk out the blunt truth. Wall, he. Major, we will go over and see the old general, and then I will lay all my trouble before you. After we got our breakfast, we went to the old general's room, and talking out the maps, we went at it. I never studied geography faster in my life than we did then. The colonel said the news from General McClellan was that he would be compelled to go to the James River for his supplies, and the great question was, whether he could turn his right wing around so as to swing egg in the river just like opening a barn door. General Scott said he thought it might be done, provided it was done quick enough. I tell them I had often noticed that when I opened one barn door all at once there would come a gust of wind, and open would go the other in spite of all I could do. SESI. Colonel, if the rebels should pitch at the left wing while the right is swinging, then both doors would be open, and they might both get off the hinges. General Scott said he was afraid it might work that way, but if the thing come to the worst, he didn't see any help for it. You see, the army nigh Richmond was in a tight fix, and Lincoln knew it. When the colonel told General Scott how it was, the old man cried, and said he didn't want to live to see the rebels whip that great army. The whole country have been in a great fogo about what Lincoln went to see Scott about, but that was all. When he went away the next day, he said he wanted me to see Seward, and if General McClellan got defeated, advise with him as to what to do. So I went with the colonel back as far as Philadelphia, where I thought I'd stop a few days to see how things would turn out. When we got to Jersey City, the people wanted the colonel to make a speech. He said first he wouldn't go out, but finally the cheers got so loud that I told him he must go. Wall, he. Major, I can't. You just go and tell 'em that I am too tired. So I stepped out on the platform and swinging my hickory around SESI. Feller citizens, the president has been up 2 or 3 nights travelin', and he ain't a bill to speak. You must excuse him. When they heard that, it didn't suit 'em at all, and a good many yelled out, "Who are you?" Then I remembered that I had forgot to tell 'em who I was. So I stepped out, and SESI. "I'm Major Jack Downing." Then you had ought to hev heard 'em cheer, and Lincoln, you know, is a queer feller, and wants to know all that's goin' on, so he come out to see what was the matter. After he come out, of course, he couldn't back out of a little speech. He said he just come out to see and be seen, and didn't intend to blab anything about public affairs. The whistle soon sounded, and off we went. Nothing happened on the way, and I bid the colonel good-bye in Philadelphia, and went to the Continental Hotel to wait and see how the battle come off. They have nigger waiters here, dressed up like Quakers, and that is the reason they call it a Continental Hotel, so they say. In a few days I saw how the battle had turned, and I knew Seward would be along. The colonel sent me a telegraph that he would be at the Astor House such a day, and I agreed to meet him there. I was determined to smoke the old fox out this time, if it was in my power, and so I began to study him. Weed was there, who thinks he is very cunning, and Governor Morgan and others. McClellan being compelled to retreat from Richmond, they all thought that France and England would interfere, and what was to be done. Seward said we must put the best face on matters we could, and raise more men to fight the rebels, and that by showing a bold front we might frighten off the European powers. He said he thought it might all be settled in 60 days, yet, and if McClellan couldn't settle it by fighting, he could by diplomacy. He said he would run the machine as long as there was a linchpin left, and let John Bull and Louis Napoleon do their best. We'd wanted to know, if we had a war with England, whether it wouldn't be better to have it carried on by contract. He thought the government might let it out and make money by the operation. He said he could furnish the powder and shoddy, and wouldn't charge over 5% commission. Gov. Morgan said he was in favor of a war with England, and as it would be mostly a naval fight, the government would need a good many vessels, and he had a brother who was a capital judge of such matters. Stetson said he thought a war with England would improve business in York, especially hotel keeping, and as the Astor House was handy downtown, it would be a first-rate place for officers' headquarters. After they all got through, they asked me my opinion. I turned right to Mr. Seward, and SESI. "Boss, I'm going to speak plain." SESI. "That's right, Major." No one can find fault with you. You're a loyal man, and you've a right to speak your mind. Now, SESI. In the first place, boss, I want to ask you a plain question. We all know you are running the government machine, and whenever I look at a machine, I want to know what the driving wheel is made of. You see, if that is all right, things will go putty nigh right. SES Seward SES he. Major, I've got a model of my machine here, and if you would like to look at it you can. So he took out a little curious-looking box, and out of the box a machine. It was a cute-looking affair. There, SES he. Do you see that big wheel? That's the driving wheel. I looked at it, and I see it was marked around the rim. The Union and the Constitution. Wall, SESI. Boss, that looks all right. Any machine that runs on that basis must be running right. But, SESI, somehow it don't seem to work well. We ought not to get into so much trouble if we were just running on the old constitutional basis. Wall, SESE. Major, you see, so it is. No, SESI. Boss, there's something wrong somewhere. Either the oil is poor or the stuff is bad, or our government machine on that basis would run just as slick as grease. The more I looked at the machine, the more it puzzled me. I knew what a Fox Seward was, and I remembered how he stuck the little nigger in Lincoln's telescope. So all at once the old saying that, "There's allers a wheel within a wheel," popped into my head. I didn't say it out loud, but I said SESI. Boss, will you let me see whether there ain't something wrong about that? SESE. Certainly, Major, go ahead. So I just out with my jackknife and went at it. I took it all apart. When I went at the wheel I saw the boss begin to wince, but I went right on, and pretty soon I saw, sure enough, the outside wheel was only a sham, for the raw wheel which run the government machine was marked Higher Law, Abolition. No, SESI. Boss Seward, I'm done with you. Here's a wheel within a wheel, just as I expected. It shows what an infernal hypocrite you are, and if you're a mind to fight John Bull or the South, or all the world, as long as you run on that wheel, I won't help you. So I just tucked my hickory and went out of the room. You never see such a dumbfounded, scart set of men in your life, and Seward looked as if he would crawl through an auger hole. I come right on after that to Downingville, but I didn't get here in time to see about the arrangements. The ensign made his oration and Jerusha sung the ode prepared for the occasion. My letter is so long that I can't tell you anything about it, but when I write again I may, if something more important don't happen. Higher Law, Abolition. Yours till death. Major Jack Downing. Major Jack Downing. Letter 13. The Major returns to Washington. Things get mixed up. Lincoln and the Panther, split in rails and the Union. The Major and the President visit Jen McClellan's army, going up James River. Alarm of the rebels. Exciting scene on board the boat. Nobody hurt. The President reviews the troops at Harrison's Landing. The return trip. The President and party bathe in the Potomac. Almost a catastrophe. The Major's life preserver. The moral of it. The President proposes a conundrum. Washington, July 21, 1862. Washington. To the editors of the Caucasian. Wall, here I am back again to Washington. I didn't expect to come on before fall, at any rate, but I got a letter from Lincoln, telling me he couldn't do without me, no how. He said that the bars were all down since I left, and that the cattle, and hosses, and hogs, and sheep, and mules, were all mixed up together. Now, every farmer knows what a mess it makes of it when you get fat cattle, and the cows, and the sheep, and hosses, and hogs, all muddled together in one lot. I see, at once, the pickle Lincoln was in, and so I determined to push off for Washington once more, and see if I couldn't help him out. It was uncommon hot weather, and it pulled down pretty hard on a constitution which has had to go through about 80 such summers. Howsoever, no one ought to stand about hot weather in the sarvice of his country, even if he don't get a salary, or have a contract, or some brother or son where he can make a pile. I never had a cent for all I've done, and wouldn't take it. I think, if there is any human critter on earth who is meaner than another, it is the one who plunders the people, all the while pretending to be a patriot. When I arrive, SESI. Colonel, what's the matter? SESE. Major, did you ever hear of the story of a man who caught a panther by the tail? SESI. Yes, Colonel, I have. Wall. SESE. I'm that man. I've got the biggest he panther by the tail that you ever heard tell of. Yef I was splittin' rails I'd a know just what to do. Why? SESI. Colonel, what could you do then? Wall. SESE. Just stick his tail in the crack of the log, knock out the wedge, and run. But you see, Major, I ain't splittin' rails now, and that plan won't work. No. SESI. Colonel, you ain't splittin' rails, but I'm afeard you're splittin' somethin' else. SESE. What? SESI. The Union. Now, Major. SES the Colonel. You don't think I want to split the Union, do you? No. SESI. I don't know as you're really tryin' to split it, but then you've been such a splitter all your life, that perhaps you are doin' it unbeknown to yourself. You see, Colonel, as long as you stick to them abolitionists, just so long the Union will not only stay split, but the split will grow wider. They are the wedge and you are the mallet. You just knock the wedge out, and the Union will come together just like shuttin' up a jackknife. You see, they hold that some of the states have got an institution which they consider Rome, and they are determined to uproot it. In trying to do that, they'll split everything all to smash, and by the time they get through, it will look as if lightnin' had struck this country from Maine to Texas, in spots not more than 6 inches apart. The Union. Wall. SES the Colonel. SESE. Major, that brings up a great moral question, as the nigger said when he was stealin' chickens, and we ain't got time to discuss it now. You see, Major, I sent for you to know what I'd better do about McClellan. I get all sorts of contradictory stories from his army, and I'm puzzled most to death to know what to do. Wall. SESI. Colonel, there's nothin' like goin' in the field yourself, and examine for yourself if you want to know how things stand. Wall. SESE. That's just what I've been thinkin' of, and as you're a military man, I wanted you to go with me. I told him I had no objection to goin', and that if I had a fair chance I thought I could tell about how things looked. So we got ready, and the Colonel asked old Blair's son Frank and Secretary Stanton's chief clerk to go along with us. We went down the Potomac, and just called at Fort Monroe, and then went up the James River to Harrison Landing. Going up the river we kept a sharp lookout for the rebels, who lined the bank and shoot at our boats. I told the Colonel that he must be mighty careful and not get hit, as the way stocks would tumble and Wall Street would be a caution. So I tuck him downstairs when we come to the dangerous places. There they had the boat lined with bales of hay. SESE. Major, which way does the shootin' come from? Wall. SESI. Colonel, there's no tellin', but SESI. You better get behind that bale, for it's a big one, and here's another on t'other side, so I guess you'll be safe. While he was settin' there, SESE. Major, I ain't afeard a hooter, but you see I didn't want them secessionists to brag about killin' me. No. SESI. Colonel, that wouldn't do anyhow. Just then, bang, went something like a shot. The Colonel jumped about 10 feet, right across the boat, and hit Frank Blair with his left boot right where he ought not to. Frank thought he'd been struck with a cannonball, and tumbled over, leaving the seat of honor uppermost. Stanton's chief clerk acted as if he'd been eatin' pokeberries, and had an awful gripin' in the bowels. It seems one of the bales of hay had been tipped over when the Colonel give his big jump, and hit the chap right in his bread basket. We were all pretty badly scarred, for I tell you it makes a feller feel mighty nervous when he's in an enemy's country, and may be hit any moment with a cannonball or a mini bullet. Shootin' will do very well as long as somebody else is shot at, but when it comes to yourself, it makes you feel weak in the jints, and sometimes brings on the diarrhea. When we come to find out, however, we learned we had a scare for nothin'. The pilot, in turning one of the short bends in the river, had jerked on his chains too hard, and snapped one of them right in two. This noise was what sounded down in the cabin like a shot. When we got to the landing, General McClellan had hosses ready for all of us to ride. Lincoln chose a black one, and got on. SESI. Colonel, is black your favorite color? SESE. Major, no joking now. This is serious business. So I got a white one. I can't ride quite so handy as I did 30 or 40 years, yet it is not every nag that could throw me now. Lincoln's stirrups were too short for his legs, though they were let out just as long as they could be. It kinked him up a good deal, and before we got through reviewing the troops, he, Major, I can't stand this bend in of my jints. I'm going to remedy it. And so he just turned one leg over the hoss's neck and rode sideways the rest of the time. The soldiers cheered him as we went along, and seemed mighty glad to see him. In one place he got up on a breastwork and made a short speech to M. He wound up by telling M that he had Major Jack Downing, General Jackson's old friend, with him. When he said that, the cheers were double-bled, and I paid my respects to the compliment by taking off my hat and making just about the neatest bow that ever was. After we had seen all the troops and made all the inquiries we wanted to, we come away. The secessiors did not trouble us comin' down the river, and we soon once more were sailin' up the Potomac. Comin' up the river the day was warm, and we all felt first rate that McClellan was as well off as he was. The colonel said he felt just as if he would like to have a swim. All hands agreed it would be a capital chance, and so Lincoln, and Blair, and Stanton's chief clerk, undressed for a splurge in the water. The colonel asked me to go in too, but I told him that, hot as it was, my rheumatiz would not allow it. When they got about ready, now I, Colonel, look out and don't go where the water is too deep, for if you get tuckered out or have the cramp, you may not get back to the boat, he said. There warn't any danger, that he had swum the Mississippi River nigh about all over when he was a boy, and that he guessed he could stand the Potomac. So off they went. Lincoln could outswim the whole party, and Blair and the other feller with him looked like sunfish alongside a sturgeon. I thought likely Lincoln might overdo himself, or get the cramp or somethin', so I just went to my valise and tuck out my patent gutty perchy life preserver. I meant to have it ready if anything happened. Wall, I hadn't more than got back to the side of the boat, when I seed the colonel flounderin' and kickin', and blowin', as if he was chokin'. Blair and Stanton's chief clerk were tryin' to help him, but it was like the blind lettin' the blind, and seck another muss in the water you never did see. I saw it was time for my life preserver, so I just blowed it up and hollered out to Lincoln to catch hold of it, and told Blair and the other feller to let him alone, that would save him. When Lincoln got hold of it, he just raised himself right up, and looked as happy as a boy with a new hat. He floated right along towards the boat, and soon come aboard. He, Major, I owe you a debt of eternal gratitude. You've saved my life. He, Major, this life preserver of yours is the greatest article ever invented. When I get dressed I want to examine it. So, pretty soon, he come in, and he, let's take a good look at it. So I showed it to him. The first thing he saw on one side of it was the following words: the Constitution as it is, and the Union as it was. He, Major, what have you got that motto on a life preserver for? Wall, I, Colonel, I put that there because of the similarity between the two things. Now, that preserver saved your life, didn't it? Yes. He, Major, it did. Wall, the sentiment in those words is the life preserver of the country. You can't any more save the country without sticking to them than you could have saved yourself without holding on to the life preserver. You must stick to the Constitution as it is, and not as Sumner and Greeley want it. The colonel began to look kinder struck up when he see how I had him, and so, seein' my advantage, I kept on. I, Colonel, the truth is, you are just now swimmin' with Greeley, and Sumner, and Wilson, and Lovejoy, and Thad Stevens, and it is no wonder the country is like you was just now, chokin' and gaspin', and just ready to sink. You must get out of such company, and the only way to do it is to lay hold of the Constitution as it is. And if you do that, you'll save the country just as easy as I saved you with that life preserver. He, Major, hold up, you're driving your hoss right into my stable, and you don't give me a chance to say whoa. I, Colonel, go ahead, and if you can refute what I've said, I'd like to see you. He, Major, do you know why a man's face is like the end of an old-fashioned house? I, No, Colonel, can't say I do, Wall. He, Because it's his gabble ain't. Wall, SESI. That may be a good joke, but after all, Colonel, it don't answer my arguments. But I couldn't get another word on politics out of Lincoln that day. He seemed to keep up more of a thinkin' than I'd ever seen him before. We all got home to the White House safe that night, and, on the whole, the trip had not only been pleasant, but profitable, for it will lead to some great changes in a few days. Yours till death, Major Jack Downing. Major Jack Downing. Letter 14. The President has an attack of fever and ague. The Major prescribes elder bark tea, a fearful mistake. The bark scraped the wrong way, Mr. Lincoln has to be rolled, Stanton, Seward and the Major, a ludicrous scene. The Colonel comes to and begins to joke. The moral of taking the wrong medicine. The irrepressible conflict. Washington, August 1, 1862. Washington. To the editors of the Caucasian. Sirs, I tell you I've had my hands full since I read you last. Lincoln has been nigh about down sick with the fever and ague. Of course it wouldn't do to let the telegraph get hold of it, for it would scare Wall Street in spasms, and knock stocks down worse than the retreat of General McClellan. So Stanton put his censorship on the news, and that was the end of it, while I went to work as I could to cure the Colonel up. You see, the Colonel, for the last month or so, has been very much broke of his sleep. Sometimes he's up nigh about the whole night consulting with Stanton, and Halleck, and Seward, and the night air has been too much for him. The banks of the Potomac in July and August are mighty hard on the constitution, and if there is any biliousness in a man, it's pretty sure to bring it out. Lincoln says his constitution is just like the war, so far, nigh about all bilious. One day I went into the Colonel's room, and seeing he looked kinder blue about the gills, SESI. Colonel, what's the matter? SESI. Major, I feel as cold as a frozen turnip. SESI. Colonel, ain't you gettin' the ague? SESI. No, Major, I don't think I'm gettin' it, for I've got it already. Wall. SESI. Colonel, if there is any feller on arth who can cure the fever and ague, it's me. Wall. Says he. Major, I wish you would go ahead, for I can't afford to be sick now. The truth is, if I had a good axe and some chestnut timber I could soon work off the shakes myself. I used to have them when I was a boy powerful bad, but I could just go out any mornin' and break an ague by splitting up 100 rails as a breakfast spell. But now I suppose I must dose myself with some sort of pies and doctor stuff, just because it wouldn't look well for a president to split rails. No. SESI. Colonel, you needn't take any pies and stuff. I'll fix you some medicine which was a great favorite with General Jackson, and it will cure you up as sure as my name's Downing. SESI. What is it? SESI. It's elder bark tea. So I just went to work and got the feller in bad clothes, who does chores around the White House, to go out into the suburbs and scrape me some bark. I told him very particular how to do it, and to be very careful and not to scrape it roundabout ways of the wood. You see, elder bark is the queerest stuff in the world. If you scrape it down it acts as a physic, and if you scrape it upwards it becomes an emetic, while by scrappin' it around ways, it ain't nother one thing nor t'other, but just raises a young earthquake gripin' and pannin' a feller as if the cholera, and yalla fever, and chronic rheumatiz had all got hold of him at once. Pretty soon the feller come back, and I went to work makin' the tea. After I got it fixed, I went in and give it to Lincoln, who was shaking away as if he would fall apart. Now, says I, Colonel, if you feel bad in the night just call me, and I will see what's the matter. Nigh about mornin' someone was rappin' at my door like all possessed. I bounded out as spry as I could, and downstairs I went. There was Lincoln a-groanin' and writhin', and lookin' as pale as a ghost, and as lean and lank as a rail. They had sent for Seward and Stanton, and all hands were in a terrible excitement. Seward seemed to be awfully worried. SESI. Major, what would we do if Lincoln dies, for he's the only one of us left that the people's got any faith in at all? Stanton didn't say nothin', but he was lookin' round, I thought, to see where the Colonel's trousers was. As soon as I got a fair look at the Colonel, and felt his pulse, I began to suspect what was the matter. The first thing I did was to call the feller in bad clothes who got the elder bark, and asked him particular how he scraped it. Come to find out, the numbskull had cut the bushes down, and then scraped them around, just what I had told him not to do. I comprehended the situation in a jiffy. SESI. Mr. Seward, I understand all about this case, and if you'll stand back about 4 inches, and do just as I tell you, we'll have the colonel all right in no time. Then, turning round SESI. Stanton, I want you to lend a hand, too, and make yourself generally useful, and don't run off and issue a proclamation afore you know what is what. No. SESI. The feller that got the elder bark for the colonel scraped it the wrong way, and the medicine won't work. The only way to get it right is to roll the colonel over 14 times clean across the floor. It is a tough remedy, but to put diseases required to put remedies. So I told Seward and Stanton to take hold, and the way we rolled the colonel over and over was a caution. It seemed as if it might break every bone in his body, for his frame is so sharp and so full of angles that it jarred and jolted like rollin' over a wagon wheel when there's no fellers on the spokes. Finally he come to, and we lifted him on the bed, and in a little while he felt like another person. Seward and Stanton looked scared yet, but I told them they needn't have no fears, that the colonel was as sound as a dollar. Stanton said he'd hurt his spine in rollin' Lincoln. At any rate, he puffed and blowed like a porpoise. I told him to go home and take some of Chase's greenbacks for a poultice, and if that didn't cure him, then there warn't no virtue in legal tenders. Seward said, as I was such a good doctor he'd like to know what was good for pison. When he was a boy he said he'd pisoned one of his feet, and that it had allers troubled him, more or less, ever since. I told him to get one of Sumner's speeches, and bind on the place, for there warn't anything like pison to draw out pison, and I thought Sumner's speeches would draw pison out of dead men, and that I wondered the doctors hadn't got to using them for bringing to life people who had killed themselves with laudanum, prussic acid, and sich things. Sirs. As soon as the colonel come to, he begun to joke. He. Major, do you know why you and Seward and Stanton rollin' me on the floor were like men spreadin' hay in a meadow? SESI. No, Colonel, I don't, unless the pitchin' and rollin' are a good deal alike. No. SESI. Major, the reason is because it was done to cure me. No. SESI. Colonel, that is pretty sharp, but do you know why your sickness is like the Union? No. SESI. I don't see into that, unless it's because we're both havin' a tough time of it. No. SESI. That ain't it. Wall. SESI. What is it? Wall. SESI. Because it has been taking the wrong medicine. SESI. How is that, Major? I don't understand you. Wall. SESI. It's just here. You know that feller who does chores for you scraped the elder bark the wrong way, and when you took it, it come nigh on to killin' you. But I didn't know but what it was all right, and so I give it to you. Now, just so it's been ever since you've been president. Seward's been the feller who has been scrappin' the medicine for the Union, and he has scraped it all the wrong way, and you've been giving it all the time without knowing it. You see, the whole country has got the gripes and the shakes, just as you had a little while ago, and it all come from Seward's wrong kind of medicine. You see, Seward is trying to make the people swallow their repressible conflict, which is fixed about as follows. Higher law. 2 ounces. Confiscation. 2 ounces. Taxation. 2 ounces. Justice. 0 ounces. Abolition. 8 ounces. Well mixed. Now, Colonel, such a dose as that would give any country a worse set of spasms and agers than were ever heard of before. Old John Dumbmutter, the laziest man I ever knew in Maine, said he once had the fever and ager in Muskegon so that it shook the buttons off his coat. But such medicine as Seward is given the country now will shake even the tail feathers out of the great American eagle. SES Lincoln, SESE. Hold on, Major, don't pour sich hot shot into me when I'm sick. So I held up. But I tell you, the Colonel has felt very blue since that time. One day SESE. Major, what a great mistake I made in not making Crittenden's compromise the basis of my administration. But it's no use cryin' over spilt milk. The leaders of our party wanted the Chicago platform put through, and I'm the man to do what I undertake or sink in the attempt. Or split the Union? SESI. Wall. SESE. I don't know about that, but what's in the way must come down. Things look very bad here just now, and we all feel afraid that they may be worse instead of better. Stanton wants to issue a proclamation which he thinks will set all things right, but Seward SES proclamations are played out. Lincoln thought at one time to put out a call for a day of fasting and prayer, but Halleck is opposed to it. So things are working along now, kinder slipshod, but I'll try to keep you posted as usual. Your until death. Major Jack Downing. Major Jack Downing. Letter 15. Jen McClellan's change of base. A bare story, a delegation of clergymen, the Major's opinion on Negroes and educated people, how General Jackson saw through them, how the war is to end. Mr. Lincoln tells another story. Washington, August 14, 1862. Washington. To the editors of the Caucasian. Sirs, it has been just about the hottest weather, since I read you last, I ever did see. The Colonel SES he feels as limpsy as an eel, and I tell you it has taken the starch out of the whole of us. Yef I don't write a letter this time worth printin', it will be because my ideas have all kinder oozed out through my skin. One day the Colonel SES to me, SES he. Major, what do you think about McClellan's new base on the James River? Wall. SESI. Colonel, it reminds me for all the world of old Truxton Miller's bar hunt, away up in the north part of Maine, when I was boy. The Colonel likes to hear a story as well as to tell one, so he insisted that I should tell him all about it. So I proceeded SESI. Old Truxton was the most noted bar hunter in all that part, and it warn't often when he got started after a bar that it ever got away. He could yell and holler equal to wild Injuns, and he generally scared away all the varmints for several miles around. One spring the bars had been very troublesome, carryin' off his sheep, lambs, and even calves and yearlings, and Truxton vowed he'd go and attack the bars in their den. So off he started with his double-barreled shotgun and his big dog, Hercules, for a regular bar hunt. He soon got on their track, and he followed them to their den. Just as one was going in, he let go his gun and took one of them in the thigh. This only made matters worse, for out come 2 or 3 others, and soon the old feller was tackled on all sides. He felt pretty safe with Hercules, but soon the bars made for the dog, and they tore him to pieces in a jiffy. Truxton shot one of them, but that put the infernals in the rest, and the old feller had to skedaddle, as they say in these days. Seeing a tree handy by, he started to go up, but a powerful beast fetched him a wipe with his paw and tore off the seat of his trousers. He got away and that was all, and looked down on the bars in dismay. Now, SESI. Colonel, I think that McClellan's new base is something like old Truxton's. But all his neighbors turned out, and finally got the old feller out of his danger, and when he come down he made this remark, SES he neighbors, it's one thing to hunt a bar, but it's quite another thing when the bar hunts you. So SESI. Colonel, it's one thing to hunt the Secesh, but it's quite another thing when the Secesh hunts you, and it appears to me as if McClellan is treed in his new base. Wall, Major. SES the Colonel. How are we to get him away? Wall. SESI. Do just as old Truxton's neighbors did, scare off the bars. Scare off the Secesh. Get around them on all sides and make them believe you are going to attack them from every quarter, and they will soon scatter so that the general can change his base again. Call it a great piece of strategy, and the people won't know the difference. Wall. SES the Colonel. That's just what has got to be done, and though it's a mighty dangerous movement, right in the face of the rebuilds, yet it must be done, or all the troops will die of dysentery where they are. Before this letter reaches your readers, the telegraph will announce the whole movement. Sirs. The other day the Colonel had a call from some nigger preachers. He sent for 'em to have a talk about seeing whether they wouldn't consent to go to Central America, but they didn't seem to like it much. They said they would think about it and report. I told the Colonel that when he got niggers to immigrate, that the next thing he could do would be to get the kinks out of their hair. SES he. Why not, Major? Wall. SESI. Because it ain't their natur. SESI. Colonel, You talk to these niggers just as if they were white people, all except their color. You seem to think that they will do something for their posterity, sacrifice something, but they won't. The nigger only cares for the present. The mulattoes have some of the talents of the white men, but the nigger not a bit. Now, Major S.E.S. Lincoln, you are prejudiced. Don't all the great men of the world, all the learned men of Europe, and all Christian philanthropists, don't they all consider it the highest duty to try and elevate the black race? No, S.E.S.I. Colonel, I don't care a blue postage stamp for all the great men in the world. A little plain mother would I have always found better than a stack of book larning, and if anyone will just take up the nigger race and study it out practically, they will see that it has allers been the same uncivilized, heathen people when white folks did not have control of them. You send them to Central America, and in a generation or so they will be again eating lizards and worshipping snakes, as they do in Africa now. S.E.S.I. Colonel, there's no people in the world so likely to lead you astray as educated people. They are all mad as March hares on this nigger question, just as they were in old Cotton Mather's time on witches. Educated people, Colonel, ain't got any more wit or common sense than other folks, but they try to make you believe they have, and will talk highfalutin words just to frighten you if they kin. They tried that on the old general in the days of the Biddle Bank, but they couldn't budge him an inch. One time the bankers and moneylenders and brokers in Wall Street sent on a committee to see the general, to honeyfuggle him into not vetoing the bank bill. Ogden Huffman, then the greatest orator, and just the smartest lawyer York had, was sent on as spokesman. He could talk just as slick as grease, and knew more law in a minute than the old general did in all day. One night he stayed till almost mornin' talkin' and talkin', scoldin' a little and palaverin' a good deal more. The old general didn't say much, only once in a while puttin' in a question. Finally Huffman got ready to go, and asked what the general thought of the arguments he had made. The old general pushed his spectacles up on his forehead, run his fingers through his hair, and jumpin' out of his cheer, walked across the room as if he was tarryin' mad, right up to Mr. Huffman. When he got there, S.E.S. he, Mr. Lawyer, your talk is all very pretty, very eloquent, and very larned with Latin, but in here he fetched his old hickory down on the floor. I shall veto that bank of biddles, by the eternal. You see, the old general couldn't hold a candle to Huffman, as far as larning and talk went, but he had the genuine common sense that seen right through the whole subject. So I tell you, Colonel, don't put your trust in educated people. If the whole world thinks that you can make a white man out of a nigger, it only shows that the whole world is made up of fools. Wall, S.E.S. Lincoln. That all may be very true, but you see, Major, I've got these contrabands on my hands, and I've got to fish or cut bait. We've only got a few thousand free now, and the people in the North are in arms to murder me if I send any more there. I shall soon have 2 wars on my hands if I don't contrive some plan to get rid of the kinky heads. You see, Major, a fire in front and a fire in the rear will be too much of a good thing. I see, Colonel. S.E.S.I. You've got to change your base. Exactly, Major, you hit the nail right on the head. Wall, S.E.S.I. Colonel, I can't give you a bit of advice except what I have all along. Put the Negro in his place, and he won't be a bit of trouble to you, but as long as you try to get along with him out of his place, you'll be in hot water. As for going to Central America, they won't go thar any sooner than they will to Kamskatki. Wall, S.E.S. Lincoln, S.E.S.E. If they won't do that, we shall all pretty soon be in a nice kittle of fish. Wall, S.E.S.I. Colonel, can you tell me how you think this war is going to end? Wall, Major, I can't exactly see through the whole subject yet, but I'll tell you a story that about expresses my present ideas of the subject. One night at a tavern out in Illinois, 2 drunken men were sent to sleep in the same room. Now there was 2 beds in the room, but they were so drunk that they both got in one bed, but did not know it. No sooner than one sung out to the other, I say, Bill, some feller is in my bed. The other sung out in reply, I say, Jim, some feller is in my bed too. After swearing at the landlord for a while for not giving them single beds, Bill sung out, I say, Jim, I'm going to kick my feller out of bed. Wall, S.E.S. Bill, so am I. So at it they went, kickin' like all possessed, until both of them lay sprawlin' out on the floor. They had kicked themselves out of bed. Now, Major, I guess that will be just about how this war will end. The way we're going on, both the North and the South will kick one another out of bed before they stop, and out of house and home, too. Wall, SESI. Colonel, that's about my day, too, and I don't believe, by the time they get through, either side will have a bed blanket or even a whole shirt left. They'll be worse off than Billy Bradley when he fit with the catamount, who didn't have a rag left on him except the stock around his neck. Here the conversation dropped. The colonel looked very solemncholy, and I thought I wouldn't say nothing to hurt his feelings. There ain't anything new here just now, except the arrival of new regiments. Seward feels as happy as a little gal with a new doll every time a regiment comes along. Stanton takes down his big book and adds it on to the number already in the army, while Chase gets ready to issue more greenbacks. Your friend, Major Jack Downing. Major Jack Downing. Letter 16. The Science of Military Strategy, the Major's Opinion upon it, a call from the Secretary of the American and Foreign Benevolent Society for Ameliorating the Condition of the Colored Race, his speech, the President's reply, a curious prayer, the Major's opinion on slavery, the critical condition of affairs, Mr. Lincoln tells a story. Washington, September 2, 1862. Washington. To the editors of the Caucasian. Sirs, since I writ you last I've been studying military strategy. It is a great science. Our army, down in Virginia, has been in great straits lately, and if it hadn't been for military strategy it would have all been taken prisoners. SES the colonel to me, the other day, SES he. Major, what do you think that military strategy consists in? Wall, SESI. Colonel, it consists in getting out of your enemy's way when he's too much for you, and getting in his way when you're too much for him. SESI. Colonel, I don't know whether that is down in the books, but that's the common sense view of the subject. Wall, SES Lincoln. Whatever strategy consists in, we don't seem to have a bit of it, for we get in the enemy's way just when he's too strong for us, and get out of his way when he ain't too strong for us. I'm getting enormous discouraged with this kind of military strategy. Wall, SESI. Colonel, you've got too many generals and too many armies. There's too many fellers, with more brass in their faces than there is in their buttons, who want to be the biggest toad in the puddle. Now, there can't be but one big toad, and so there can't be but one head general. You ought to make one man command-in-chief, and make him take the field, so that he can see for himself how matters are going. General Halleck, here in Washington, ain't the thing. Sirs. Wall, Major, there is no use of crying over spilt milk. The troops down in Virginia have been very roughly handled again by the rebels, and have got so mixed up that it will require a great deal of strategy to get them straightened out. The question is, what is to be done? Just as I was about to give the colonel some advice, who should come in but Sumner, and a feller with a white handkerchief around his neck, and 2 or 3 other solemn-looking chaps. The feller in a white kerchief spoke up, and SESE. Mr. President, we're come to sympathize with you in the nation's affliction, for the Lord has again beat us with stripes. Ah! Mr. President, I'm Chief Secretary of the American and Foreign Benevolent Society for Ameliorating the Condition of the Colored Race. Ah, and I have been appointed chairman of a committee to wait on you and express to you our opinions in the present fearful crisis in our country's history. Our society, which is composed of all the most pious maiden ladies in our town, who are over 40 years of age, and therefore may be considered wise and discreet, desire me to express to you their deep conviction that God will never bless our armies with victory, so long as you do not fight for the freedom of our dearly beloved colored brethren. Our society, Mr. President, has given the condition of our colored brethren great attention. You can judge of the extent of our labor when I inform you that the sisters of our society have distributed the past year to our colored brethren in Liberia 500 flannel shirts, 600 wool socks, 100 Bibles, 100 tracts on temperance, 500 toothpicks, and a large supply of cologne water. We should have been glad to have supplied the suffering bondmen of the same oppressed race in our own country, but the vile rebellion of the infernal slaveholders has prevented. We ask you now to proclaim liberty to the captives, and let the people go. Do not let your heart be hardened as Pharaoh's was, but save our land from sorrow, and our armies from further defeat by a decree of righteousness. Then will the Lord smile on us, and then shall glory cover the land. I believe I've got that speech down pretty nigh as the feller delivered it, for he spoke very slow and stately, as if he was trying to make an impression. When he got through, Lincoln got up, and he. Mr. Secretary, I'm kinder glad to see you, and will only say that we need all the help about these times we can get, and if I thought the Lord would only help us lick the reed-bills, I would free the niggers. And if I thought He would help us by freeing 'em, I would do that. In fact, whatever I do and what I don't do, I do it, or I don't do it, just as I think the Lord will be most likely to help us. The great thing is to get the help of the Lord, and I shall adopt new views on this pint just as far as I think they are good views. When Lincoln got through, I pulled him by the coat-tail, and I. Colonel, Seward himself could not have beat that non-committal speech. He. Hush, Major, don't throw all the fat into the fire. Just then the feller in the white handkerchief spoke up, and he. Let us pray. And at it he went. He. O Lord, throw great light upon the mind of our chief magistrate. Give us victories over the reed-bills. Give us this year great victories. Not such little victories as we had last year. But crush the reed-bills with the arm of thy power. Amen. After this, they all shook hands and went away. After they had gone, the colonel, he. Major, that's a wonderful pious chap. Yes. I. Colonel, I think he is, in his way, but, I. Find fault with the Lord because he don't give us bigger victories, ain't much like the Christians of early days. I. His prayer for big victories reminds me of old Joe Bunker's prayer. Joe was a wicked old sinner who swore worse than a sailor. One day he was a swearing coast he didn't hev better corn. Someone told him he ought to pray for good corn if he wanted it. So one day someone was going along the road by the old feller's cornfield, and hearing a noise, they stopped. And who should the noise come from but the miserly old skinflint Bunker, who was praying. He, O Lord! Give us a good crop of corn this year, long ears, long as your arm, not sich little nubspins as we had last year. Now, I. Colonel, I think there's a great deal of similarity between them two prayers, and I think the Lord is just about as likely to answer one as t'other. I. Colonel, you could bust up 15 unions easier than you could destroy slavery. He. Major, I don't see into that exactly, and I'd like to know the reason why. Wall. I. Colonel, the reason is just this: men made the Union, but God made slavery, and I tell you. I. Colonel, when you undertake to butt egg in that, you butt egg in a big subject. I. Ain't everybody been fightin' slavery for the last 30 years, and haven't they all come off second best, while nigger slavery has been growin' and expandin' in spite of 'em? God made the nigger to serve and obey the white man, and until he's altered and made another being, you can't make him anything but a sarvant. These fellers, like that white cravat chap, who was just here, and who employ their time sendin' flannel shirts and toothpicks to the wild nigger in Afriky, don't know nothin' more about niggers than they do about the interior of the arth. You might preserve all the brains they've got in a drop of brandy, and they would have as much serum as a tadpole in Lake Superior. Wall. Lincoln, he. Major, let's drop the nigger just now, as I want to ask you whether you think the reed-bills can take Washington? Wall. I. Colonel, that depends upon strategy again. If you keep generals in the field who don't pay any attention to lines of retreat, afore you know it, Colonel, that feller with a Stonewall in his name will be around on the north side of the White House, and I'm afeard my line of retreat to Downingville will be cut off. That's so, Major, and my retreat to Springfield may be a hard road to travel. When Lincoln made this remark, he looked kinder uneasy. I didn't know what to say, so I did just what I allers do in that case, I whistled. Lincoln, he. Major, are you whistling to keep your courage up? I. No, Colonel, I ain't afraid I might, but SESI. I'm in what old Deacon Doolittle calls a quandary. SESE. What's your quandary? Wall. SESI. I was thinkin' what I would do ef the rebels should take Washington. The colonel didn't say nothin' for about a minute. He looked very serious, and finally, SESE. Major, we're in a tight place, and there is no use denying it, but it don't do any good to get into a fit of hysterics about it. Yes. SESI. Colonel, but it makes me feel solemn to see this great old ship of state knockin' around, and, maybe, just ready to sink. Wall, Major. SES the Colonel. That remark reminds me of a story. A good many years ago, an old feller, a free and easy chap, owned a steamboat on the Mississippi River, and he was a great fiddler. He had nothing to do, and generally went up and down the river on the boat, spending his time in fiddlin' and tellin' stories. One day the boat struck a snag, and was fast fillin' with water. The old feller was in the cabin sawin' away on his fiddle when the boat struck, but he paid no attention to it, but kept right on fiddlin'. Finally, one of the passengers came in and told him that the captain warn't tryin' to save the boat as he ought, and that she would be lost in 10 minutes. Wall, SES the old feller, she's been a loosened concarn for 5 years, and he kept on fiddlin'. Pretty soon another passenger rushed in, and screamed out she's settlin' very fast. SES I wish she'd settle with me before she goes down, and still he kept on fiddlin'. The next that was seen of him he was swimmin' ashore, with his fiddle under his arm and the bow in his mouth. Now, Major, if they take Washington, and the ship sinks, we'll swim ashore. Yes. SESI. Colonel, and I suppose you will take the nigger with you, just as that old feller did the fiddle, for the nigger has been the fiddle your party has played on. The colonel didn't seem to like this application of his story, but he didn't say a word. I felt very solemn, for I couldn't help feelin' enormous like crying when I thought how this great nation might all be shipwrecked afore he knew it, by a set of fellers who have been so taken up with the nigger as to let the country go to destruction. I went to bed that night with a heavy heart, and had a terrible attack of biliousness, which I had to take nigh onto a gallon of elderbark tea to cure. Since then I've been better, and if God spares my life I'll keep you posted about our national affairs as long as there is a nation. Your friend, Major Jack Downing. Major Jack Downing. Letter 17. A cabinet meeting. The President calls for the opinion of each member. Speeches of Seward, Chase, Stanton, Blair, Wells, Smith, and Bates. The Major called on for an opinion. The Pepperidge log story. The Major opposes an armistice. No conclusion arrived at. Washington, September 13, 1862. Washington. To the editors of the Caucasian. Sirs, second time as we've had here since I writ you last, you never heard tell on. One time we all thought that the secesh would take us, bag and baggage, but we feel easier now, and everybody is hopin' that the crisis is past. Right in the midst of the tribulation, Lincoln called a meeting of the cabinet to consult on the tryin' state of affairs, and he insisted that I must meet with him, as it was no time to stand on precedents and ceteris, and beside, he said he wanted the help of every ounce of loyal brains in the country. SESE. Major, I can depend on you, for though you sometimes give me a hard hit, yet you've allers got the good of your country at heart. SESI. Colonel, I'm much obliged to you for your good opinion, and I can assure you that every word of it is true. If there's a man on this earth that has a truer love for his country than I have, I would like to see him. In SESI. Colonel, I'll tell you why my country seems so dear to me. I'm an old man now, nigh on 80 years old. I recollect when Jefferson beat that old Federal, John Adams, in 1800. I warn't old enough then to vote for him, though I wanted to. But when he run the second time I voted for him, and done all I could for his election. Wall, I've been a Democrat from that day right down to the old General's time, and I'm a Democrat yet, but I love my country above all parties. And one reason why my country is so dear to me is, because I haven't got anything else to love now. Nigh about all my relations are dead and gone, and there ain't anything on earth left me to love but my country, and when I see it distracted, divided and bleedin', it makes me cry, and… SESI. Colonel, I can't help it. Sirs. Wall. SES the Colonel. Major, It's uncommon hard for old men like you, I know, but you just meet with the cabinet this morning, and let us see if some new plan can't be adopted to get out of this scrape. So when the time come, I took my hickory and went in. Pretty soon the different members come dropping in, one by one, and all seemed highly tickled to see me except Seward, who has never forgiven me for exposing his deception on Lincoln when he altered my constitutional telescope. After they all got seated, SES Lincoln, SES he. Gentlemen, there's no use any longer of doing like the ostrich does, stick our heads in a sandbank and say that we don't see it, for we're whipped and driven back. In a word, we have failed. Now, the real question is, why have we failed? What is the cause of it? Just as soon as we can find out the reason of our failure, we shall know what to do to remedy it. Now, SES the Colonel, I want every one of you to give me your frank, blunt opinion as to the reason. First, I will call on Mr. Seward. Seward got up, looking as pale as a sheet, and SES he. Wall, it ain't my fault. I've paid no attention to the war, but have had my hands full in keepin' furrin nations from interferin', and I've succeeded. But if I should give my opinion of the cause of the failure of our efforts to restore the Union, I would say it was owing entirely to the ultra-republicans, who wanted to kill slavery before they scotched it. This let the cat out of our bag before the right time. It aroused and united the South and divided the North. They saw what we were after. If my policy had been followed of pacifying the South and of talking Union to the North, we would have scotched the snake of slavery, and then we could have killed it at our leisure. Then Lincoln called Chase. He commenced by saying that he did not agree with Mr. Seward as to the cause of our failure. He said it was just this dilly-dally policy that had ruined us. Congress had done its duty, but the President had not yet dared to make the rebels feel the power of Congress. He said he had kept the army supplied with greenbacks, and that was all he had to do. He had done his duty, but he didn't believe we would ever succeed until we fit for liberty and the overthrow of slavery. We should allers fail to restore the Union until we did it. Then Stanton spoke. He said, he thought one great cause of our failure was because he had not kept on issuing his proclamations, as he did at first. He said he thought his proclamation about the Spirit of the Lord enabled our soldiers to take Nashville. Then, SES he. General McClellan is too slow. He might have been made for a railroad engineer, where there was no hurry about building the road, but he was never cut out for a general. He was a failure, and hence it was a failure all round. Then Blair spoke up. Wall, SES he. If there's a man done his duty, it's me. I've stopped every paper in the mails that wouldn't endorse the policy of the administration, hence the people have only seen arguments on one side. If we've failed, therefore, it can't be because the people's readin' hasn't been well looked after. I haven't allowed their minds to be pisoned by any copperhead democratic doctrines. Nothing but anti-slavery sentiments can get through the mails now. If we've failed, I think it must be because Seward and Stanton have not been more strict in arrestin' men who talked. Here Seward and Stanton both jumped up and declared that Blair was very unjust, and said they had arrested every man they could get anything agin, and a good many that they couldn't get anything agin. Wall, Blair said, anyhow, the failure was not his fault. If they didn't believe him, let them ask his father, who knew more about politics than any other man in the country. Then old Wells got up, looking very sleepy. He said, the failure could not be charged agin the Navy. It was the most wide-awake institution of the age. It had achieved all the victories. Here Stanton jumped up agin, but Wells wouldn't yield the floor. The army couldn't do anything without his gunboats. Every time the rebels got at them, they had to retreat to his gunboats. In his opinion, the army had failed, because it could not carry his gunboats with it. He said he had been trying to invent a plan to furnish each regiment with a gunboat for land service. If he could do that, he thought Richmond might be taken early next spring. The only thing in all the war that had not been a failure were his gunboats. Then Mr. Smith, an old man from out west, got up. He said he belonged to the interior, and didn't know much about what was going on. He had heard say there was a war in progress, and that there had been some pretty tall fightin', but he didn't know whether it had been a success or a failure. If we had failed, he thought it must be because we had not been successful, and if we had succeeded, he thought it must be because we hadn't failed. Mr. Bates said. He agreed with Mr. Smith, except in one point. He had heard, within a day or two, for the first time, that we had failed. Upon looking over Blackstone to see if there was any case like it, he had been much disappointed in not finding any. He thought we must have failed because we had not followed Blackstone. After he got through, Lincoln called upon me. I just hauled up my old hickory and laid it on the table, and then putting my elbows on the table to rest myself, I began. SESI. Colonel, I feel kinder scary to give my opinion right here, after such a display of larning and eloquence, but, SESI. As I understand the question, it is this: we've been fighting to restore the Union, and we've failed. Now, what is the cause of the failure? SESI. Is that it, Colonel? SESI. Yes, Major, that's it, exactly. Wall. SESI. I always want to get on the track afore I start, and then I can tell pretty nigh where I will fetch up. Now. SESI. Colonel, I want to ask you a question. Did you ever try to split a pepperidge log? No. SESI. Major, I never did. Nobody would be such a concerned fool as to try and split a pepperidge log. Wall. SESI. Colonel, suppose some fellow should come to you and tell you that he had been a year and a half trying to split a pepperidge log, and couldn't do it, that he had failed, and wanted you to tell him what to do, what would you say to him? Say to him, why, I should tell him he might just as well whistle at the log as to try to split it, that it warn't in the nature of sec naughty, nilly, cross-grained timber to split, in other words, that he was trying to do an unpossible thing. No. SESI. Colonel, that's just my idea about trying to save this Union by fighting. You're trying to do an impossible thing. After a year and a half of fighting, you all acknowledge that you have failed, and all the cabinet is wondering why you have failed. Now, it ain't no wonder to me. You have failed just because, in the very nature of things, what you are trying to do can't be done in that way. You're talking the wrong way to do it. When I said this, you never did see Seca flutter. Stanton turned very red in the face, and said, that I oughter be sent to Fort Lafayette. I told him that I wasn't afeard of all the forts this side of purgatory, and that I should speak my mind till my dying day, let what would happen. That cooled him down. Then I told the cabinet that the only way to get out of this scrape was to have an armistice, stop the fightin', and go to talkin', that both sides had had enough of bloodshed now to satisfy them, and that the only way to get at a settlement was to do that. They took a vote on it, and all voted for it except Lincoln, Chase, and Wells. The colonel said he was so committed to the abolition governors of the North that he couldn't go for the armistice. Chase said, if it comes to that, then all the money has been spent for nothing, and I shall be cussed for the debt forever and ever. Old Wells said that he thought we should be successful just as soon as he got his new patent land gunboats in operation, and he was for fighting the thing out. The other members of the cabinet said they thought they could back out without much trouble. Seward said he never see a hole so small that he couldn't, on a pinch, get through, especially with Weed to help him. He thought he should turn Democrat. Stanton said he intended to join the church and turn Methodist pre-share. Blair said he didn't know what he should do till he consulted his father. He knew the old man could help him out. Smith and Bates said they should return to the bosom of their families, and, if necessary for their safety, put on crinoline. No conclusion, however, was come to about the armistice. The colonel can't bring himself up to the idea yet. If the governors were only in favor of it, he should do it at once. So I suppose, for the present, we shall keep on trying to do an impossible thing, to get the Union by fighting for it. Depend upon it, trying to split pepperidge logs ain't nothing to it. Yours till death, Major Jack Downing. Major Jack Downing. Letter 18. The Major not ill. The President has the gripes, the witch hazel medicine, going to the bottom of a subject, the Democrats and the war, the Emancipation Proclamation, a visit to Jen McClellan's army, the soldiers cool, Mr. Lincoln tells a story. Sloshing about. Washington, October 6, 1862. Washington. to the editors of the Caucasian. Sirs, I see you said in your paper last week that perhaps I had the rheumatiz, and that was the reason why I had not writ you. Now, you were dreadfully mistaken, for I ain't had a twinge of the rheumatics for a long time. The reason I did not write last week was just this: right off, after Lincoln had issued that abolition proclamation, he was taken with a terrible fit of the gripes. There was news received that some of the soldiers were getting ornery, and refusing to fight for the nigger, and I thought one spell that the colonel would go crazy. He walked the floor all night, and looked as if he would die. Fine rally it brought on the gripes, and then his condition was terrible. I tried elderbark tea, but it didn't do a mite of good, so I told him there warn't but one medicine that would cure him, and that was witch hazel sticks mixed up with molasses. So I sent for some twigs and cut 'em up in about inch pieces, and put the molasses on, and stirred it all up. The colonel looked at it very sharp, and says, "Major, you ain't going to give me raw fence to drink, are you? The remedy will be worse than the disease." "Wall," says I, "Colonel, then that will be just like your abolition proclamation." And I kept on mixing it with a big spoon. "No," says I, "Colonel, the good pints of this medicine are, that as it goes to a feller it cleans him completely out. It confiscates, eradicates, obliterates and conflusticates everything. It's equal to your abolition proclamation and the confiscation bill rolled into one." Says I, "Colonel, there's only one thing about it that's wrong. Sometimes the sticks get twisted together, or tangled up like the logs comin' down the river, in Maine in the spring of the year, and it requires a pretty hard jar to start 'em loose. But," says I, "there's no danger of its killin' anybody, and there's no way for you to get rid of that gripin' but by talking it." The colonel looked at it pretty sharp, and says, "Major, I can't stand this inert earthquake much longer, and if you say that raw fence will cure me, I'll swallow it if it takes the har off my head." So I just told him to take it, and down he put it as easy as if it had been genuine bourbon. He hadn't had it down but a little while before he began to get wuss. He walked the floor and groaned as if he was going to die. Says he, "Major, this infernal stuff will kill me, sure. I believe I've swallowed a dose of pitchfork tines, or a half pint of darnine needles. It reminds me of a story, Major, but I feel too bad to tell it. It's the very first time in my life I was ever so far gone." I see at a glance what was the matter. The sticks had got tangled together, and lodged fast, and I knew there was no time to be lost. So says I, "Colonel, I can cure you. You just come here and sit down in this chair." He come up, and when he went to set down, I jerked the chair right out from under him, and down he come kerslap on the floor. I tell you it made the whole house shake, but I knowed he must get a good jar, or it was a gone case with him. It made him see stars for a little while, for the colonel, you know, is long-geared, and it was no jokin' matter for him to fall so far. But it was all over within a minute, and when he got up he said he felt like another man. But says he, "Major, that's what I call going to the bottom of a subject." "Wall," says I, "Colonel, that's just what you are trying to do on the slavery question, and if you don't see stars on that before you get through with it, I'll wonder." Says I, "Colonel, do you expect Democrats are going to support you on freeing the niggers?" "Wall," says he, "Major, not the raw, genuine Democrats. But you see you've got a great lot of fellers in your party who call themselves Democrats, who ain't Democrats at all. You've had the offices in your party so long, that you've naturally attracted a whole lot of chaps who only want offices. These fellers have mostly been the leaders of your party for years and years, and now, when we've got the offices, and there ain't scarcely a chance that the South will ever have any more to give 'em, they all come to us, and I can get 'em at almost any price, from a brigadier generalship down to $0.25. I've tried to get some genuine Democrats to mix in, but you can't touch 'em." Says I, "Colonel, I guess you'll find that the great bulk of the Democrats won't fight to free the niggers. They can't be sec a pack of dern fools. You've got too high an opinion of your party, Major." Says the colonel, "There's a great many more dern fools in it than you've got any idea of. You say they won't fight to put down slavery. Didn't they say they wouldn't fight to coerce the South? And didn't they do it? Didn't they say they would only defend the capital, and wouldn't invade Virginia, and didn't they do it? Sirs. Yes. SESI. Colonel, I must own that's the truth, but, SESI. They called God to witness if the war was ever made an anti-slavery war, they would throw down their arms. Yes. SESE. But don't they say now that they ain't got nothing to do with the policy of the government, and that their only duty is to fight? Wall. SESI. Colonel, some of 'em have said that, but it can't be possible that that's the general sentiment. If they follow that principle, then if you should proclaim yourself emperor or king, and tell them to fight to establish a monarchy, they would do that. That's driving your ideas a little too far, Major, as you generally do. But what do you think about our going up to the army and reviewing the soldiers, and seeing whether I ain't just as popular as ever I was? Wall. SESI. Colonel, I think that is a goody day, and I can judge pretty nigh how your proclamation sets on the stomachs of the soldiers from the way they cheer you. If they cheer as loud as they did when they were down at Harrison Landing, I shall be mistaken. So we started off the next day for General McClellan's headquarters in a special train. First we went to General Sumner's headquarters, and it warn't long afore General McClellan come there. 2. There was some talk about the proclamation, and Lincoln told the general that there were 2 great reasons why he had made it. One was to stop foreign nations from interfering, and the other was to make the rebels come to terms. He thought it would fade 'em, sure. General McClellan didn't say a word, one way nor t'other, but looked on common solemn, and asked the colonel whether he didn't want to review the troops. I saw at once that the general didn't like it, and that he wanted to turn the subject. Then we started off and took a look at the troops on Maryland Heights and Bolivar Heights, and all around Mr. Harper's ferry. Mr. Harper warned him, and so we didn't see him, and the ferry warn't in good order nether, the reason being that the rebels had been there and destroyed enemost everything. As we were going along, SESI. Colonel, them cheers don't sound like they did down on the James River. The colonel didn't say anything, but looked very serious. When General McClellan showed himself, you oughter have heard the soldiers yell and scream, and wave their hats. I never see the colonel look so pale and thin, and I couldn't get a word out of him. As for making a speech, it warn't to be thought on. After we got all done reviewing the soldiers, the colonel and all hands of us come down from the heights, and sat down near the road on an old wagon. Lincoln told some stories to pass away the time, and pretty soon we went back to General Sumner's headquarters, where we stayed all night. The next morning we went to General McClellan's headquarters, and then over the battlefield of Antietam. The next day we come home, both of us pretty nigh tired out. The colonel pulled off his boots as soon as he got in the house, as he almost always does, and I got out my pipe for a smoke. Wall. SESI. Colonel, what do you think of your visit? SESE. Major, it's just as you told me. That proclamation of mine ain't popular, and I knowed it wouldn't be. But just see how I was situated. There was the abolition governors driving me on one side, and there was France and England on the other side. What was I to do? I couldn't stand still. I couldn't go back. So I had to let her rip. I've been pulling around, Major, ever since I've been president, trying to touch bottom, and I couldn't find it. Now I hope I'll get it. Yes. SESI. Colonel, but maybe your poll warn't a constitutional poll. If it had been, you would have found bottom long ago. SESI. Depend on it, Colonel, there ain't no bottom where you are polling, and if you keep on till doomsday, you won't find any. SESI. Colonel, don't you know that you said in your inaugural that you had no right to interfere with slavery, and that you didn't intend to? SESE. Did I, Major? I've forgot all about it. The truth is, Major, when I look back the 2 years I've been president, it reminds me of a story. Old Bill Jones got drunk one election day, out in Illinois, and had a hand in several fights before night. The next day he was brought up before a justice of the peace, and the justice inquired, Mr. Jones, did you strike Tom Smith yesterday? Wall, I don't know, Judge S.E.S. Bill, I was sloshing around considerable, and can't exactly say what I did. Wall, Mr. Jones, did you hit Jim Waddles? Wall, now, Judge, I can't be sartain. The truth is, I was sloshin' around most of the day, I reckon. Now, Mr. Jones, tell me whether you struck Dick Robinson? Can't say, Judge, replied Bill. I believe, on the hull, I was sloshin' around about all day. Wall, Mr. Jones, said the Justess, what do you mean by sloshin' around? Wall, Judge, said Bill, sloshin' around is jest going right through a crowd, and mowing your swath, hittin' right and left everybody you meet slap over the face and eyes. Now, the truth is, Major, I've been sloshin' around since I've been president, hidden in the dark, and not knowin' exactly where I struck. This proclamation of mine is a hit in the dark, but as I am the first anti-slavery president, I've got to mark out a new track, and hence do as old Bill Jones did, keep sloshin' around. Wall, SESI. Colonel, that's resky business, and if you don't slosh once too often, it will be a wonder. But, SESI. Colonel, I'm terrible tired after this trip, and what do you say to havin' a little old ride before we go to bed? That's just what I was thinkin' of, Major. The Colonel then told the feller in bad clothes, who does chores for us, to get us some, and we both took a good swig of genuine rye juice, and went to bed. I was most tuckered out, but this mornin' I feel nigh about as good as ever agin. Yours till death, Major Jack Downing. Major Jack Downing. Letter 19. The President nervous. The state elections, Mr. Lincoln astonished. He takes cordial, Mr. Seward turns Democrat. The Major tells a story, Mr. Seward and the Major take a drink. How John Van Buren got Jen Scott's letter, Mr. Stanton on the elections. Washington, October 20th, 1862. Washington. To the editors of the Caucasian. Sirs, Wall, the Colonel has been sick agin. It is astonishin' how little takes him down nowadays. His constitution seems to be enemost clean gone. Old rye don't do much good, and I've tried all sorts of medicine, but nothing seems to work well. This time his narves were terribly worked up, and he was so fidgety, that I concluded to try Godfrey's cordial. This cooled him down a good deal, and but not until he tuck nigh unto 4 or 5 bottles full. The cause of all this flutter was the recent elections in Ohio, Indiana and Pennsylvania. The Colonel had been told by Sumner, Greeley and Andrews that the only way to carry the elections this fall was to issue an emancipation proclamation, that if he didn't do it, the party would be completely whipped out in every state. So he concluded to try it, but when the returns come in, you never did see such a woebegone-looking man. One night he heard some bad news from Ohio, and getting up in his nightgown, he come to my room and asked what I thought about it. I struck a light and got out my slate. The Colonel had Greeley's last year's almanac in his hands. He. Major, let's go down to the telegraph office, and see how the majorities run, and we can be able to give a guess that will come as nigh to it as the jump of a rabbit. So I just put on my duds, and off we went. The news come in thick and fast, and as the feller at the telegraph read off the figures, I put 'em down on my slate, and the Colonel compared them with his own majorities in Greeley's primer. I see he was tinted all sorts of colors, and finally he. Major, we are gone just as completely as if we were up Salt River now, instead of being here. I'd just like to swap places with some hoss jockey, and go into the hoss contract line. He. Major, let's go hum. I've seen all of this elephant that I want to. So he crammed his coat-tail pocket full of dispatches, and off we started. When he got home, he. Major, my administration is the biggest failure that ever took place in the history of this or any other country. I now see that just as plain as I see that bottle of old rye there. I've listened to those infernal fools, Sumner and Greeley, and a pretty scrape they have got me in. Sirs. SESI. Colonel, it ain't my natur to hit a man when he is down, or to hurt anybody's feelin's by referrin' to the past. But, SESI, don't you recollect the story about applyin' the principle? SESI. Yes, I do, I recollect it well. Wall. SESI. Now see the result of applyin' the principle. I told you then that you'd get scorched worse than Zena's homespun did in meddlin' with the telegraph, if you undertook to carry out the principle of abolition, but you said the thing must take the bottom, and you was bound to put it through. Now you see, the people don't support you. They don't want niggers made equal to white men, nor they don't want 'em freed to be a tax on 'em. A few fellers like Greeley, whose brains all seem to run to bran bread and free love, or some other moonstruck nonsense, and some larn fools like Sumner, want to try the experiment, but they don't represent the people. So you see, Colonel, that in applying the principle you have kicked yourself over, and I only mention it to show you that if he had followed my advice you would not have had these great defeats to mourn over. The Colonel looked very solemn, and said, Major, I know I'd been a great deal better off if I'd followed your advice all through these troubles, but you see I had to go with my party, and if it had carried me to the other side of Jordan, I suppose I should have gone with it. That night I thought the Colonel would go into spasms, he was so nervous. I got some hot water, and soaked his feet in it, rubbed his bowels with brandy, and laid flannel on 'em, and bathed his temples in camphire and rum. But he grew worse all the time. Finally, I began to pour the cordial down him, and then he commenced to revive. But he didn't sleep scarcely a wink all night. In the morning he was the most limpsy piece of mankind I ever did see. I rawly believe he might have been tied in a knot like an eel, he was so limber. Just a little while after breakfast, who should come in but Seward? He hadn't hardly spoken to me since I blowed him for altering the Colonel's constitutional telescope, but this morning he was as perlite and as clever as he could be. Said, Major, the election news is good, and our party is successful. Said, Mr. Seward, I don't understand you. Why, Major? Said, and he put on one of the queerest smiles I ever see on a man's face. Don't you know I have turned Democrat? Said, You don't say so. Yes. Said, I'm a Democrat now, and no mistake. The Colonel looked as if thunder had struck him. Wall, said, Mr. Seward, that reminds me of a story, as the Colonel would say. Wall, said, Major, what is it? I always like to hear your stories. They are so pat. Wall, said, maybe this will turn out to be a little patter than you like, but howsoever, as I never spile a good story for acquaintance' sake, I will tell it. Once on a time, it is said, an old coon went out of a night to get some fodder among the cornfields, and did not return to his hole until near morning. When he got home he saw a skunk had taken possession of his hole. He went up and said, Who's there? The skunk replied, A coon. Are you a coon? Yes, said the skunk, I'm a coon. Wall, said the coon, you don't look like a coon, you don't act like a coon, and I'll be darned if you smell like a coon. No. said, Mr. Seward, you may be a Democrat, but you don't look like one, nor act like one, nor smell like one, and I'll be darned if I believe you are one. Said, Major, you are rather personal. Wall, said, I don't mean any offense in. Said, if you really mean to be a Democrat, let's take a drink of old rye over the victories in Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Indiana. So he come up and we both took a good swig of whiskey. The Colonel looked at us and grit his teeth. Wall, said, if you are going to rejoice in my defeat, I'll go over and call on Stanton, and see if he can't cheer me up. So the Colonel went off. After he'd gone, Seward and I took another nip of the old rye, and pretty soon we tasted of it again. The Secretary is a capital drinker, and he knows what good liquor is as well as any feller I ever see. Finally he got in a very good humor, and said, Major, we've been bad friends long enough. So he actually hugged me, and said there weren't a man that ever lived that he loved so much as the old general, and next to him his friend Major Downing. When I thought I'd got him in a good humor and he was very talkative, said, Mr. Secretary, can you tell me how John Van Buren got that letter of General Scott's? Said, Yes, Major, I can. You know I don't want that feller Wadsworth elected, for he's my bitter political enemy, so the way the letter got out was this. Weed, you know, is my chum. Now, we have an understanding that everything that I can't tell him I put in my right-hand coat-tail pocket. You see, then I can deny that I made it public. That pocket is Weed's pocket, and he always goes to it for secrets. Wall, I put the letter in that pocket, and Weed got it from there. Weed also has just such a pocket. All smart politicians have such a pocket. Now, Weed's chum is Ben Welch, Commissary General, and Ben got it out of Weed's pocket. Now, John has long been a chum of Ben's, and he got it out of Ben's pocket. That's the way that this letter got out, that there is so much mystery about. Right off after this the Colonel came in, and we had to drop the conversation, for Seward gave me the wink as much as to say that he didn't want Lincoln to know everything about it. Then I asked the Colonel what Stanton said. He said Stanton was in favor of issuing a proclamation over the great victories of the administration in Ohio, Indiana, Pennsylvania, and Illinois. He said the people didn't put any faith in newspapers anymore, and a proclamation declaring that the elections had all gone favorable would be believed without winking. Stanton thinks there ain't nothing so powerful as a proclamation. Seward said afore it was done, the cabinet had better be called together. Here the matter dropped, and as the Colonel looked uncommon blue, I left him to his own reflections, and went upstairs to my room. Yours till death, Major Jack Downing. Major Jack Downing. Letter XX. The New York election, Mr. Lincoln tells a story, cannot do justice to the subject. Mr. Lincoln feels bad, the Major amuses him by a joke, how to get up a message, keeping a party together, the Excelsior political prepared glue, the different stripes of abolitionists, boating on the Mississippi River, polling along. Washington, Nov. 10th, 1862. Washington. To the editors of the Caucasian. I expect you were very much surprised in not getting a letter from me last week, but the truth is, I got one partly writ just as the news of the elections in New York and Jersey come in, and I should have finished it and sent it on if the Colonel had not been taken down sick so sudden. When the rumor first come that York City had gone over 30,000 for Seymour, and that Fernando and Ben Wood and James Brooks had been elected to Congress, the Colonel didn't say a word, but looked as if he'd drop down through the floor. I didn't like to speak first, but I see the Colonel weren't going to, and so SESI. How do you feel, Mr. President? Wall, SESE. Major, I'll tell you a story. A good many years ago there lived in Lower Kentucky an old feller named Josh Miller. Now, it was generally reckoned in that part of the country that old Josh could outswear any feller that ever lived. Josh was a kind of general teamster, and had a 2-hoss wagon with which he did chores for everybody round the village. One day he had on a load of ashes, and was going up a steep hill, sittin' on the forepart of his wagon. When about halfway up the hind board of his wagon come out, and old Josh not looking round, nigh about all the ashes jarred out, so when he got to the top of the hill he didn't have a pan full left. He stopped his hosses, however, and got out, and a whole lot of fellers, who knew the ability of old Josh in the swearin' line, gathered around expecting to hear the tallest kind of strong words. The old feller looked first at his wagon and then at the ashes all strewed along the road, and finally SESE boys, there's no use in tryin', I can't do justice to the subject, and now, Major. SES the Colonel. That's just my condition now, I can't do justice to the subject and I don't feel like talkin', in fact I can't talk. I see the Colonel felt very bad, and if he couldn't talk nor tell stories, I didn't know what on earth might happen. I was afeard he would get so full that something like the dropsy would set in. And sure enough, that night not a word did he speak, nor a story did he tell. The consequence was he began to swell and bloat like a mad pork pine. I see at once that I must turn Dr. Agin, or there was no tellin' how soon he might kick the bucket. He was growin' was fast, actually beginning to look blue. So SESI. Colonel, there's no help for it, you must be tapped. Tapped? SESE. Major, tapped? There weren't anything ever tapped in my house that lasted more than a week. Oh no! I ain't ready to die yet. I see the ruling passion was strong in death, just as the poets say, but as soon as I got a joke out of him, I knew that he would survive. So thinks I to myself, I'll see if I can fetch him to buy another joke. So SESI. Colonel, suppose tappin' should kill you, you would go to a world of spirits. When I said this, he jumped right up out of his chair, Logan, and taking me by the hand SESE. Major, you are the best friend I've got. When I'm sick you doctor me, and when I'm down-spirited you jest joke me right out of the dumps. SESE. Major, I've a good mind to make you Commander-in-Chief of the Army. No, no. SESI. Colonel, don't do that, for I should think you had something egging me, and wanted to hand me over to the abolitionists to be punished. The Colonel and I have also been busy since I wrote you last in getting up the next message. He has been written his ideas on little slips of paper about 2 inches wide, as they have happened to pop in his head, and then submit them to me to sort of polish up. The Colonel says that written a message is a good deal like getting out timber for a barn in the woods. First, you want the sills, then the posts, then the girders, then the plates, and finally the rafters. We ain't got the sills fairly hewed out and squared yet. The truth is, the Colonel is kinder worried as to how exactly to lay the foundation. Wilson, who is now here, says the sills must be of abolition timber, and no mistake. I told the Colonel that sich stuff was the poorest kind of basswood, and wouldn't stand nohow. Then he thought of puttin' in a mixture of abolition timber and some constitutional saw logs, but I told him that that would make it so cross-grained that it wouldn't bear any weight at all, and by the time we got the rafters on it would all smash down in a pile. Wall, SESE. Major, I must do something to keep my party together. I must contrive some sort of a mixture that won't look too much abolition, and yet that won't drive off the old, genuine friends of freedom. Wall, SESI. I don't think your party can hold together much longer, anyhow. It seems to me it is mighty nigh now fallen to pieces, and it won't take much longer to knock it into so many pieces that you can't no more putty 'em together than you can find the tail of a rainbow. Wall, SES the Colonel. Major, don't you think I've done well in keeping it together as long as I have? SESI. Yes, Colonel, if there's a feller in this country that ought to get out a patent for Excelsior political prepared glue, it is you. You've kept together the most cross-grained, knotty, gnarly lot of political timber that ever was made up into any political party. SESI. There's the Greeley stripe. Now, it's enough to give any party the dyspepsy to have such a set of brand-bred, free-love, long-haired set of fellers in it. And there's Garrett Smith and his stripe, a kind of maroon-colored, mongrel breed of politicians, something like a cross between a Jamaica nigger and an Eskimo, and then there's Wendell Phillips and old Garrison, sort of abolition alligators, and finally you've got a sort of half-and-half fellers in your party who try to be conservative, who quote Blackstone and the Lawdyke Skinneries, and set great stress upon being very moderate. Now, how you've contrived, Colonel, to keep all these different ingredients together is a mystery. Wall, Major, if I hadn't learned something about boatin' on the Mississippi River, when I was young, I don't believe I would ever have been able to steer the ship of state at all. Why? SESI. How is that? Wall, SESE. Going up the Mississippi River is a good deal like being president. Sometimes you have to go one way and sometimes another. Sometimes you go slam right in one bank and sometimes in t'other, and then it ain't at all uncommon to get on a sandbar, and lay there no one can tell how long. Now, Major, that's a good deal like being president, and you see I've kept my party together by just going first one way and then t'other. When the abolition tide come along strong, I'd a just let the vessel follow the current, go with it, and when she struck the other shore, of course, it would take another tack. Sometimes, when all hands got a quarrelin', I'd just let her rip right on a sandbar, and there let her lay until I made 'em settle their disputes. But I tell you, Major, there's one that has been the best of all to keep my party together. When they've got pretty mutinous, I've threatened to discharge all hands and get a new set. Then you ought to see how soon they stop quarrelin'. There's nothing they so much dread as to lose the offices. Take away the cow that gives the milk, and they would all blat just like weaned calves. So when I stop the ship and tell them that I'm going to clear the deck and put on a new crew, I tell you they are as whist as mice. So you see, I go pulling along. First this way, then that, just like going up the Mississippi River, for all the world. Wall, SESI. Colonel, that seems to me a rather haphazard, no policy way of being president. It ain't statesmanlike. Wall, Major, mebbe it is and mebbe it ain't, but I'm going to make things shake now, since the elections are over. Things have got to be more lively. I didn't say nothin', for I see the Colonel was gettin' his back up. At last, SESI. Colonel, Have you tried any of that old rye lately? He. No, Major, I ain't, but I feel like wet in my gills tonight. How do you feel? Wall. I. Colonel, a little good whiskey never goes egg in the grain. At that the Colonel sent for the feller who does chores, and we both took a swig. When I thought he was in pretty good humor, I. Colonel, why did you remove McClellan? He. Major, I can't tell you now, but just recollect my story about pullyin' around, and gettin' in abolishin' currents, and you can guess. I said nothin', for I see the Colonel was very mum, so I bid him good night, and slept as sound on that old rye as I ever did when I was a boy. The Colonel is famous for good whiskey, anyhow. Yours till death, Major Jack Downing. Major Jack Downing. Letter 21. The message, a Cabinet Council, speeches of Seward, Chase, Stanton, Wells, Blair and Bates. Mr. Lincoln tells a story, the Major gives his opinion, Mr. Chase accuses him of disloyalty, the Major demands a retraction, it is given. Washington, Nov. 22, 1862. Washington. To the editors of the Caucasian. Sirs, Wall, the message ain't done yet. The Colonel keeps tinkerin' at it a little every day. I tell him he is just like a cooper hammerin' at a barrel. He keeps poundin' away, and when he gets through, he is right around jest where he started from. The other day I telled the Colonel that it might hurry up matters by havin' a Cabinet Council, and perhaps by gettin' all heads together we might get the message in some sort of shape. Congress would meet afore long, and there was no time to lose. The Colonel said he thought that would be a goody day, and so one was called. The Colonel insisted that I should be present, though I didn't much want to be, since I knew how Seward was trying to play the conservative and turn Democrat. Howsoever, I determined to go but to say nothin'. The Colonel opened the ball by tellin' all hands how that he and the Major had been to work at the message for some weeks, off and on, like farmers sortin' their corn, but they couldn't get the document into ship shape exactly, and hence he had called them together to hear their opinions on the subject, and to larn how each department stood. He said he wanted to tech on all subjects, and fust he would ask Mr. Seward about our foreign affairs. Seward got up, lookin' very pale, and the fust thing he said was, that he believed Seymour was elected governor of New York. Mr. Chase wanted to know what that had to do with foreign affairs, but, and here he looked very knowin'. Perhaps Mr. Seward can tell how Seymour come to be elected? At this Seward brushed up and asked him what he meant. Wall, I mean just this, that if you and Weed had not thrown cold water on Wadsworth, Seymour would never have been elected. That's false. Seward and Chase jumped up as if he was going to do something, but the Colonel at once interfered, and said that he didn't send for 'em to quarrel about the elections, which were bad enough, Lord knows, but he wanted to know how the foreign affairs stood. Seward said, that, comin' to the pint, foreign affairs never looked better. We were at peace with all the world, and he didn't doubt but with the aid of his friend Weed, and a liberal use of Secret Service money, he would be able to keep the peace. He said it looked now as if, in 60 days, that all day of foreign intervention for the rebills would be given up, and then the rebellion would be smashed at once. Sirs. Then the Colonel asked Mr. Chase how the finances stood. Wall, Chase said that everything was working splendid, that only the other day he got a loan in Wall Street above par, that everything was risin' in price, and that the people was tickled to death with the good-lookin' notes he got out, that they liked 'em so well, and they were so much handier than gold and silver, that they didn't use anything else lately. He said he thought he was going to be set down as the greatest financier since the days of Lycurgus, who made money out of iron, and thus made all the people rich at once. He said that he would make 'em all rich, if paper didn't get too high, and there was some danger of it, as the pesky rebills had all the cotton to make it of. Just get that, and he would snap his fingers at the whole world. Then Stanton got up. He said everything was now progressin' finely since the railroad superintendent had been discharged. He didn't doubt but Burnside would be in Richmond by the time Congress met, and he thought it was so sure that he advised Lincoln to put it in his message at once. He said his idea was, as soon as Richmond was taken, to issue a proclamation appointing a day of thanksgiving and prayer for our victory over the rebels. He said, if his plans had been followed, we would have been in the rebuilt capital long ago, but it was all right now, and no one need have any fears. Then Grandfather Wells spoke. He said Mr. Stanton seemed to think that the army was going to do all, but he could tell him that he would find that his gunboats were to play a big part. He had been all summer building a whole lot of iron-plated monsters, and if the war didn't come to an end too soon, they would make the fur fly. At all events, they would be ready to celebrate peace, which would be something. For his part, he didn't think the war was nigh ended, yet in fact, he didn't see how it could end until all the contracts were finished. It would do to disappoint so many good members of the party, who hadn't yet had their turn buying vessels on commission, or making gunboats. Then Mr. Blair got up, looking as if he thought that wisdom would surely die when he did. He said he reckoned that the country was safe. He said he had kept a pretty close watch on the newspapers to see if any of them opposed the war or advocated slavery. He thought that the people never had had such advantages in the post office as they had had since he was postmaster general. The people, he said, used to have to pick out the papers they wanted to take themselves, now he did it for 'em. He said he thought he knew best, too, what was good for them, for his father was an editor a good many years, and when he needed information he allers called on the old man. When Blair sat down, the colonel called upon Mr. Bates, but he had gone to sleep, so they skipped him and called upon Mr. Smith. He said that the Interior Department was in a flourishing condition, but he had lately heard that the loco-focos had again carried Indiany, and it had so worried him as to give him the toothache. If they wanted to know anything more about this department, he would ask his chief clerk. Here the colonel asked Seward if he wouldn't wake up Mr. Bates. Seward just walked up, took his finger and thumb and pinched the old man's nose. As he was breathing very hard through it, he jumped up as if he had been pricked with a pin. Yes, he. Have the rebills took St. Louis? Seward told him that this was a cabinet council. Yes, he. What's up? Wall. Yes, Lincoln. We want to know the condition of your department? Yes, he. I ain't a military general, and ain't got command of no department. The old man warn't fairly awake yet. Yes, Seward, yes, he. I guess I'll have to give him another pinch. No. Yes, the colonel. That reminds me of a story. An old dominie down in Connecticut used to have a very sleepy congregation. One day, when a good many were asleep, he stopped right in the middle of his sermon, and called out, "Deacon Giles, sing the 119th Psalm, to the tune of Old Hundred." The deacon commenced and sung one verse. When he got through, the dominie yelled out at the top of his voice, "Sing another verse, deacon, they ain't all awake yet." While all hands were laughing at the colonel's story, Mr. Bates got putty wide awake, and said that his business had got sorter mixed up with Stanton's, and in fact there weren't any courts or judges or juries now, and mighty little need of attorney generals. The generals were all of another kind. He said when the war was over he meant to write out a legal opinion agin it, but he was afeard it wouldn't be loyal to do it now, and so he spent most of his time in reading a bound volume of the Christian Almanac, which he had for 50 years back. He thought the country was in a very prosperous condition, for he drew his salary regular. After he got through, the colonel called on me to make some remarks, but I told him I didn't come there to say anything, but only to listen and to see if I could learn enough of what was going on to complete the message. They all said and then, especially Seward, and said I must give my impressions, nothing more. Wall, I told them, if I said anything I should be just as blunt as a pump handle, and they mustn't take no offense, and that so far as I was concerned, I might just as well go to a singin' school to larn to dance as to have come here to find anything about the state of the country. Every one of them seemed to be thinking about himself, and nothing about the country. Because they drew their salary regularly, and had enough to eat and drink, they thought nobody was hurt. I told them that I guessed they all had on glorification spectacles, and that everything was magnified to 'em. Then I said that just what the colonel wanted to know to put in his message was, how many soldiers we had, and how much they were costin', and how many sailors we had, and how many ships, and how much they cost. Then I tell them that the people would like to know how many poor fellers had lost their lives since the war begun, how many had been crippled, and how much the debt would be after we all got through, and finally, what great good we had got by it all. Here Chase spoke up. He will establish freedom and restore the Union. Wall. SESI. If you want 4 millions of niggers to take care of, you're welcome to 'em, but as for restoring the Union by war, so far it's just been like climbing a greased pole. As fast as you climb up you slip back and… SESI. It will be so to the end of the chapter, unless I me mistaken. SES Chase, SES The Major is disloyal. When he said that I jumped right up with my hickory and SESI. Ain't your name Salmon? SES Yes. Wall. SESI. It won't be long if you don't take that back. I never see a fella look so scart. SES Major, I didn't mean any offense, and so I'll take it back, for I think you mean well. I told him that I didn't allow anybody to say or to intimate that I warned a friend to the Constitution and the Union. The Colonel here spoke and said that his cabinet was a good deal like old Josh Pendleton's boys out in Lower Illinois. They allers come home every New Year's to see the old man and have a talk of old times, but afore they got through they allers had a regular fight. So he thought he'd adjourn the cabinet for fear there would be a scrimmage here. Then they all took their departure, and the message ain't no nearer done than ever. The Colonel and I have set up night after night, and drank old rye, but it is no use, we can't get it in ship-shape form. The Colonel SES he guesses he will just get the message out in rough and send it into Congress, and let Sumner, Chandler, Lovejoy and Thad Stevens lick it into shape. Yourn till death. Major Jack Downing. Major Jack Downing. Letter 22. The message finished, Mr. Sumner says it is not grammatical. The Major's excuse, Mr. Sumner finds fault with the Major's spelling. The Major stumps him. He gives his views on education, Mr. Lincoln proposes a conundrum. The Major tells a story, Mr. Seward's opinion on the war. Washington, December 6, 1862. Washington. To the editors of the Caucasian. Sirs, Wall, I'm glad to say that Congress has got together, and the message has been read and digested. He wouldn't let Seward or Chase have anything to do with it, but he just mauled it all out himself. The next day arter the message was sent in, Sumner come in and said the message warn't exactly grammatical in all its parts. I told him that I guessed if he had to work around short corners as the Colonel did, without getting tripped up, he would find it mighty hard work to get everything just according to grammar. I told him grammar warn't of any account while the rebellion lasted, that, like the Constitution, the grammar was suspended, or locked up where habeas corpus couldn't get at it. In fact, SESI. Mr. Sumner, I think that any man who talks about its being necessary to observe the laws of grammar, or any other laws, when a nation is in a death struggle with traitors, is a disloyal person, an orator to be sent to Fort Lafayette. When I said this, Sumner turned all sorts of colors, and SESI. Wall, Major, perhaps you're right about grammar, but I think you ortair spell the President's name right in your letters. It's a disrespect to the Chief Magistrate not to do it. Wall. SESI. Mr. Sumner, I've got my own ideas on spellin'. Spellin' is a good deal like sparkin' the gals, it's just as a feller takes a notion. My idea is, if I spell a word so as to get its sound, I'm right, and I don't care what you say, it's the only rule of spellin' that holds good in the long run. No. SESI. If Lincoln don't spell Lincoln, what on earth does it spell? That seemed to stump him. But, SESI. Major, there's some general rules that ortair be observed, rules that the schools all use. Wall. SESI. I don't know much about schools, and I guess the Colonel don't nether. I went to school 6 weeks, and the Colonel SES he went 6 months. School larning is mighty poor truck to put into a feller's head unless he's got a good deal of brains there. There's more educated fools now in the world than there are fools of any other kind, and there's a great many of them, Lord knows. And, SESI, it's those educated fools that make all the trouble. Sirs. Why, Major? SESI. You ain't an enemy to education, I hope. Wall, no, Mr. Senator, I ain't no enemy to education, I only hate educated fools. SESE. Major, what do you mean by educated fools? Wall. SESI. When I was a boy and went to school the 6 weeks I speak of, there was a boy in my class who could beat me a spellin' and readin', and in e'en'most everything, but I could lick him just as easy as I could whistle. He hadn't any more spunk, or pluck, or courage than a sick kitten, and mighty little genuine common sense. His father, however, sent him to college, and the fust thing I heerd of him, the papers were callin' him a larn man, and he ain't done anything ever since but to blab at abolishin' meetin's and make abolishin' speeches. No. SESI. That's what I call an educated fool. Just like the larn pig, he can do what he larns to do or sees done. But as for real common sense to tell whether a thing is right or wrong, he ain't worth any more for it than a bulldog is to catch rats. Sumner looked kinder-streaked when I said this, but I didn't say a word, and just hear the Colonel, who had been downstairs to get his boot-jack, come in. SESE. Good mornin', Mr. Sumner. I'll bet you one of Chase's greenbacks. SESE. That you can't tell why this boot-jack is like an office seeker. Sumner said he couldn't. Wall. SES the Colonel. Because it sticks close to the heels of the President. I told the Colonel how that Sumner said that the message warn't grammatical. Wall. SESE. I believe everything goes wrong since I became President. The country is upside down, the niggers are more trouble than ever before, the white men are cutting one another's throats, and it seems as if bedlam was let loose, and now the grammar has been violated, they say. Wall, I wonder what on earth I am fit for. I never succeeded well in flatboating. I allers had poor craps when I tried to be a farmer. I was too tall to split rails handy, and, as a lawyer, I warn't anything more than from poor to middlin'. If I can't be president, I don't see what on earth I was made for. Wall. SESI. Colonel, perhaps you are like the old Quaker's dog. SESE. How was that, Major? Wall. SESI. I'll tell you the story. Up in Maine, not far from Downingville, there used to live an old Quaker named Hezekiah Peabody. He had a yawled dog that was allus loungin' around the house. One day Sol Hopkins, a rough old feller, come along, and SESE, Mr. Peabody, I want a dog to hunt foxes. Do you think your dog is good for foxes? Now, SES the Quaker, neighbor Solomon, I never tried the dog on foxes, for the huntin' of any animals is not my business. But if thee wishes a dog for foxes, according to the scriptures, this dog must be a good dog for foxes. Wall, will you warrant him a good dog for foxes? I cannot do that, neighbor Solomon, for I never tried him on foxes. But according to the scriptures, thee can be sure the dog is good for foxes. So old Sol, thinkin' that scripture proof must be good, give the Quaker $5 for the dog. He took him home, and the next day he saw a fox runnin' across one of his lots. So he called the dog and showed him the fox, but he wouldn't stir an inch after him. This made old Sol terrible mad, and the next day he took the dog back to the Quaker, and SESE, in his rough way, Mr. Peabody, this dog is not worth a damn. Tut, tut, neighbor Solomon, thee shouldn't speak profanely with thy lips. That may be, SES old Sol, but didn't you tell me that this dog was good for foxes? No, neighbor Solomon, I think not. I said according to scriptures he must be good for foxes. Wall, SES old Sol, how do you make that out? Wall, neighbor, the scriptures say that there is nothing made in vain. And as I had tried that dog on everything else except fox huntin', I thought that that must be what he was made for. Now, SESI, Colonel, I hope it won't turn out that you are like the old Quaker's dog, made in vain, or, as old Sol Hopkins expressed it, not worth AD, but, SESI, if you don't restore this union before your term expires, the people will think that you were a good deal worse than the Quaker's dog, for if he warn't good for anything, he didn't do any particular harm. The Colonel didn't seem to like this story much, for SESE. Major, I think you are getting kinder personnel. SESI. No, Colonel, I don't mean to be, but you know stories sometimes will fit closer than you think for when you begin to tell them. Just hear Seward come in, and with his churchyard smile, SESE. Good mornin', Mr. President. I've got good news from England. There won't be any intervention now, and the rebellion will all be over in 60 days. My friend, we'd think so too. What's up, boss? SES Lincoln. That's the name he calls Seward by. Oh, SES, he, rubbing his hands. Don't you see by the papers what a large amount of money the merchants in York are subscribing for the poor, patient, starving English workmen? God bless 'em. Here Seward drew a deep sigh, and then SES, he. It will produce such a good effect in England. Intervention is dead. The rebellion is crushed, and all by this grand and noble idea of mine to feed the starving poor. What philanthropy will do, when it is done right. And here Seward commenced rubbing his hands and walking about the room, and acting like a gal that is just going to get married. I didn't say anything, and the Colonel didn't say anything either, and it warn't a minute afore Seward dodged out of the door as quick as he come in. After he had gone, SESI. Colonel, how many times has Seward had the rebellion suppressed? Oh, SES, he goes to sleep every night with the certain belief that the Union will be restored by daylight, that Jeff Davis will be hanging on a sour apple tree by noon, and that he will be elected next president by sundown. Wall, SESI. Colonel, I think you've got a queer cabinet. Yes, SES, that I have. Seward thinks that his written letters to Europe is going to overthrow the rebellion. Chase thinks it can't be done, except by his greenbacks and freeing the niggers. Old Grandfather Wells is sure that there is nothing will restore the Union except his gunboats, while Blair feels sure that he can do it by stopping Democratic papers. SESI. Why don't you change 'em? Wall, SES. What's the use of swapping jackets? There ain't nothing to be made by it. No, I won't change my cabinet unless I'm druv to it. It's bad enough now, but Lord only knows what it might be if I undertake to change it. I was in hopes I could induce Lincoln to put in some new men, and get out Chase, Seward, Stanton, and Blair. But it's no use. So we shall jog along after the old fashion. Where we shall be in the spring no one can tell. Congress has gone to work in earnest to fix up the finances, and to take care that the Democrats don't sue Lincoln for suspending the habeas corpus. The philanthropists are also busy, and they are going to give all the niggers here a Christmas dinner, which, I suppose, is expected to last them the year round. Eating like a Turk one day and starving 364 is, according to my ideas, a poor way of living. Yours till death, Major Jack Downing. Major Jack Downing. Letter 23. The Major goes to see the Postmaster General about stopping papers. Mr. Blair promises to release them. The President again in trouble. A change in the Cabinet demanded. The Major suggests a remedy for the crisis. Washington, December 20th, 1862. Washington. To the editors of the Caucasian. Sirs, Wall, if I ain't been busy since I read you last, I wouldn't say so. I got your letter about seein' Blair on the question of sendin' the Caucasian in the mails, and I hadn't any doubt but he would do it as soon as I put the subject to him in the right light. Blair's father, Parson Blair, as he used to be called in the old General's time, and I used to be very thick. He helped me cipher a good deal when I was posting the General up about Biddle's bank matters. But I hadn't seen the old man for a long time until I called on him t'other day. He was dreadful glad to see me, and shook my hand as if he thought there warn't no feelin' in it. SES. Major, it's a long time since we've met, and I know you are a loyal man, for there ain't no follower of General Jackson that could be anything else. SESI. Yef, there's a loyal man in this country, I'm one. I go for puttin' down every feller that's opposed to the Constitution. I don't care who he is. I only wish we had an old hickory to step in now and just deal out justice all around, without any partiality. I guess there's a good many fellers that don't expect it, who might get histed. Wall, SES. Major, I'm of your day exactly. The truth is, I'm thinking that this administration is played out. The Ultries will ruin it. Wall, SESI. Mr. Blair, I've come to see you about another matter. Your son Montgomery, who used to be a little shaver in the old General's time, has got the place of Amos Kindle, and he has been stoppin' Democratic papers in the mails. Oh no, SESE. I guess not, only some disloyal sheets. No, SESI. I'll give you $100 for every word of disloyalty in the Constitution you'll find in that paper. Here I took a Caucasian out of my pocket and handed it to him. He looked it over and couldn't find nothing to object to. Then I showed him the motto at its head, taken from his own words about the freedom of the press, and then I told him I wanted him to go with me to Montgomery and see if the thing couldn't be fixed. So we went over, and you never see a man stare so as Montgomery did. SESE. Major Downing, I'm tickled to see you. I think you have slighted me since you've been in Washington. You've been to see nigh about all the members of the cabinet except me. Wall, SESI. I don't go around much, except on business for the colonel, but now, SESI. I've come on another errand. I've come to see why you don't allow all the Democratic newspapers to go in the mails. Wall, SESE. Major, that's just what I'm going to do. It was bad business for us that we ever stopped these papers. It made more votes for the Democratic Party than any other cause. The truth is, it never was my policy. I never did believe in it, and now they all see it must be given up. SESI. Mr. Blair, if you didn't believe in it, you orter have refused to do it. That ain't the way the old general acted, and he's my model. If he thought anything was wrong, there weren't a mortal man, high or low, that could have got him to do it. He would have died afore he would do what his conscience told him weren't right, and it's them kind of men that are great men, and will save our country, if it ever is saved. Wall, SESE. Major, you're about right, and I don't think I shall stay in this boat much longer. Things are going from bad to worse. Yes, SESI. They are like old Sol Hopkins's dying cow, gettin' no better very fast. But, SESE. Major, you can rest easy on the papers. We are going back to the free press principle, and let the people have their own way. Wall, SESI. I'm glad to hear it. It's about time there was a change. Sirs. The Caucasian. So I bid him goodbye, and went back to see the colonel, who I found in a peck of trouble. SESI. What's the matter now? For I saw at a glance that something was up. SESI. Is Burnside whipped again, or is Stonewall Jackson in our rear? No. SESE. Major, nothing of that sort, but something just about as bad. Wall, SESI. What is it? Wall, SESE. There has just been a committee here from the Senate who demand that I shall change my cabinet. They say we don't have any success, and the people demand a change. SESI. Did you kick him downstairs? No. SESE. I didn't. Wall, SESI. You orter. They might just as well ask you to resign. SESI. Don't your cabinet agree in your policy? Don't they do as you desire? Yes. SESE. They do. Wall, SESI. Then what's the use of changin'? If you intend to change your policy, then it is reasonable to ask you to change your cabinet, but otherways not. Wall, SESE. Major, that's my idea exactly, but I didn't tell em so. I thought I would wait and see what you thought of it. Wall, SESI. I see the whole cause of the rumpus. The defeat of Burnside has made em so wrathy that they didn't know what to do, and they thought they must find fault about something. SESI. Fightin' the rebills is just for all the world like bar huntin'. A good many years ago, when it was comin' up in Maine, nigh about all the neighbors would now and then turn out to hunt a bar. If they caught him, they used to have a grand time, get up a big supper and drink whiskey till they all got how come you so. But if they didn't catch the bar, then one was blammin' t'other, and t'other another, and sometimes the affair would end by gettin' into a regular fight all around. Just so it is now. If Burnside had whipped the rebills, it would all have been right. SES Lincoln, SESE. Major, you're right. But what am I do? They complain about the cabinet and want me to change it. Wall, SESI. Colonel, I tell you how to fix it. Get the committee and cabinet face to face, and let 'em quarrel it out. That would be a capital day, Major, but how am I to do it? Wall, SESI. You just call the cabinet together for 12 o'clock tomorrow, and then send for the committee, and put them in the same room together, and see how the happy family will manage. The colonel was struck with the day, and so the next day the cabinet were assembled, and pretty soon after the committee, with Fessenden as chairman, made their appearance. You never see a more flustercated set of people in this world than these men were. But there was no backing out. The colonel called the meeting to order, and said he had received a good many complaints, and he wanted the matter fully discussed. Fessenden got up and said that the people were getting tired of the war, and that the only way to satisfy him was to change the cabinet. Burnside had been defeated, Banks had been sent a great ways off, when he was wanted at home, the soldiers weren't paid, the gunboats weren't finished, and Chase got up first. He said if the soldiers weren't paid it weren't his fault. The fact was, that paper had risen unexpectedly, and his stock was low. Just as soon as paper got more plenty, and he got the new patent national 10-cylinder revolving machine at work, the soldiers would be all paid regular. Then Stanton got up, puffing like a porpoise. He. Mr. President, these air remarks are impertinent, and if I had my way, I would send every one of this committee to the old Capitol. I'd like to know what these men know about war and strategy. Why, they talk about the defeat of Burnside. It is nonsense, sir, he ain't been defeated. The people are humbugged by the newspapers. It's a pity there's a newspaper in the land. They interfere with my strategy. Burnside has gained a great success. He has discovered the strength of the enemy's works at that point, and now we know that some other route is the one to take, and not that one. If it had not been for this battle, we shouldn't have found that out. This committee of old gentlemen, or old women, I had almost said, don't understand the art of war. Their talk is sheer impertinence. I'd squelch 'em with a proclamation, if no other way. Then Grandfather Wells got up, and said he didn't like to have fault found because his gunboats weren't ready. He said he would like to see anyone who had worked harder than he had. He said he hadn't slept but 14 hours a day for 6 months, while his natural rest required 18. He had sacrificed all that for the good of his country, and he didn't believe one of the committee had done as much. Blair got up and said he didn't care how quick they turned him out. He was ready to go any time, as he thought the thing was about played out. Bates said he thought things looked more cheerful than ever before, as he had just discovered that niggers could be citizens, and that the Dred Scott decision was a humbug. When they all got through, there was a general talk all around, and they finally come to the conclusion that there weren't any reason for a change after all, and they all went off in a pretty good humor. So the great cabinet crisis ended, and the colonel feels like a new man. My day of getting them all together face to face, the colonel saved the notion. That night we sat up till after midnight, and finally, after taking a good swig of old rye, went to bed. The next morning the colonel was as merry as a lark, and could tell stories as well as ever. Yours till death, Major Jack Downing. Major Jack Downing. Letter 24. The Emancipation Proclamation, the way to get Richmond, splitting the Union. The Major tells a story about splitting. The President gets indignant, seizes the bootjack. The Major pacifies him. A dream. The Major returns to Downingville. Downingville, State of Maine, February 4, 1863. Downingville. To the editors of the Caucasian. Sirs, I expect you have been kinder puzzled to know why you ain't heard from me in so long a time. I expect you'll wonder, too, why my letter is dated Downingville instead of Washington. Wall, I'll have to narrate the whole story. You know the last letter I writ you was just afore the 1st of January, when the colonel had promised to issue his free nigger proclamation. I was allers teetotally down on it, and I thought I should persuade him out of it, and tharby save the great disgrace and stain it would be on our country. But the truth is, the colonel and I had a row about it, and I left. The story I'll tell just as it took place. The morning after New Year's I come downstairs, and the colonel was settin' in his chair with his feet on the table. Wall, he. I've done it. Done what? I. Why, he. I've signed the proclamation. Wall, SESI. You had better have signed your own death warrant, for that is the death warrant of the Union. SESE. Major, I'm sorry you're so hard on that. Wall. SESI. Colonel, I ain't too hard on it, as you'll find out to your sorrow. Now, Major, let me ask you one thing. We must take Richmond, and ain't we tried every way but this? Ain't we gone by the Shenandoah Valley, by James River, by Manassas, and yet we can't get to Richmond? We must weaken the rebills afore we can do it, and this is the way to effect it. SESI. Colonel, don't you know there is one way to get to Richmond that you ain't tried yet? No. SESE. I didn't know it. Wall. SESI. There is. Wall. SESE. What on earth is it? Wall. SESI. It is the constitutional way. SESI. You've been trying to get their egg in the Constitution, and you can't do it that way. If you hadn't called out 75,000 men to whip South Carolina, old Virginia would never have left you, and you could have got to Richmond just as easy as old Grandfather Wells can go to sleep. Wall. SESE. Major, maybe that's so, but you can't dip up spilt milk. Yef, the thing is wrong. It's gone so far now that we may as well drive it through and see if we can't clinch it on t'other side. But, SESI, there ain't any t'other side to this question, any more than there is a white side to a nigger or black side to a white man, and you may drive on, and you won't get through. Wall. SES the Colonel. What will come of it then, Major? Wall. SESI. You will split the Union, but that is all you can do. Wall. SESE. Major, that would be just like my tarnal luck. I never got hold of but one thing in my life that I didn't split. SESI. What was that? SESE. A taller candle, and I defy all Cretion to split that. SESI. Colonel, I guess you must be some relation to the feller out west who split up all the churches. SESE. How was that? Wall. SESI. Yef, I tell you the story, you must not get mad, for I'm afeard it will set putty clus. SESE. Major, I can stand a joke better than any other feller you ever see. Wall. SESI. Here goes. There was a feller out west who got converted, or thought he did, and joined the Episcopal Church. He hadn't been in it long afore he got the members by the ears, and split it all up and broke it down. After he had done all the hurt he could, he went and joined the Presbyterian Church, and he hadn't been there long afore he split that all up. Then he went and united with the Baptist Church. It warn't long afore they were all split up and broke to pieces. Being turned out from there, he went and joined the Methodist Church. He soon got that church into hot water. One day, when the ministers were consulting as to what to do with him, SES one of them, SESE, I've been praying most fervently that man may go to hell. Tut, tut, brother, says the elder, how can you do so? You should pray for him that he may be better, and be fitted to go to heaven. No, SESE, I don't think so. I've prayed earnestly that he might go to hell, and I'll tell you why. He has split up and broken up every church and neighborhood he was ever in, and if he should go to Satan's dominions, I think he might split and break up that place, and you know what a blessing that would be. I hadn't more than got the last word out of my mouth, when the Colonel jumped up from his chair, and catching hold of his bootjack, he flourished it right over his head in a savage style. I thought he was stark mad. I got my hickory and backed up agin the door. I seed he was tarrin' mad, but I didn't say a word. I knew he'd work off the bile in his own way. Finally, SESE. Major, what are you standing there for? Why, SESI. I was waiting to see what you was going to do with that bootjack. SESE. Have I got the bootjack? Wall. SESI. You've got something in your hand that looks a mighty sight like one. Wall. SESE. Major, I want to know whether you mean to apply that story to me? No. SESI. Colonel. Didn't I tell you at the outset that I didn't? But you was tellin' about what you had done in the way of splittin' things, and I was reminded of that story. But I told you to keep your temper, and not take it as personal, but only as a joke? Wall. SESE. Major, I'll forgive you, but if I thought you meant that story for me, I'd arrest you for disloyal practices, and put you in the old Capitol prison. Ride with him and make up friends. So I did, but I noticed, after that the colonel watched me very close. The very next day I had an awful attack of rheumatiz, and I also felt sick and discouraged. Things never looked so black afore. I had a dream that night, and I thought I saw the old general, and he told me, "Ses, this ain't any place for you now. The abolitionists have got full sway, and they will ruin the country as sure as my name is Andrew Jackson." I also dreamed that I saw thousands of dying men, and weepin' women, and cryin' children. I thought the doors of the houses all over the north looked red with blood, and a black cloud hung over the whole land. People seemed to be runnin' first one way and then t'other, askin' what they should do. Finally, I heard a great noise like an earthquake, that woke me up, and I laid awake the rest of the night. The next mornin' I was e'ena'most down sick with trouble and rheumatiz, and I telled the colonel I must go home, where I could get good care taken of me. The colonel didn't say much agin it, for, after all, he didn't kinder like that story. So Ses, "Mr. President, I've been with you now for about a year, and I've got a clean conscience, for I've tried to tell you the raw truth just as it is. If all who have come around you had done the same, you would not be where you are, but, Ses, I ain't got any feelin' on the subject, and whenever I can be of any sarvice to my country, just let me know, and I will come to Washington agin." The colonel Ses, "Major, I know you are a patriot, and I feel bad to have you go. I wish now I had taken your advice. But, Ses, Major," and here he give my hand a tight squeeze, "you know I've only been a boat in a current, and yet like the boat I'll be just the one that will get the worst smashed to pieces when the precipice is reached." I couldn't help feelin' kinder sorry for the colonel as I bid him goodbye, but I felt still more sorry for my country that it had ever made him president. I got home all safe, and since then I've been laid up 4 weeks with the rheumatiz. I never had such a long pull afore. As for writin' with it on me, why I can't any more do it than a shad can climb a bean pole. I expect you've been wonderin' why you didn't hear from me, but I think this letter will explain the reason. If the rheumatiz don't come on agin, and I think I can say anything that would have sarvice in this awful and solemn crisis of our country's fate, I will drop you a line. I feel as if the nation was dyin', however, and that we all orter put on mournin' and sackcloth, but come what will, I'm for my country. Till death. Major Jack Downing. Major Jack Downing. Letter 25. The Major feels sorrowful over the fate of his country, the story of the black heifer, the man who made us, the Union, in sign, Stebbins again, his reception at Downingville, the insensibles, a provoking accident. Downingville, March 28, 1863. Downingville. To the editors of the Caucasian. Sirs, you may wonder why you ain't heard from me afore, but the raw truth is, that I didn't feel like written in these times. I went to Washington about a year ago, out of pure patriotism. I didn't want a contract, nor a commission, nor anything. I went to give the colonel good advice, just as I did General Jackson, but it warn't no go. Sumner and Greeley, and Wendell Phillips, and six stay-at-home fightin' generals got the advantage of me, and Lincoln does just what they want him to. To an old man like me, these are tryin' times. I had almost said cryin' times. I can't bear to think of 'em. I dream o' nights of my country, when it was all peace and happiness, when there warn't any soldiers nor standin' army to pay, nor no debt, nor no hospitals full of sick soldiers, nor no sorrow or misery in the land, and when I wake up and think how different it is now, I wish I could sleep all the time. The other day old Deacon Jenkins came over to see me. The deacon, you know, was with me in Washington a short time, when I first went there, and his daughter Jerusha Matilda went down to Port Royal to teach the country bands their primers. Wall, the deacon ain't much wiser now than he was a year ago. He still thinks that by prayin' and fightin' the rebels will yet be whipped. He used to like the Tribune, but lately he prefers the Herald, as it is more truthful. The old man, however, has been very blue for some time past, and now that prayin' and fightin' hain't accomplished much. Wall, Deacon, there hadn't orter been any war at all, but, While the South have had a single end and purpose, we've been all at odds and ends. The war has been carried on by us just like Old Sol Pendergrass's boy plowed. Old Sol took his oldest boy, Adam, a thick-head feller, out one spring, and set him to pluffin'. He told him to go to work and strike a furrow across a field to a black heifer, and then keep on. After giving this direction, Old Sol went off to the house and left Adam alone. The boy started his oxen in a beeline for the black heifer, but when he got pretty close to her, she threw up her tail and ran off in another direction. Adam thought he must follow the heifer, no matter where she went, so he struck another beeline for her, and with just the same result. When he got close to her, the heifer give another frisk to her tail, and off she went. Adam jeed his oxen around, and struck for her again, and so he kept on all day. At night the old man come out to see how Adam had got along. He found the field all cut up with furrows, zigzag, criss-cross, and in every direction, and asked Adam what on earth it meant. "Wall, SCS the thick-headed numbskull, you told me to steer for the black heifer, and I've done it all day, but the denied critter wouldn't stand still, and so the furrows are a kinder criss-cross, you see, now." SESI. That is just what Lincoln has been doing. Greeley told him to steer for the nigger, and the result is just like Adam Pendergrass's plowing. There's a considerable fightin' been done, but it is all criss-cross, zigzag, and don't amount to nothing, and so it will be to the end of the chapter. When I said this, the deacon knocked the ashes out of his pipe, and SESE. "Wall, Major, what do you think the war will amount to, anyhow?" "Wall," SESI. "I guess it will end a good deal like the feller who thought he could make a horseshoe just as well as a blacksmith." SES the deacon, SESE. "How was that, Major?" "Wall," SESI. "One day a feller in a blacksmith's shop made a bet that he could make a horseshoe just as well as the blacksmith himself, though he hadn't never heated an iron nor struck a blow on an anvil. The feller said it didn't require any great gumption to make a horseshoe. So he took a piece of iron and at it he went. He put it in the fire, heated it and commenced pounding it, but the more he pounded, the more it didn't look like a horseshoe. He finally gave up the job, and said if he couldn't make a horseshoe he could make a wagon bolt. So at it he went, but the more he pounded and the more he heated his iron, the less it grew, and finally he found that he couldn't make even a wagon bolt. Then he declared that he had iron enough left for a horseshoe nail, and that he would make, but upon trying, he found that the most difficult job of all. Finally, giving up in despair, SESE, "Wall, one thing I can do anyhow, I can make a sis," and plunging the tongs and what was left of the iron in the water, he did get up a very respectable sis. Now, SESI. When he started out, Lincoln said he was going to restore the old Union. That has been given up long ago, and now they say they are going to conquer the southern states, that is, make a despotism, but the war will turn out just like the horseshoe business. Lincoln will, after all, neither make a union, or a despotism, or an empire by it, but it will end with a great big sis. That's all he will accomplish by it, and a dear sis it will be for many a poor fellow. A dear sis it will be for the fatherless and the widows, and a wonderful dear sis it will be for the people who will have to pay the taxes and foot the bill of war. When I said this, the deacon drew a long breath, and looking down on the floor, didn't say anything for some minutes. Finally, SESE. "Wall, Major, will we have to give up the Union after all?" SESI. "I don't see any necessity for that, provided that we can only stop the war and talk over matters a little. But, SESI, if the Union is going to be a union wherein a white man hasn't the right to express his opinions, then I must say I don't love such a union as that, and I'm as strong a Union man as old General Jackson, and that was strong enough. I am for the old Union, but if the Union is to mean despotism, then I'm for breaking it all to smash, as soon as possible. When a man begins to humbug me by calling things by their wrong names to try and deceive me, it always riles me unaccountably. I ain't a very larn man, but I can generally see through one of these college chaps. When he talks union to me, and all the time means despotism, I always feel just like hauling up my old hickory and giving him a sockdolager. Why, SESI, Deacon, the feller who wants to turn this government into a despotism, and keeps all the time hollering union, while he is doing it, is not only a traitor, but a hypocrite and coward. He is afeard to speak his raw sentiments, and so goes around trying to deceive the people, just as the false prophets in the Saviour's time. I'm teetotally down on such fellers, and I mean to be to the end of the chapter. Sirs, I almost forgot to tell you that Ensign Stebbins, who went off to the war, has just got home. He had a reception by the military of Downingville when he arrived. Colonel Doolittle called out the Downingville Insensibles and the Maroon Artillery, and all Downingville was in a blaze of glory. The ensign has been promoted to be captain since he went off, for written a poem for the country bands at Port Royal, where the ensign was stationed. The ensign is not a bad poet. But you ought to have seen the turnout in Downingville to receive him. Colonel Doolittle rode down the street on old Elder Dusenberry's sorrel mare, and just as the cannon was blazing forth the joyous news of the captain's arrival on the ground, old Sorrel's colt, that the elder thought he had locked up safe in the stable, come tearing through the street, and fairly mowed a swath right through the women. Such a yellin' and screechin' were never heard afore. A good many people thought the rebills were comin'. Elder Dusenberry's wife tore her best silk dress, and the ensign who had primed himself for a big speech on the occasion had it all scarred out of him. If it hadn't been for that rascally young colt, I think that the celebration would have been the greatest day Downingville had seen since the time General Jackson visited it. The ensign brings the news from Washington that the colonel thinks some of paying a visit to the north, and maybe to the east, afore long. Yef he does. He says he wants me to go along with him to help him make speeches and keep off the office seekers. Yef he sends for me. I suppose I shall have to go, though I hate to do it. Yourn till death, Major Jack Downing. Major Jack Downing. Letter 26. The Democratic Party whipped, things as bad as they can be, a story in point, Mr. Lincoln sends for the Major again. The Major writes him a letter, the return of Colonel Stebbins formerly ensign. His reception at Downingville. Colonel Doolittle's speech. Colonel Stebbins' reply. Elder Sniffles preaches a sermon. Downingville, October 26, 1863. Downingville. To the editors of the book. Sirs, cause your readers hain't heard from me lately. I s'pose they think I'm dead, or gone over to the abolitionists, which is a tarnal sight wuss, but I ain't in either fix. I'm pretty well jest now. The hot weather, durin' the summer, kinder tried me, but I carry 80 years jest about as well as any man ever did. The reason you ain't heard from me is jest this. I've been feelin' uncommon gloomy and down-spirited all summer. Everything seemed to be goin' from bad to wuss. Lincoln wouldn't take my advice and come out eggin' the abolitionists, but issued his free nigger proclamation right eggin' the law and the Constitution both. Wall, things have gone downhill rapid since then. The Democratic Party didn't come out bluntly eggin' this proclamation, but kept on supportin' the war, and the consequence is, it has whipped all round. Politics are gettin' down to first principles. Sirs, things are just as bad as they can be, and that is what encourages me. I shall never forget Hezekiah Stebbins, who lived away up in the upper part of Penobscot. One winter it had been awful cold weather, and Kia had wonderful bad luck, and towards spring it seemed to get worse instead of better. He had lost his horse, and his cow, and his chickens, and all his pigs but one. Finally, that died, and the next day I happened to go up to his house to see how he was gettin' along. I found the old man happy as a lark. He was singin' and shoutin' as if nothing had happened. When I went in SESI, Kia, what on earth is the matter? Oh, SESI, the last pig is dead. And he went to jumpin' and clappin' his hands, as if he was the happiest man in the universe. SESI, what possesses you to act so? Wall, SESI, things can't be no wuss. The last pig is dead. Anything that happens now must be for the better. And just so it is with the Democratic Party. Anything now that happens to it must be for the better. And I must confess that I feel a good deal like Kia. I don't feel a bit like settin' down and cryin' like a sick baby over spilt milk, because we've been whipped in the late elections. That ain't the way the old General Hickory Jackson taught me democracy. The other day I got a letter from Lincoln, askin' me to come on to Washington. He is gettin' into a heap of trouble about his next message, all on account of the difficulty which Blair and Chase are kicking up about what is to be done with the Southern states after the rebellion is put down. Yes, he wants me to help get up the message, and kinder fix things up generally. I writ back that cold weather was comin' on, and my rheumatiz would probably trouble me, so I could not tell exactly what I would do, but if I could be of any service to my country, as long as life lasted, I would do my duty. I wrote him, also, about that matter of the Southern states, and I told him that it reminded me of the old receipt for cooking a rabbit. First catch your rabbit. I told him they had not got the Southern states yet, that they sartainly wouldn't get them this year, and I didn't see any great likelihood of getting them next year. In fact, the times of the soldiers were mostly out, and I didn't believe they would ever get another sich an army, and if he followed my advice he would get up a piece this winter without fail. I ain't got any answer to this letter, but I shall wait for one before I go. If the Colonel talks huffy, I won't stir a step, for he knows I allers tell him the plain, blunt truth, as I believe it. When I can't talk that way to a man, I won't have nothing to do with him. The old General allers wanted everybody around him to speak their raw sentiments. Nothing made him so mad as to suspect anybody of flatterin' him, or shaming in any way. The other day Colonel Stebbins come home from the war. The Colonel has been down to Morris Island with General Gilmer. He says that the sand on that island is kinder unaccountable. The Colonel reckons that he has eaten nigh about a bushel. The Colonel used to be very good on writin' poetry, but he says all the flatus has oozed out of him, and he don't believe he could write a line to save his life. We had a grand reception for the Colonel on his arrival. The Downingville insensibles turned out as usual on sich occasions. You recollect that the Colonel went off as an ensign, and when he was promoted to be captain he come home and we give him a reception. Now he is raised to colonel he comes home again. He comes every time he gets promoted, to let his old neighbors see how he looks in his new uniform. I never see the Colonel look so well. He has got a span new suit of blue uniform, all covered with gold buttons, and gold lace and gold shoulder straps. I tell you, the people looked astonished, and the Downingville folks feel very proud of him. The Colonel expects before long to be a general, and then to be called to the command of the Army of the Potomac. When the Colonel was received at the town hall, Colonel Doolittle, who commands the Downingville Insensibles, made the reception speech. The following is the speech, with the Colonel's reply. Colonel Stebbins, I am deputed by the citizens of Downingville to welcome you once more to your native town and home. We have heard of your gallant exploits, your glorious bravery, your never-dying devotion to the Star-Spangled Banner. Coming as you do, covered with the dust and blood of the battlefield, we hail you as the friend of the oppressed African and the savior of your country. To which the Colonel replied, Colonel Doolittle, I can't begin to express to you the feelin's of my heart. This occasion is techin'. Soldiers can't make speeches. I've done my duty. I've seen the cannons roar. I've heard the flash of 1,000 rifles all at once. There ain't nothin' that can equal it for right down tall sublimity. But, feller citizens, we ought to be most rejoiced now because freedom is going it at such big licks. I'm a manifest destiny man. I believe freedom is to extend from the frozen plains of Alabama to the sunny banks of Newfoundland. There ain't nothin' can stop it. It is comin' like an avalanche from the eternal hills of Gibraltar. Freedom! Freedom! Will resound from Creation come to pull in turnip time, and all the hopples that bind the legs of American citizens of African descent will fall off. Them's my sentiments, and I don't care who knows them. The old Union ain't of any more account in these air times than an iron pot with a hole in the bottom. What we want is a new Union which will have for its motto the celebrated words of Daniel Webster, freedom and niggers, now and forever, one and inspirable. Amen, yelled out Deacon Jenkins, who had been listening attentively, as the Colonel sat down, and the whole audience broke out into the most tumultuous applause. There is a little mistake in Colonel Doolittle's speech, where he speaks of Colonel Stebbins being covered with the dust and blood of the battlefield. Now, the truth was, the Colonel, with his new uniform, looked as if he had just come out of a bandbox, but Colonel Doolittle had his speech writ out, and he couldn't alter it. Colonel Stebbins got on such high hosses that he talked about seeing the boomin' of cannon and hearin' the flash of guns, but the truth was, he didn't know exactly what he said, and the people were so carried away with having a live colonel among them that they didn't notice it. There ain't been nothing talked of in Downingville since the colonel's return, except his reception. Elder Sniffles preached a sermon on it, talking for his text. There shall be wars and rumors of wars, and proven from the Bible that war is the duty of all real, genuine Christians. So, you see, there ain't a more loyal place in the country, unless it be Washington, where all the office holders and contractors live. But I must close. I did expect to write you but a few lines this time. If I go to Washington, I will let you into the secret of the Blair and Chase rumpus, and keep you posted up generally on things behind the curtain. Yours till death, Major Jack Downing. Major Jack Downing. Letter 27. The Major starts for Washington, takes his axe with him, Mr. Lincoln glad to see him, the cabinet in session, the opinion of Seward, Chase, Stanton, and others. The Major called on for an opinion. The story of old Sam Odom, Mr. Stanton gets excited. Washington, Nov. 6, 1863. Washington. To the editors of the book. The very next day after I read you my last letter, I got one from Lincoln, telling me I must come on without fail. He said he was in a peck of trouble about his message, that Chase and Seward were pulling right in contrary directions, and what to do he didn't know. So I just packed up my things, took my pipe in my mouth and my old hickory in my hand, and started. I strapped my axe on the outside of my trunk, for this is the only weapon, besides my hickory cane, that I ever carry. Going down to the cars I met Deacon Jenkins, who went on to Washington, you recollect, to make the colonel's soldier clothes, and SESE. Major, what are you taking your axe with you to Washington for? Wall, SESI. Deacon, I expect I shall get awful tarrin' mad with them abolitionists this winter in Washington, and there ain't any way that I kin work off a fit of that kind except by going out to the woodhouse and choppin' wood. So I determined to take along my axe. It is one the old General used when he got mad, and I have always preserved it to remember him, ef nothing else. I got to Washington all safe, and went direct to the White House. The feller who tends the door didn't know me at first, but when he saw my hickory he began to open his eyes, I tell you. SESE. You are Major Downing, I believe. Bowing like and scraping his feet, as if he thought I cared for that. SESI. Yes, I'm Major Jack Downing, and you just tell the President, about as quick as time will let you, that I'm here. So he run upstairs, and I went after him, stoppin' in the room where the office seekers have to wait, to take a good look down the Potomac to see if things looked natural. I hadn't stood there more than a minute when who should come up behind me but Lincoln himself. He caught right hold of my hand and SESE. Major, how are you? I'm tickled to death to see you. And he kept shaking my hand as if he thought it was made of lethir. SESI. Colonel, do you want me to help write your message? SESE. Of course I do, Major. Wall then. SESI. Please don't shake that hand any more, for you've pretty nigh mashed it now. Wall. SESE. Major, I couldn't help it, for it seems as if Providence sent you just in the nick of time. SESI. How is that? Wall. SESE. The cabinet is in session, and I've just finished telling them one of Artemus Ward's best stories, and got 'em all into a good humor. The message is the very thing they met to discuss, and you're come right in the nick of time. Hitting me, as he spoke, a slap on the back that made the cold chills run over me. Nothing would do but I must go in and hear the discussion. So I walked in as large as life. I knew 'em all, and they all knew me. They pretended to be raw glad to see me, particularly Stanton, but he needn't try to deceive me, for under them spectacles of his I see a pair of hyena eyes. I tell you that man will bear watchin'. However, I said nothing, but after the how-do-dos were over, I laid my old hickory on the table, took out my pipe, and went to smokin'. The colonel then called the meeting to order, and said he wanted a short account of each department, so he could fix up his message, and he also wanted the opinion of each one as to what he thought ought to be done with the southern states after the rebellion is crushed. First, he called upon Seward. Wall, Seward said that foreign affairs were all right, that he had offered to carry out the policy of England all over the country, and set up a monarchy, if necessary, to put down the Democrats, and that upon his faithfully promising to do this, the British government at once seized the rebuilt rams. That as for the southern states, he thought the best thing that could be done with them, for the good of the country and the great cause of humanity, was to turn them all into one big plantation and make Thurlow chief manager. Then Chase spoke. He said the finances were in a flourishing condition. He now had 500 printing presses to work making money, that the debt weren't only $5 trillion, that everybody was getting rich, and that the way to treat the southern states and save the country was just this: issue a proclamation that only just enough cotton should be raised for him to print greenbacks on, and then he could control the currency in spite of all the copperhead gold speculators in Cretan. Stanton said that his department was all right, that he had got rid of all the copperhead generals, and had left the track clear for the next president to be a genuine abolitionist. That all that was necessary now was to keep the war up till after the next presidential election, and he thought he could do it. As for the southern states, he was for giving the niggers the plantations and making the whites their slaves. Then old Grandfather Wells got up, stroking his long white beard. He said that nothing could save the nation but gunboats, that he was building one a day now, except on the Sabbath, which he piously devoted to praying and fasting, and to dividing the contracts among his relations. He thought the South ought to be surrounded with a wall of gunboats from Texas to Maryland. The next one that spoke was Blair. He said he hadn't stopped a single paper during the whole year, and he was only sorry that he ever did, that he had only given the papers he stopped more circulation than they ever had before, that no one would ever catch him into another such a scrape. As for the southern states, he was down on all the radicals. He said they might be allowed to come back just as they wanted to. When it come Daddy Bates' turn, he was fast asleep. When Lincoln told him what he wanted, he said it warn't for him to say what should be done with the southern states. After it was decided what to do with them, he supposed they would want a legal opinion on the subject, and he could give one on either side, he didn't care which. After they had all got through, Lincoln turned to me, and he. Major, what do you think about this matter? I knocked the ashes out of my pipe, and I. Wall, I don't like to give an opinion on the jump, for I hain't had time yet to see exactly how the land lays here. But, I. As near as I understand it, all these men here are trying to catch the South first, and then what to do with her afterwards is another question. Now, the South seems to be a good deal like old Sam Odom, up in Maine, when he thought the devil was after him. One night he got to dreaming, and jumped out of bed in his shirt, and ran like all possessed down the street. About 6 neighbors chased him until he run up a tree, out of which they couldn't get him anyhow. He kept a-screaming, "The devils are after me," and would fight like a tiger if any one tried to get at him. Finally, old Deacon Peabody come along, and he. Sam thinks you fellers are the devils that are going to ruin him. You just go away and let him alone, and Sam will be home and in bed afore morning. They took his advice, and sure enough, so it was. When I said this, Stanton, who as quick as a flash, jumped up and he. Major, do you mean to say that we are devils trying to catch the South? And he walked right close up to my face, just as if he thought he could bully me down. I. Mr. Secretary, if you will stand back about 6 inches, you can see and hear just as well. He stepped back a little, and I picked up my old hickory and I. Stanton, do you recollect the time down to Fort Monroe when you tried to get on the president's trousers? I never see a feller wilt so as when I said this. He turned all sorts of colors, and wriggled as if he had a pin stickin' in him. No, I. I didn't say that you were devils, or anything of the sort, but it seems putty certain that Mr. Stanton feels the shoe pinch in. At all events, I. You ain't caught the South yet, and consultin' what you will do with her before that is like counting chickens before they are hatched. The colonel then said that the session was closed, and after they all asked me to come and see 'em, except Stanton, they went away. I think my story about Sam Odom sot putty strong on 'em, and if they feel like talking it to hum let 'em do so, for my raw right down solemn opinion is,
If these air abolition cabinet were to stop trying to catch the South, she would be hummin' in the Union bed afore mornin'. Yourn till death. Major Jack Downing. Major Jack Downing. Letter 28. The Major and the Colonel, at work on the message. The Major visits Mr. Chase again, sees the machines for printing greenbacks, a machine for every general, the accounts mixed up. Mr. Lincoln gets flighty over them. The Major puts him to bed, and applies a mustard plaster. He revives, and proposes a conundrum. The Major also proposes one. Washington, Nov. 19th, 1863. Washington. To the editors of the book. Sirs, if I ain't been busy since I writ you last, then never a man was. Besides, I've had a considerable twinge of my old enemy, the rheumatiz. This air Washington atmosphere is terrible on the constitution. The Colonel, too, was nigh about down sick one day, but we both took a good, old-fashioned whiskey sling, of the very best old rye, and went to bed on it. The next mornin' we both felt fuss-rate. The Colonel keeps as good whiskey as I ever got anywhere. We have been very hard at work on the message, and such a time as we have had of it you never did see. Stanton don't know how many soldiers he has got in the field, nor how many have been killed or wounded. Grandfather Wells can't tell how many gunboats he's got, and as for Chase, he don't pretend to even guess for a certainty how many greenbacks there are afloat, or how big the public debt is. The Colonel said he couldn't even lay the foundation timbers of his message until he had some figures about the debt to begin on. So I told him I would go over and see Chase and have a talk with him. I tucked my slate under my arm and started. Soon as I went in, Chase took me by the hand and said he was rawled downright glad to see me. I told him what I wanted, and he said he would soon have it ready for me, but just then he asked me to go upstairs and see the machinery and printin' presses, and so on, that he had got to make money. He said the worst of it was that the Mackins was constantly gettin' out of order, and he wanted to know if I understood anything about sich affairs. I told him there warn't nothing, from squirrel traps to dog churns and thrashing machines, that I didn't know from stem to starn. Then he said I was just the chap he wanted. So I went with him, and I was perfectly thunderstruck when I saw all the riggin', and fixin's, and belts, and shafts, and pulleys, and Mackins all a-runnin' and whizzin' and buzzin', as fast as they could go. S.E.S. the Secretary. This here machine runs to pay off General Grant's troops. This one runs to pay off General Meade's troops. This one runs for General Banks. This one is now busy for General Burnside, and here is this air one completely broken down. It is General Gilmore's machine. Wall. SESI. Mr. Secretary, do you have a machine for every general and every army? Yes. SESE. About that. Wall. SESI. What do you do about the contractors? Oh. SESE. I ain't showed you them yet. That's in another room. SESE. Come along with me. So I follered, and we went off into another room. It was nigh about 10 times as big as the first one, and there were hundreds of presses runnin' as fast as they could go. There. SESE. If these here Mackins were to stop one day, it would set all Wall Street into a panic. Sometimes, when the belts give out or the bolts break, or the coal gets short, or paper don't get in time, there is a good deal of trouble, but I've got it so fixed now that I keep 'em putty well supplied. SESI. Mr. Secretary, who is your engineer? Wall. SESE. He's a good trusty man. But, SESI. Suppose he should bust your bilers, what would Wall Street do then? Wall. SESE. I never thought of that, but I guess there ain't any danger. Wall. SESI. Steam is mighty unsartain. Old Aunt Keziah Wiggleton, up in Maine, used to say that the only safe way to run a steamboat was to take the bilers out, and my opinion is that a government run by steam will bust up one of these days. Chase didn't seem to like this last remark much, but he didn't say anything. We come downstairs putty soon after, and a feller with a brown linen coat on, nigh about all over ink, brought a whole lot of papers covered over with figures, and said that Mr. Lincoln could find out all he wanted to from them. I looked 'em over, but I couldn't make head nor tail to them. Wall. SESI.
Perhaps a chap who understands double and twisted entry bookkeeping can understand this air figuring, but I'll be hanged if I can. SESI. Here's 7/30s, and 5/20s, and 6%, and 5%, and bonds and stocks and certificates, and 68s, and 78s, and 90 SIXS, and 158s, and Lord knows how many more 8s, until it gets all mixed up so that you can't tell anything more about the debt than Stan can tell how soldiers has been killed and wounded. No. SESI. The people don't care a straw anything about your 6/20s, or your 5/20s. All they want to know is just how much money this air war has cost, and that is what I'm trying to figure out for 'em. When old General Jackson wanted me to go into Squires Biddle's bank and cipher out how matters stood, I soon did it, but that warn't any more comparant to this here affair than the bunch of elder bushes in Deacon Jenkins's meadow is to the dismal swamp. I took the papers, however, over to Lincoln, for it was the best I could do. When I handed them to the colonel, he, Major, does Chase expect me to survive after studying out these figures? Wall, SESI. Colonel, I don't know, but I think Chase wants to be next president. Sirs. The colonel tucked the hint right off, but he said Chase would never be president, for he wanted to be so bad that he acted all the time as if a bumblebee was stinging him, and that his flying round so would kill him off, if nothing else. We then both sat down and went to studying the figures. I ciphered with my slate, and the colonel made chalk marks on his hat every time we got up to $1,000,000. Pretty soon the colonel's eyes began to look wild, and he, Major, where do we land next? Is she heading upstream or sideways? She'll go down, sure as thunder. Well, let her rip, she's been a sinking consarn for years. I see at once that the colonel was flighty. Chase's figures had turned his head, and he thought he was flat-bottom agin on the Mississippi River. But he kept on ravin'. He, Major, knock that nigger off the bow of the boat. He's right in the way of the pilot. SESI. Colonel, it ain't safe to hit a nigger in these days. Stanton will put me in Fort Lafayette. I thought this might bring the colonel to his senses, but it didn't. He. There it goes, Major, just as I told you, right on that snag. That nigger is to blame for the whole of it. I see it was no use, that the colonel was nigh about stark mad, and so I said to him, SESI. Let's put up this work tonight and go to bed. He didn't want to, but I dragged him off, and he kept ravin' all the time. That nigger has ruined me. There he comes, he is after me yet. As soon as I got the colonel in bed, I put a double set of mustard plasters on his feet, and then gave him a strong dose of my old remedy, elderbark tea. I knew that would cure him, if anything on earth. Pretty soon the sweat began to start, and the griping in the bowels began. Just as soon as this took place, it drawed all the disease out of his head, and the next morning he was as bright as new dimes used to be when there was sich things. The first thing the colonel said to me in the morning was, he, Major, I had an awful dream last night. SESI. What was it? Wall. SESI. I dreamt that the nigger had destroyed the Union. Wall. SESI. Colonel, you get nearer the truth in your dreams than you generally do when you are wide awake. If you will only have another dream, you will see the abolitionists have killed the Union, and that the poor nigger is only the means that they have used to do it. The colonel didn't say nothing, but looked down on the floor and whistled. Finally, he took out of his pocket one of Chase's new 50-cent shimplasters, and he, Major, can you tell me why this new currency has the odor of nationality about it? No. SESI. Colonel, I don't see it. Wall. SESI. Because it is scented paper. Wall. SESI. Colonel, now can you tell me why that 50-cent shimplaster is like the war? SESI. Major, you've got me there. Wall. SESI. The face is black, which means that we are fighting to free the nigger, and the back is red, for the blood, the price we are paying for it. When I said this, the colonel brought his hand down on the table like all possessed, gave a kick with his foot that sent his slipper flying clear across the room, and he, Major, by the SESI. Colonel, hold on. Do you want to take any more elderbark tea? When I said this, he tapered right down, and he, just as good as pie. Let's have some old rye and make friends. So I didn't object, but the message ain't finished yet, and the Lord only knows when it will be done. Yourn till death. Major Jack Downing. Major Jack Downing. Letter 29. The trouble about the message, Chase and Seward find fault with it. The story of old Deacon Grimes' oven, Mr. Lincoln overrun with visitors. The Major suggests a way to get rid of them. The smallpox dodge. The message finished, Mr. Lincoln tells a story. Washington, December 10, 1863. Washington. To the editors of the book. Sirs, when I writ you last, the message warn't finished. Wall, sich a time as we hadn't finished in that document you never did see. The Colonel and I set up all night long 3 or 4 nights, but it was nigh about impossible to get it to suit him. He would get it fixed, and then Seward would come in and say it was too bold. Then Chase he'd come in and say it warn't bold enough, and finally I told him to make it as old Deacon Grimes did his oven. He wanted to know how that was. Wall, I told him it was this way. The deacon built an oven fastened to the north, when one of his neighbors come along and said that would never do, as the north wind would blow right into the mouth of the oven. So the old man turned it around, and put the face to the south. Pretty soon another neighbor come along, and he. Deacon, it will never do to have that oven face the south, for there ain't any wind so blustering as the south wind. So the deacon turned it around to the west. Pretty soon a man come along, and he. Deacon, don't you know that the worst showers and hurricanes we have always come from the west? It will never do to face your oven that way. So the deacon determined to change it around to the east. He hadn't more than got it done, before another neighbor come along, and he. Why, Deacon Grimes, I'm perfectly astonished to see you buildin' an oven and fasten it to the east. There ain't any wind so sarchin' and penetratin' as the east wind, and it will blow your fire all out of the oven. Wall, the old deacon, perfectly discouraged. I'll suit you all. I'll build my oven on a pivot, and when you come along you can turn it around just as you want it. No. I. Colonel, that's the way to fix your message. he. That is a fact. The only trouble is to fix on a pivot on which it can turn. Wall. I. That is the easiest thing in the world. Take the nigger for the pivot, and it will suit every man in your party. The only difference between 'em is that some don't like to look him square in the face. That sort can turn your message around a little, and then they will see the nigger sideways, and those that can't stand that can turn it clear around, and then they will see the nigger in the back, but it will be nigger all the time. The Colonel said it was a capital day, and he meant to carry it out. It got noised around that the Colonel was coming out with some big thing in his message, and every congressman, when he got to Washington, run right to the White House to give the Colonel advice. They nigh about run him to death. Wall, I. Colonel, make believe you're sick. Show, he. That won't do a bit of good. I've tried it often, and they bore me worse than ever. Wall, I. Tell 'em you've got the scarlet fever, and that will scare 'em away. The Colonel said it was a fust-ratey day, and so it was announced in all the papers that the President had the scarlet fever, but it didn't do much good. Some stayed away, but the crowd yet was tremendous. No, I. Colonel, this is too bad. Here it is almost time for Congress to meet, and no message done yet. Just let the reporters announce that you've got the smallpox, and there won't be a mother's son of 'em come within gunshot of you. Then you can fix your message, put in that patent pivot, and grease things up generally, so they'll run another year without touching. The Colonel said there was no other way than to do it. When it got out that the Colonel had the smallpox, you never see such a calm. The White House was nigh about deserted, and it seemed like a Sunday up in Maine. The Colonel then set right down to his message, and worked like a beaver. He said he could allers soon put a thing in shape after the foundation timbers were laid. And so he did. When he got it finished, he called Seward and read it to him. He said it was capital. Then he sent for Chase, and he said it was all right. No, I. Colonel, send for a war Democrat and see how he'll like it. When I said this, the Colonel laughed right out.
S.E.S.E. Major, you're jokin'. I know you are. S.E.S.E. The War Democrats remind we of a story about bar huntin' out west. Old Josh Muggin had a young dog which was very fierce for bars. So one day he tuck him along in a hunt. In the very first fight the bar bit the dog's tail off, and away he run yelpin' and barkin' like mad, and Josh could never get his dog to fight bars after that. Now, it is just so with the War Democrats. They were very fierce to fight me if I issued my Emancipation Proclamation, but I did it, and by so doin', I cut their tails off, and they have never showed any fight agin me since, and they won't. No, I rarely wish I hadn't any more trouble on hand than the War Democrats will give me. Sirs. S.E.S.I. Colonel, I think you are rather hard on the War Democrats. They supported you because they thought you was trying to restore the Union. But now, when they read your message and see that you won't have the Union back anyhow, they will say you deceived 'em, and you may find 'em the most troublesome customers you've yet had to deal with. They meant to sustain the government, but now when they see that you won't sustain it, they may turn on you worse than the Copperheads have. And S.E.S.I. Colonel, you just get the Democrats united, and I shouldn't wonder if they would be after this, and then let all your Miss Nancy abolitionists look out, for there won't be as much left of 'em as there was of Bill Peeler's dog after his panther fight. S.E.S. the Colonel, S.E.S.E. How much was that? Wall, S.E.S.I. Bill always said there warn't nothin' left but the collar he had round his neck, and the tip end of his tail, about an inch long. Wall, S.E.S. the Colonel. I've got to go ahead, no matter who don't like it, or who gets licked in the fight. I'm in the abolition boat, and you can't stop it now any more than you can put Lake Superior in a quart bottle. S.E.S.I. Go ahead, Colonel. I allers like to see a man bold and strong on his own principles. There's nothin' like pluck. Let everybody know just what you mean, and then if they support you it is their own fault. Wall, S.E.S.E. Ain't I plain enough this time? Yes, S.E.S.I. Colonel, all but the amnesty part, that's kinder petty fogey. Wall, S.E.S.E. Major, men that can't see a hole through a ladder ought to be humbugged. S.E.S.I. Maybe that's so, but we shall all know more about who is humbugged and who isn't, after the war is over. But I never did see people so tickled over the message as the Republicans all are. They say it is just the thing, that it is going to wipe out slavery, and prevent the Union as it was ever being restored, and then it is done so cutely that a good many people won't see through it. That amnesty dodge throws dust in their eyes, and kinder sounds generous like. There's a great fight coming off among the abolitionists about who's to be run for next president, and I think I'll hev some news for you afore long. Anyhow, I shall keep my eyes open as I shall. Yourn till death. Major Jack Downing. Major Jack Downing. Letter XXX. The Major visits Parson Blair, the loyal leagues of the White House. A wonderful dream, the grave of the Union. The President don't like it, about leather, how the Capitol looks. Washington, January 30th, 1864. Washington. To the editors of the book. Sirs, I suppose your readers think I'm dead, or maybe they think I've run away with a pile of greenbacks, as that is kinder fashionable nowadays, but I ain't in neither fix. The raw truth is that after I writ you my last letter I got completely disgusted and come mighty nigh going back home to Downingville, and vowin' I would never return to this sink of sin agin. But the Colonel got at me and begged I wouldn't think of it. I told him I couldn't stay in the White House over New Year's, and see the knaves and fools that would be there then. So just before Christmas, as good luck happened, old Father Blair asked me to go down to his place at Silver Springs and stay over the holidays. I tell you I was raw glad, for the old man has got a fine place, and I could have it so quiet and cozy there after my hard work over the message. When I got there I was tucked down with the rheumatiz, and had to keep my room for more than 2 weeks. However, the Colonel sent me some prime old rye, and that, together with some operdildock that old Aunt Keziah Whittleton sent to me by my nephew Zeke, put me on my pins agin. Old Father Blair and I had long talks about General Jackson and the Colonel, the war, niggers, the next presidency, and so on. My old friend Blair was a great man in General Jackson's time,
but the trouble with him now is that he don't move along with the world. He actually thinks that he is yet fit in Calhoun, and having got in the boat with the abolitionists, he don't know how to get out. Last week I come back to see the Colonel, and have been looking around for a few days to see how the land lay. I find that the principal idea in everybody's head is, who's to be the next president? But I tell you, when I look at the condition of the country, it makes me sick to talk about a president. What is the use of a president when there's a stand-in army? What is the use of a president when the ballot box ain't of half so much account as the cartridge box? The first day I got back to the White House, there was a lot of loyal ledgers and shoddy contractors come to tell the Colonel that they had nominated him for president. After they went out, Lincoln says to me, "SESE. Major, what do you think of them fellows?" "Wall," says I. "They look to me mean enough to steal niggers." The Colonel did not say anything, but looked kinder cross-eyed at me. The Colonel and I then had a long talk about matters and things, and after taking a good swig of old rye, went to bed. That night I had a wonderful dream. The next morning, when I went in the room where the Colonel was, says he, "Major, you look uncommon serious this morning. What's the matter?" "Wall," says I had a wonderful dream last night, that innermost frightened me to death." "Wall," says he, "what on earth was it?" "Wall," says I, "if I tell you the whole of it just as it appeared to me, you mustn't get mad." "Oh," says the Colonel, "I don't care nothing about dreams, for I allers interpret them by contraries." "Wall," says I, "you can cipher out the meaning of it yourself to suit yourself, but I'll tell it to you just as it appeared to me, and it seemed to me as plain as if it was broad daylight." "Wall," says I thought I was in the graveyard, and there was a great big grave dug, large enough to hold 4 or 5 coffins, and while I was standing there wondering what on earth the grave was for, I saw a big black hearse comin', and Stanton was driving it. That kinder startled me, but I looked agin, and I see it was being drawn by them War Democrats, Dickinson, Butler, Maher, Cochran, and the hearse itself was marked War Democracy. When Stanton drove up to the grave, says my Jack equals asses had a heavy load, but they pulled it through bravely, for the poor War Democrats had heads of men on the bodies of mules. I wondered what on earth could be in the hearse, for it seemed to be heavily loaded. Right behind the hearse, walking along, were you and Sumner, and Greeley, and Chase, and Beecher, and old Grandfather Wells. Pretty soon you all went to work talking out the coffins, and getting ready to put them in the grave. The first one tuck out was marked habeas corpus, the second one trial by jury, then the Union, and then the Constitution. When they were all out on the ground, some dispute riz as to which should be buried first, but Greeley cut it short by saying, "Put the Constitution under, and all else follows." So Greeley got the rope under one end of the coffin and Sumner under the other, and begun to let it down. While it was going down, you looked kinder anxious at Chase, and SESU, Chase, think it will stay down, and old Greenbacks, SES my God, Colonel, it must stay down, or we will all go up. Greeley was tickled innermost to death, and SES we shall bury it now so that it shall never be heard of again. Old Grandfather Wells, however, seemed half frightened to death, and trembled like a sick dog, and SES so that it was all over. Sumner was wrathy at this, and SES shut up, you old fool, wait until it is all under, and there, too, stood Beecher, with a nigger baby in his arms, looking up to heaven and praying all the while, as follows, "Oh, Lord, not thy will but mine be done." Finally, all the coffins were put in the grave and covered up. I wondered where Seward could be all this time, and looking up, there he was, flying through the air with wings, and tails, and horns, looking for all the world like an evil spirit, and SES if 'twere done, when it is done, just as if he was afraid that a day of resurrection was coming. I tell you, it made me feel sorrowful and sad when I saw the old Constitution and the Union put under the ground, out of sight, and when I woke up, my eyes were full of tears, and I felt more like crying than I have since I was born. Sirs. After I got through SESI. "Colonel, what do you think of my dream?" He looked down on the floor, and then looked up, then he looked down again, and then he looked up. I see he was kinder worried, so I said nothing. Finally, he kicked his slipper off,
NSESE. Major, do you know what good lethir is? Wall. SESI. Colonel, I used to know something about lethir. Wall. SESE. What do you think of the lethir in that slipper? Is it good? Yes. SESI. I think it's pretty good. Wall. SESE. What kind is it? SESI. It's calf skin. Wall. SESE. Can you tell me whether the calf was a heifer or a steer? No. SESI. I can't. Wall. SESE. I'm in just the same fix about your dream. It is a good dream, but I can't tell whether it's a heifer or a steer. But I ruther reckon it's a steer. Wall. SESI. Colonel, you may think that my dream don't amount to anything, but there are thousands of people who will see in it the fate of their country. He didn't seem disposed to talk about it, however, and I let it drop. Since then I've been over to the Capitol once or twice, and looked around Washington a little. I never see such a change in a place since I was born. It's dirtier, nastier, and meaner looking than ever. In fact, it is just like the country, all going to ruin. If the devil is ever happy, I think he would be nigh about tickled to death nowadays. I guess everything is going on to suit him to a fraction. I can tell you one thing. There is going to be a bigger fight between Lincoln and Chase for president than most people suppose. So look out for the music I hate. I shall keep a watch on all the doin's, and write you when the rheumatiz, like the greenback market, ain't too stringent. Major Jack Downing. Major Jack Downing.